over quams. Hey, Baba. Bounce and mommy, some filia. Bounce and mommy, Babi and Nuju. Bounce and mommy, bounce and mommy, bounce and mommy, some digia. Bounce and mommy, go check you. Bounce and mommy, if you feeling it. Bounce and mommy, bounce and mommy, bounce and mommy. So they wanna know now. Need still far from the gold coast out. When I touch a mic, yeah, the crowd go wow. Jumped in the afro beat with the south. See the blow too hot, I can never be mild. Gotta let you know I was in it for my child. I'll be hurting the beat, so they wanna say ouch. Just say damn, my whole full thing for the sound. Moon in a moon boom, kutu yeah musa. This one yeah, I go enter. I no go feel for leave this never. Pumping this from UK to Tema. This one hot yeah, something like pepper. You from me day, you from me day, you from me day, you from me day, you from me silver. Get it boom, go down low. 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 I tribal master, hey you know. Bounce and mommy, some filia. Bounce and mommy, Babi and Nuju. Bounce and mommy, bounce and mommy, bounce and mommy, some digia. Bounce and mommy, go check you. Bounce and mommy, bounce and mommy, bounce and mommy, bounce and mommy. Niggas know that I get through that.
Okay, hi everybody. So welcome, thanks everybody for being here. So today I wanted to basically review or analyze the estimates for 23andMe and my heritage DNA. And before I do get started, I wanted to just mention that I don't think that these results are accurate. Fortunately, I'm able to know my ancestry migration pattern. I know that through oral history, and I also know that through oral history, culture, and tradition. So I already know like where my people came from, so to speak. So it's kind of like these estimates are I'm just analyzing the results. I'm not saying that, this is what people should believe, what I am or whatever, because I don't even believe it. So that's what I wanted to open up with in the whole live stream. But before we get started, I went through some of my old social media and I actually found a video that I wanted to share. I found this to be so funny. Um, so when I was in secondary school a couple of years ago, we had a project, we had an assignment in which it was a biology assignment, and we had to basically do a song, a creative art project on mold. So I wanted to show you guys because I thought it was so funny. I can't believe I found it. And after we do that, then I'll do a small rant and then we'll basically go through analyzing the results. And, hopefully that is going to be a fun conversation. And I do have a rant also that's coming up after these results because there's something that's really annoying with a lot of these ancestry DNA things. So we're going to talk about that. But thank you for being here. Thank you, Mr. Nice. And thank you to everyone else who's going to come in. And if you are here and you want to participate, just say hi. Let us know that you're here. Let's have a conversation. I'm gonna go ahead and play this video, guys. Do not judge me. Do not judge me, okay? I'm playing it right now.
We'll try to make it interesting. Okay, we're back. A mole of elephant has a really big number. I can say that in my number. 6.02 with 21 zeros. Well, I guess I could say we're mole weirdos.
2.5 times of an Asian elephant sized by a mole. Ooh, that number ain't pleasant. 1.51 times 5. Oh, so what weighs more? An elephant or the Be patient because I'll tell you soon.
The moon weighs 7.347 times 10 to the power of 22 kilograms. Ooh, bad wow. That's heavy, hot, and damn. But I think a mole of elephants weighs more. To be exact, 522 times more.
I know our rap wasn't really much, but it's better than a dance or double that.
We know you enjoyed us embarrassing ourselves, but that's okay
Because
you smell!
So I definitely hope that does not get copyrighted. I did not mean to use, biggie, can't you see? Sometimes it was just anyway. That that clearly the song was clearly my idea. Clearly the song was my idea. Okay. I know some people are gonna come in and be like, you stole our music. Okay, like whatever, bro. They said do a creative song. I decided to do a rap about biology. All right. It was harmless fun. Okay. But yes, that was me. In case people didn't notice, that was me in the video. Do not come for me, okay? That was some time ago before I saw the light. But anyways, before we get started, I do have a rant that kind of goes with this, I guess. I think that see, I've been noticing that in a lot of these spaces that Africans specifically are not gatekeeping their own culture. This applies to Caribbeans too, but I've mostly noticed it with Africans. They're not really gatekeeping their culture. They're letting everybody in. Um, there was this one time, right, that I was speaking Tree to somebody, and there was somebody who was non-Ghanaian, and they were like, "Oh, can you teach me Tree?" And I was like, "Are you gonna pay me to teach you my language?" And they got so upset. They're like, "Oh, but we're all black." And no, 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 no. Listen, I've told myself this and I'm going to tell myself this again. If I am showing you my culture, best believe I'm going to profit out of my culture. That's the least that I could do to myself. And this is one of the reasons why we're behind because we let everybody in. Nigerians, you should be the ones primarily profiting off of your culture. Don't let people who didn't come from your culture come and tell you that they deserve your culture for free. Africans need to do a better job of profiting and monetizing their own culture. Enough of this, everybody gets that. Ghanaians made kente viral. Ghanaians, you should be rich out of the sale of kente. Nigerians, you should be rich out of the sale of fufu, out of Afrobeats, out of anything to do with Nigeria. Jamaicans should be profiting off of Jamaican food, Jamaican culture, Jamaican patois, whatever. You should profitize your own culture. So even when I see some of these Africans giving people lessons of their language for free, I'm like, this is going to bite you in the butt because here you are teaching somebody your language. Next thing you know they're going to turn around and start a language school. You didn't charge that person to learn your language, but now they're going to turn around and start a school, create a school charging other folks to learn your language. And who's the loser then? It's you. So yeah, I am putting my foot down with certain things. If you want to learn certain things about Ghana, the things that I talk about on here is things that, okay, fine. Like, I know you can go and Google or read about Asante culture, cool. But if we're talking about specific things about Ghana and you want me to go hard, no, 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 you have to pay me. Okay, you have to pay me because we just can't be given out our secrets, our heritage, our whatever for free like that. Nobody else does that. Nobody else does that except us. Okay, maybe nobody else does that is a bit of a stretch, but we do it to a fault and it has to stop. So we have to start being more selfish, period. And I know people are going to be upset, people are going to be angry, whatever. It is what it is. But yeah, before we get started, thanks everybody for being here. Hi, Stoic One. How are you doing? And hi to Antisocial Podcast. To anyone else who comes in, you guys could definitely go ahead and subscribe to this channel. So I'm going to go ahead and show the first leg of the Ancestry DNA, which actually did not shock me at all. I actually think 23andMe is the most accurate out of all of the ones that I did. And the reason why I'll say 23andMe is the most accurate is not only did it get the countries right, um, but the percentages also make sense. And yeah, the genetic DNA composition of 23andMe is far superior than Ancestry DNA and My Heritage DNA. My Heritage DNA, by the way, I do not recommend anybody do My Heritage DNA as a first or primary choice because they don't have enough samples. And it's like if you're telling me you only tested, let's say, 2,000 Africans and you have enough DNA from 2,000 Africans, you must be joking. You should have, I would say, I don't know, but I'll say having thousands of samples is not enough to make an inference on a much bigger population. I'll just say that. So I don't think that My Heritage DNA has enough samples anyways to be even telling people that they come from any parts of Africa, period. And I didn't know this prior, but I don't really care because the test was only $55, so it's not something that I'm really going to go so hard for. But if anyone thinks that these tests are accurate, I'll say 23andMe is your best choice. Everything else is kind of it's a non-factor. Let me go ahead and just pull it up. And hi, Mr. Uganda, how are you doing? Did you do your 23andMe yet? Oh yeah, by the way, you guys could also subscribe to that channel. And hi, never seen you before, but thank you for joining. I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen like right now. um, oh, right here. Okay. I didn't use my real names. Okay. I didn't use my real addresses. I didn't use my real birth dates. So I know, if someone commits a crime and they have a, a genetic DNA composition that's similar to mine, um, hopefully I won't be able to get caught. I don't know. But yeah. So what I like about 23andMe as well is it doesn't just tell you where you're from, but it also tells you things that I don't, Mr. Uganda, what's the word? It tells you these things, like it tells you your traits. So it tells you things that you're like God, things that you're susceptible to, right? So for instance, here it basically says that I am less likely than average to have bunions. And that's true because I've never had them before. And you would think I've done a lot of walking in my life, right? Like I'm actually somebody who likes hiking. I'm somebody who likes going outside. And I don't always wear the best shoes. So I've never suffered from this before. So that's very accurate. I would say that's accurate. And then another trait that they had that is really true is the genetic weights. I am, let's say, big boned. Let's just say I'm not skinny. So that's true as well. I'm so scared that it's just gonna go to a different. Wow. Okay. I'm so scared that it's gonna go to a different screen and just show something else, but not that there's anything bad here. Oh yeah, and then the hair thickness. I have very thin hair. My hair strands are not thick, so they have that correct as well. How did they get that correct? I don't know. They're saying that it's in my genes. So whatever they tested, it shows. And then it goes into detail to actually show um what in my DNA actually showed that. So I thought that was pretty cool. So yeah, if you want to know, like, are you susceptible to get certain diseases, certain things like that, it might be something that you want to check out. For me, for where I am in my life right now, to be honest, I don't want to know the type of diseases that are in my genetic blood. I don't want to know the history of that out of personal choice. But maybe when I'm a bit older, I might want to look into that a little bit more. So that's why I'm not really going to like the diabetes and all that. I don't really want to look into that right now because I don't want to be paranoid, because that's the type of personality that I have. If I know that I'm likely to get something or likely to have something, I'm going to be paranoid. So that's why I don't want to take that test, but hey. And it's true, I love salty foods, okay? Like, I'm the type of person that if I have to choose between chips and chocolate, I'll choose chips. If I have to choose between something salty versus something sweet, I'll go for the sweet. So they do have that right as well. Um, yeah. Anyway, let's get into the actual results though. Where is that? Um, oh no. Okay, never mind. Where are my results again? How do you do this again? Mr. Uganda, do you remember where to go? Oh, is it Ancestry report? Wow. I'm acting like I don't know how to use a computer. Okay, so here it is. Here it is. This is my Ancestry. Hopefully you guys can see that. I'm using two screens, so bear with me. So it says that I'm 100% sub-Saharan Africa. Oh my goodness, what a shock, what a surprise. Who would have known, right? Like, who would have known? Big shocker. Then it says that I'm 100% West African. Wow. What a surprise. Who would have known, right? Interesting. This is the part of the results that get me a bit upset, to be honest. And it's not the fact that it says Gan. I already know I'm Ghanaian, right? But if you guys noticed, they lumped together Ghana, Liberia, Leone. I mean, did I say Liberia, Leone? Sierra Leone and Liberia together. Why would you lump those three groups of people together? It, to me, it's just, I think to me, it's the afterthought of it all. It's the laziness of it all. It's the, oh, well, you guys are similar enough that we could just make a group of you guys together. It is just so annoying. Like, it is. And then again, I have nothing against Liberians. I have nothing against salons. Nothing against you guys at all. But it's just annoying. Like, it's just, why? Some of these countries have their own groupings, and now you're saying, oh, everybody else just be lumped together. Like, are you serious? Why do this? Anyway, I don't know. Maybe that's just the quirk that I have, but I just find it to be like so lazy and annoying. One thing I'll say that I do like about the test results is this is the only results that I have ever done that can actually tell me a good estimate of where my ancestors come from, and my ancestors do live in these areas, or they did come from these areas, or they did reside in these areas, I should say. So that's correct. In terms of the regions, that is correct. So they got that part right, but for whatever reason, it's just the lumpment of the Ghanaian, Liberia, and Sierra Leone, it just fuels my blood. It makes me just very upset and angry. I don't know, maybe that's the tribalistic part, ethnic part in me, but it's like I just can't get over how you would do this. So yeah, anyways, that says 90.2%, which means that's my most recent ancestry, I guess. So that makes sense. And then the other part is obviously this, and d- again, I'm really angry about this because it just says Nigerian. Like, do we not know how big Nigeria is? I know I'm complaining so much. Maybe it's because I actually know where I come from, so I have the luxury to like complain. But it just makes me, you just say Nigeria. You don't even say how big Nigeria is. You can't even say like northern Nigeria, southern Nigeria, eastern Nigeria, western Nigeria. Nigeria has how many states? I forgot. Is it 21 states? You can't even say the states. You just say Nigeria. How does that help somebody? Literally, right? If somebody really wants to know, okay, where do I come from? They do the test and then it says Nigeria. What does that even mean? You just say, oh, yeah, you're 9% Nigerian. What does that mean? Where in Nigeria? Do people not know how big Nigeria is? Especially if we're speaking in today's terms. Nigeria has 200 million people, which even language group, you can't even tell me. You just say Nigeria. How annoying is that? Thank you. That's nice. That's nice. You always contribute to this channel. I definitely really appreciate it. You don't have to, but thank you so much. I appreciate it. Oh, Nigeria has 36 states. So how can you just tell somebody they're Nigerian? That's like someone asking you where do you live and you say, "Oh, I live in the United States." Okay, where in the United States? Do you live in New York? Do you live in Portland? Can you tell me if it's the northern part, the southern part, the eastern part? You just say Nigeria and that's it. Oh, you're Nigerian. Be quiet. What? Which part? Can you at least tell me the part of Nigeria? No, you don't care about that. It's disgusting. I know I'm complaining, but it actually makes me upset. Oh my gosh. Lady anti-socialite, thank you. I'm in Canada. So that is actually a lot of my money. Canada, the currency is very poor. Okay. So thank you. That's a lot of my money. That's like $11 of my currency. So I really appreciate it. To all the people from the UK, thank you guys because we pour out here. We pour out here. Thank you. And I also want to thank you again for donating on PayPal. I definitely really appreciate it. You guys don't have to donate, but I mean, I guess if people donate, that means that you're doing something that they like. So I really appreciate it. You went really out of your way. But anyways, yeah, that pisses me off, the whole Nigerian part of it. I know with maybe some people, especially the diasporas, maybe that helps them because at least they could say I'm Nigerian. But for me, if I was a diaspora, I would still want to know what what part of Nigeria. Like, is it the coastal part? Is it the upper part? Because then it's like if the test just says that you're Nigerian and you go back to Nigeria, where in Nigeria are you gonna go? Are you just gonna go in Abuja and just be like, okay, well, I'm from Nigeria, so I gotta go to Abuja. Are you gonna go to Ibadan? Are you gonna go to Calabar? Where are you gonna go? And what village is gonna adopt you by you just saying that you're Nigerian? And that's not the diaspora's fault, by the way, but I'm just saying, like, if I was a diaspora, you telling me I'm 9% Nigerian, that would literally be like, okay, and it wouldn't really do a lot for me. So that is kind of like what made me upset. And then the other part of it is broadly West African, which basically means nothing. I don't even know what that means. I have no idea what that means. I'm assuming that broadly West African, to me, from what I understand now, that means that maybe you came from, not you, but like your ancestors before recent migrations came from maybe like certain empires. That is what that means to me, but that doesn't mean anything really. See, a gradient of genetic similarity extending from Senegal to Nigeria reflects a richly complex population history in a region home to over 350 million people who form hundreds of distinct ethnic groups. Broadly, West African DNA may match several populations, making it difficult to assign to just one. So basically, that means it's a variety of ethnicities that could possibly mean you're West African, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you are West African. Basically, that's what broadly West African means. So, I mean, thank you, 23andMe. I I don't know. Okay. What I will say though is you see how dissatisfied I am with these results, but these are actually the most accurate results out of all of them. That is the sad part. I'm very satisfied with 23andMe because at the end of the day, they were able to pinpoint that, okay, you're from Ghana and you're most likely from three regions. And then you're also not necessarily Nigerian, but you have Nigerian ancestry, which I already knew that. So I'm happy that they've been able to tell me that. But it's like the details surrounding it, I wish were a little more clear. Um, Again, I understand this because I already knew this from oral history. I already knew this from my family. But it's like, imagine if I didn't know this and I just had to rely on this. Oh no, that would be a nightmare, especially the Nigerian part. The Nigerian part, they have to update that. I don't know how you tell somebody you're from a country of 200 million plus people, but you can't even say what part of that country they're from. I don't know how that's possible, but apparently that's possible, right? What I did find interesting as well with 23andMe is, let me share my screen one more time just to be proper, is that it also shows you your maternal haplogroup number or whatever. I don't know if I believe this because I don't even know what this number means. Like, does anybody who's intelligent or does anybody, okay, let me not say, does anybody who took biology or really knows a lot about biology, does anyone know what that number means? Because I have no idea what that means, but it's saying that that's my maternal haplogroup. And because it goes further on to saying, I don't think you guys can see this. Let me see if I can zoom in. Okay. Um, Anyways, when I scroll down to the bottom, right, it also goes on to say because I'm not a man, I don't have the paternal haplogroup in me. So if I wanted the paternal side, I'd have to get my father or one of the males in my family to do this. Unfortunately, I don't have any brothers, so I don't have any brothers. And my father definitely would not want to do something like this. I know my dad, there's no way I could just get his saliva, enough of his saliva without him knowing. So I know my father would not be down to do something like this. So basically, to get the paternal side, that means that it's basically never going to happen. And that's completely fine. But yeah, does anyone know what the L whatever that stands for. I have no idea what that is. And I know I could have Googled it before the video, but anyway. But I want to say hi to everybody who's here before I even go further. Um, United States Atlantic Creole. Oh my gosh, how you doing? You're too funny. King Genocide. How you doing? Thank you, Akos. African Caribbean Diaspora Talks. Stay tuned, okay? Stay tuned. Yes, Canadian dollars are very weak, much weaker than the US dollar. The problem with these DNA tests, and I've done 23andMe, is the testing is limited to sample rate or those group who volunteer their DNA and to ethnic issues of the companies match the DNA with. The proper, okay, right. That makes sense because I don't think they have enough, let's say somebody's Fulani, right? I don't think they have enough of the different Fulani groups to even say which Fulani you are. So I agree with you on that because since half of my DNA comes from my mom and my mom comes from a tribe in Ghana that's been there for a long time, I understand that's probably why they've been able to say that I'm from Ghana, but to the lesser known tribes, they probably wouldn't be linked to Ghana. They would probably be linked to Burkina Faso, like other countries. And I know for some people that's not a big deal, but that is a big deal because if you're telling me you're only getting certain results because only certain people from certain tribes have been tested, that's going to skew the results, right? So let's say, okay, there's a lot of, I don't even know the speaking group, the language group, but let's say you get Yoruba for whatever reason, right? There are different types of Yorubas, by the way. Yoruba is not the only thing. There's different tribes who speak Yoruba. But let's say you do one of these results and it says that you come from a Yoruba tribe. It won't be able to tell you which one. And then if you do get a certain tribe, that might just mean that a lot of people from that tribe were tested. But how about the smaller tribes? Were people from the smaller tribes also tested? Most likely not. Because my guess is that there isn't even 500,000 people who've been sampled throughout the whole continent. That's my guess. I know I could be wrong, but I don't think a lot of people have tested for this. So how then can we make certain inferences of this is where I think you come from or yada yada yada? I agree. I don't think we'll ever know for certain. People have to come to terms with that. Yeah, but it's interesting when some people get these estimates that say, "Oh, you're probably from here," and then they actually take on that identity that, "Oh, I am from here." But the test is saying you're probably from here. It's not saying you are from there. But then people have already taken the identity of, no, I'm from here. It's like, mm, that's interesting. That's it just makes you think, right? It just makes you think. DNA ancestry scans technology is still young. Look at the bottom of the page and see what groups they are sampling. Oh yeah, I'm gonna show that. I'm gonna show that. One of these days they will say you're 100% from where you're born. Yeah, maybe like 500 years from now. Africa Ancestry is more specific to ethnic groups than 23andMe, Ancestry and Family DNA, but they don't have the sample size of those mainstream companies. Uh, is African Ancestry DNA, is that owned by someone who's African? I'm just... L1 is the second oldest behind LO, which is... Huh? Okay, I'm gonna have to really look into that. It is known that only one can break down your African roots is African Ancestry. The rest for now. Yeah, and I will take that one. Trust me, even though I already know what it's gonna say, but I'm gonna take it. Unless your parents are recent migrants from West Africa to America, it is impossible to have no East Africa. They don't have Fulani samples at all. Oh, that's interesting. But some people have taken another ancestry thing and it says that they're Fulani. Anyways, let me just go. Do you think that none of these companies are being transparent? None of them. From what I see, none of them are being transparent. But I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going. Um, I thought that this was interesting here. Do you guys think that it's common that people of African ancestry get a little bit of Neanderthal DNA? Because that is the estimate that they said. I don't believe it, by the way. I don't believe that I have Neanderthal DNA at all. But that is something that they said that I have. And I'll show you guys right here, which I don't even understand what that means. If anyone understands what that means, saying you have more Neanderthal DNA than 0% of other customers, um, you have less than 2 Neanderthal DNA. Does everyone have that? Or is that like, what is that? Because then it goes down over here. Um, it went down a little bit and it said that most Africans don't have that. So then I'm just kind of like, so why are they making that inference, sorry, that that's there? That doesn't make any sense. Or is, yeah, I don't know. Anyways, I'm gonna stop over there and we're gonna actually play the My Heritage DNA. And I have a lot of issues with that particular DNA result. I just have a lot of issues with it. A lot of issues. Like it's just I'm breathing because I'm gonna show it right now. Hold on. Okay. So people will think, "Oh, you're upset of the European DNA." No, because I know that's not true. I know they don't have enough DNA samples, so that's just a guess. So I'm not a so I just ignore that completely, right? Like that's not the part that makes me upset. The part that makes me upset about the My Heritage DNA results is it's actually the Sierra Leonean. It's the Sierra Leonean percentage. And even the fact that it's their period makes me extremely upset. Now, people might be like, oh, well, Salons are West African. Why are you upset that Sierra Leone is in there? The reason why I'm upset that Sierra Leone is in there is Sierra Leone's modern population is less than 8 million, right? Sierra Leone is not a heavily populated country, right? If you even have paid attention or ever wondered about the history of Sierra Leone and Liberia, but in this particular case, Sierra Leone specifically, the indigenous groups that were in Sierra Leone or are still in Sierra Leone are not very numerous. So it's like, to me, what is the possibility that that's even accurate when we know that the people who live in Sierra Leone, a lot of them are of mixed ancestry? And by mixed, I mean mixed ethnicities. There are a whole bunch of Caribbeans that went to Sierra Leone. There are Americans that went to Sierra Leone. There are other groups of people who have a lot of mixing in present day Sierra Leone. And Sierra Leone's population is not even that high. So, what are the chances that it would say Sierra Leone? It's very, very rare. That is what makes me extremely upset about the Sierra Leone thing. Now, somebody said the the link to Sierra Leone could also be due to the fact that, you know, because of your Ghanaian ancestry, there are some people in present day Sierra Leone that share the same, like, or not the same, similar genetic compositions as yourself. That would make sense. But then you're telling me that, again, people who are already mixed with multiple ethnicities, that's who's being tested, and that's coming back to me. So that is why I'm extremely upset, because these people who are saying Sierra Leone, again, cannot tell you, is it Temini? Is it Mende? It can't be Creole, because that doesn't make any sense. It can't be Creole. That doesn't make any sense at all. So which tribe in Sierra Leone is it? They don't know, but they're just gonna say Sierra Leone. And I completely reject that, by the way. I don't want to. If anyone's from Salon, I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that, but I'm saying that I know that I'm not from Sierra Leone. Like, I know that I'm not. So it's not even a matter of discussion. And the percentage of Nigeria is too high. Um, it, it's too high. That's all I'll say. It's too high. And then on top of that, they can't even, again, say which part of Nigeria. They just say Nigeria. Someone said it's 100% scam. I mean, it doesn't make how? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Let me just go ahead and check something real quick. I'm just trying to see if there was something else that I missed. I know that there was something I missed. Ugh. Anyway, I'll look for it a bit later. Have you tried the Ancestry DNA test? Will I take the Ancestry DNA test? I'll probably, you know what? I might take it, but I'm not really I don't know, like it's gonna say, I already know it's gonna say probably Asante from Ghana. Like I already know it's gonna say that. So kind of, it's, to me, it's like, what's the point in taking it when I already know it's gonna say that I'm Asante? Even though I'm not, I'm half. Actually, I'm not even Asante. I'm not even a. It's gonna say that I'm Asante, but I'm not Asante. So yeah, I'll take it, but I'm not really gonna put a lot into it, to be honest. That's why research is vital. Review the records, study the culture and language traditions, and it could lead you somewhere. Everyone's Nigerian. I'm not com- Oh my gosh. Okay, they don't have Ghanaian samples. They won't show Ghanaian. The closest they have is Nigeria. But I agree, My Heritage, DNA, having their own samples for tiny groups, Sierra Leone, Maasai, but no Ghanaian. The Temni exist in the Caribbean still. Yeah, so, and even when I looked into it, it basically, most of my DNA matches, like real life matches, were from present people who who are in the Caribbean. And it's like, okay, so that's not accurate, because you're telling me I don't have a lot of matches to people on the continent, but I have a lot of matches to people from the Caribbean. That doesn't make any sense. That's like, how is that possible? That simply just means that you don't have enough people on the continent who are not of mixed ethnicities to do the test. That's fine that you don't have enough people, but then should you then be making guesses if you don't have a big enough sample size? And then with these guesses, you have people actually believing these guesses as if they're real, as if they're like, to me, maybe the accuracy of these tests is maybe 50%, if that. But when people take on these identities as if it's 100%, okay, let me not say 100%, even 80 to 90% real, but then you look at the composition results, it doesn't make any sense. They're saying that they're sampling people in the thousands. They didn't say tens of thousands, they didn't say hundreds of thousands, they didn't say millions. They're saying that they sampled people in the thousands, and they're making guesses based on the thousands. How is that possible? I'll show you guys what I mean right here. This is what they're making inferences about. How, that is, no. That's not enough. That is simply, that's an insult, actually. That's a huge insult. And again, to me, like, it's not a big deal to me, but to somebody else, that's really a big deal. They said it's 1%. Oh, they said it's 1% accurate. Okay, my bad. Never mind. And that can be true, that it's 1% accurate. Anyway, more continental Africans taking this will end their business. What do you mean? Oh, will end their businesses. I don't even think that these are 100% accurate either, to be honest. I don't think that, I don't know. I just listen, I just don't have confidence in this. So I think there's definitely way more that they're not showing for sure. But anyway, no, 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 no. I'm not Sierra Leonean. And listen, even if I was of Sierra Leonean descent, which I know I'm not, because how is it possible that my family has oral history coming from Nigeria, but they didn't bother to have oral history coming from Sierra Leone? That's what I don't understand. How is it possible that some of the oral history you remembered, but then the other oral history you forgot? I'm not from Sierra Leone at all. I know that. Sierra Leone's population is way too small. People are acting as if Sierra Leone was this big, huge, united country. Sierra Leone, for the most part, were kingdoms that were separate. Sierra Leone was closed off from a lot of civilization from a long time. So it is, I don't even, okay, I know maybe some people are thinking, oh, you're being too hard. I don't even entertain the fact that I even could be 1% Sierra Leonean. I don't even entertain that at all. I don't. I don't entertain any anything that says that I can be tied to Sierra Leone. And again, it's not because I have an issue with people from Sierra Leone. Is it's not accurate. It does not make any sense to say that. That's just lazy. Absolutely lazy. Like people are acting as if Sierra Leone is like Nigeria in terms of population. It's not. People are acting as if there was a whole bunch of big movements in Sierra Leone. No, there weren't. There were not a whole bunch of big movements in Sierra Leone like that. I mean, again, how many times do we have to say this? There are Igbos in Sierra Leone, there are Caribbeans in Sierra Leone, there are Americans in Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone is a country of just so many different people. And then the indigenous people who were there, how do we know how many of those people do we know that are even like 100% indigenous and did not mix with anybody? It's too it I, I just don't have confidence in the whole Sierra Leonean thing. I don't have confidence in that. I don't even know what that means. Again, is it Temini? Is it Creole? Is it Mende? Is it Konko? Is it Susu? Which which even group is it? Because the Temenis are the majority of the population in Sierra Leone. So there should be enough Temenis to even say, okay, you're Temini. There's enough Mendes to be able to say, okay, you're Mende. There's enough of those other groups to make inferences. So to me, it just, I don't know. To me, it just doesn't make sense. Like it doesn't make sense. And I think another thing that made me upset about this is, let me see if I can find it. Oh yes, the whole Nigerian aspect of it, right? Because I already know I'm Nigerian, no problem. Okay, I already know I have Nigerian ancestry. That doesn't make me angry. What I don't understand is, again, it just says Nigeria. It doesn't say the part of Nigeria. It's not specific about it. And then right under here, why does it say Southern and Central Africa, but then you have a whole big blob like that? How does that make any sense? So you're telling me that these people in this big blob right here somehow are similar enough ethnically that you just put them all in one group? They're one group. It says right here, group ID. So How is that possible? Central African Republic, the top of it, the end of Zimbabwe, sorry, or the beginning, I guess I should say, of Zimbabwe, all of Zambia, a little bit of Kenya and Tanzania. This is an insult. This is not how. That's way too many groups of distinct people. This doesn't make any sense. So once you make like big generalizations like that, the question mark is how accurate can any of this be when you make big groups of people like that? Like they're able to sit here and say Sierra Leone 34% is one group, but then when it comes to other groups, they can't be specific. And the blobs are so big too. Like, right? Okay. See here. This is, oh no, the Sierra Leone one right here. The Nigeria one covers many different countries. It's like I don't understand even the sizes of these samples. I don't understand the sizes of these groups. I don't understand the sizes of these compositions. I don't understand the borders, where it cuts on, where it cuts off. I don't understand any of this stuff, to be honest. None of it. Yeah. But anyway, I'll stop sharing for now. And I guess just check what you guys are saying. Probably because there is not a lot of Africans testing compared to Caribbean people. Yeah, Africans, I mean, with the exception of this channel and getting Afriscope TV, which Afriscope TV's test is his results are going to be coming out in January. We're working on it. I have to ship the package to him and then he has to ship it back to me and I have to ship it to the company. So Afriscope TV's test results will be revealed very soon because he's interested in taking this. But with the exception of us sponsoring and helping him to do this, I don't think many Africans want to do this, care about doing this, or even, I'm not going to say don't have the money to do it, but it's not a priority to do it type of thing. So it's like, I don't know when things are going to change, but unless people want to sponsor people to take these tests, I don't really think that there really is much of an incentive to actually take these tests like that. So I guess that makes sense. Um but yeah, I'm going to go ahead and I don't even know what to make this show about anymore, but hey, if anyone has anything to say, they can definitely come in. And do I think it's a scam? Listen, not entirely. I don't entirely think it's a scam, but I don't think that it's as accurate as people think. Yeah, I'll just go with that. I don't think it's as accurate as people think because there's just too many cultural differences. There are too many tribes. There are tribes that span in different countries. So even if it says that you come from a certain tribe, how do you know it's the tribe that came from that particular modern day country? Right? Let's say you take a test and it says that you're a Khan. How do you know that you're a Ghanaian Akan? How do you know that you're a Togo Akan? Or how do you know that you're an Ivory Coast Akan? It'll just say you're a Khan. But which part? If it says language group, again, there are countries that share language groups. So how do you know which one it is? And I guess some people taking a test and it's saying they're Nigerian is enough for them. But for me, you taking a test and it's saying you're Nigerian is not, that wouldn't be enough for me. That's just what I'm saying. Like me personally, that wouldn't be enough for me. You just tell me, oh, you're Nigerian. You're 9% Nigerian. Like, okay. Um, do you have anything else to add to that? Do you know the language group? Because the language group could help you understand the migration pattern. The language group could understand maybe what kingdom your ancestors came from. The language group could really help you understand certain things. But if you just say that you're Nigerian, I mean, like that's it. I mean, you asked me to pay you $100 to tell me that I'm just Nigerian. I mean, couldn't my nose tell you that I'm Nigerian? you know, I mean, listen. I think some of us need to become more critical. We need to be just more critical thinkers and just like, yeah. I guess that's what I'm trying to say at the end of this stream. You know, see, from them putting Ghana, Liberia, and Sierra Leone, I'm very surprised they were able to know that my ancestors came from this part of Ghana. Well, this is a different company, so that's probably why they were able to say that. So I'm very shocked that they were able to say that. But then I'm also wondering again why that's one group all lumped together. Like I'm still wondering about that. And then Nigeria isn't Nigeria the most populated country in Africa? So then for the most populated country in Africa, how is it that you cannot be more specific with what people of that country it is? How is that possible? How? How are you gonna tell somebody that they're just Nigerian? Like, I just, it's so frustrating. It's just, it's just disappointing. Like honestly, I just find this to be so disappointing. Maybe listen, some people are gonna be like, well, for some people, that's a lot of information. Okay, whatever. I guess each to his own. But I'm gonna go ahead and add Mr. Nice, and then I'm gonna add Radi to the conversation. Mr. Nice, thanks for calling in.
Yeah. How's your day going on so far?
Not bad. How about you?
I'm just chilling at the moment. Yeah, I feel like.
You were kind of low, so I just put your volume.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear
It's
me
okay.
now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, I say honestly, when it comes to African, I think African should not look into this DNA testing because I know for a fact that there's not a lot of testing when it comes to Africa. It's basically people just taking a couple DNA here and there, and that's it. They're not going taking every test, seeing what ethnic group is this, what ethnic group is that. And they're not doing all that. They're just going there and and taking a couple DNA here and there, basically, and just it. But a lot of people don't. A lot of these people don't realize when it comes to African, they're so diverse. There's so many, mixing going on, and just because people in one country, it does not mean they all spend there, basically. So, that's what I said. We should Africans should definitely take to look into it when it comes to this DNA testings, basically.
Do you think that okay? So do you think that it should just be scrapped altogether?
Um, I feel like it's for DNA. It's always been for those people who do not know who they are, basically. That who people trying to find who they are. It can help some people to find their roots. It can help some people to connect with the continent. But when it comes to Africa, do we really need it that much? Because we have been told we know our history, majority of us. We know our, where we migrated from, who we got mixed into, what language we adopted. That's just been told by us basically. Do we actually need DNA to follow it to be to tell us basically? We can just know about our own history basically.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why Africans are not taking the DNA tests. Even I remember in the very beginning, I forgot what company it is. I think it's 23andMe. A whole bunch of East Africans, mostly Somalis, were getting results that just did not make any sense. So they had
Right.
to keep doing the testing and completely change some of the genetic tribes because the results were coming back as, oh, you're, I think it was it Arab or a certain type of Arab, and it's like, no, I'm not Arab, I'm Somali. So they had to go back, get more samples, and completely like change the DNA groupings to make it more, I guess, accurate to the composition of a Somali.
Right. Well,
But other
honestly,
than that, I don't really see West and Central Africans really. Yeah, I don't see that happening.
yeah, honestly, I looked into it. Majority of this DNA is only going back 200 years, basically. They're not going back thousands of years ago. They're just going to 200 years, Basically, in 200 years where you were at, that's what the DNA thing I take from. They're not gonna go three, like couple thousand years, see the, because we all got DNA deep, deep inside, but it just you hiding because into mixing with different people, basically. They're not going that deep. They just go couple 200 years, basically.
Oh, it's only going back 200 years.
Yeah, basically. That's how far they're going.
Yeah, it would be kind of difficult to go back like 500 years plus.
Like our DNA that shows, like your ancestor from like, migration pattern, basically, like, like most Somali DNA, right? They're going back just like I said 200. They're not going in deep, looking their migration pattern, basically, you know. And that's a lot of Somali were upset with the DNA result, a lot of them. So
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for that information. I definitely appreciate that. We're going to talk more about that, but I wanted to welcome Radi into the conversation. Thank you for calling.
Hi, ma'am. How are you?
Good.
My
Thanks.
name is Radi, and I'm calling live from a country in Africa. The name of the country is called South Africa. And what attracted me to your show was just the topic, and I felt that maybe I could also ask a few questions, but also contribute if I could, because I am an African. I look African, and I am in I am in Africa right now. If that's okay with you.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes. My question is, uh, I'm kind of curious as to why people would want to track down their history. I believe that if your parents are Nigerian, you can simply book a flight and go to Nigeria and see how the Nigerian people live. It really doesn't make sense to me why it's so important for people to know their background. Maybe it's because I'm in Africa and I'm usually surrounded by my own people, and it's because I don't see the need. Perhaps if I was in the USA or any other country outside of Africa, I would have wondered and pondered where I'm from and all of that. But would you kindly explain why that's important?
Um, okay. So from what I've noticed, there's okay, because you know about like the transatlantic slave trade, right?
Yes,
Okay. So a lot of descendants from the transatlantic slave trade specifically, and from the Caribbean and from I guess Americas,
and I think
they've been,
Brazil.
yeah, Brazil, North and South
Yes,
America, whatever, yeah, whatever. They've been wanting to track down a lot of their African ancestry. And I believe some of these tests are a way to kind of connect to a lot of the African ancestry because they have a lot of different genetic dispositions. They have many tribes in them. So tests like these are very, very important to them because it just gives them a connection to back home.
Yes.
Yeah. Now,
Um,
the reason why I took it is because I was actually inspired by one of my friends on here, Mr. Uganda. He took it, and yeah, I've just been curious to know the accuracy of these tests because I already know where my ancestors came from. I know that half of my ancestors came from Nigeria. I know that the other half are in present day, modern day Ghana. So I already knew that, but I wanted to like really see, can these tests pick up on that? And so far, there's been one that has been pretty close, but the other ones are not accurate at all. So, with that conclusion, I've come to the conclusion that I don't think the technology is there right now to be able to tell basically where people come from.
oh, so the show was more really just to try and track down the accuracy of the tests and see if they would give accurate results as to the
Yeah,
DNA of your ancestry.
correct.
And once you have, so let's say for the ones that you have identified to be accurate, would you want to go further and try and understand your culture more and try and understand your people more? Is that something that you would be interested in? Or do you just want to know
What do you
your
mean?
background and ancestry and then it ends there and then jump onto something else?
Oh no, I I already know that my family. I'm living in Canada, but I'm of
Okay.
Ghanaian ancestry, so I already know that. But
Oh,
if you were asking me the other way around, would it be enough for me just to take this test and use these results to find out the rest of who I am? I don't think so.
oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because that's actually what I wanted to get to. I mean, how more of you can you discover? Because from what I know, I probably may be wrong, and this may come across as ignorant, but African we as Africans haven't had that much impact on the world as much as the Europeans have, and if you were to dive in deeper and deeper, you really wouldn't find anything that rich and fulfilling. Yes, you may find your bit of influence here and there, but for the most part, the way that I see it, a lot of the influence comes from Black African Americans and um, Euro Africans, Africans who were born and raised in in parts outside of Africa. But if you were to really do your research here and our impact to the rest of the world, I feel like you really wouldn't find anything that did you say. But I don't want it to sound as if I hate myself or anything, but that's really just how I see it. Maybe I'm
That's
wrong, or maybe you could correct me.
no, that's interesting that you feel that way because if you were to speak to somebody from a different side, they would say the complete opposite. Not all the
Okay.
time, but a lot of people would say the complete opposite. And they would actually want to trade spaces with you because they would be like, okay, well, at least you know your oral history. Maybe you're taking it for advantage because you've been used to it since day one. So maybe you
Mm,
don't realize how special or important that is because some
mm,
people really want that. You know what I
yes.
mean? Like, yeah. And especially with the whole, remember the whole Black Panther the movie and the movement. I'm not sure how it was in
Yes.
South Africa, and you can let me know if there was like a big impact over there. But here in the diaspora, that sparked a lot of people wanting to connect back with just like regular Africa roots. And Africa as a
Yes.
whole, you would be shocked Because you would think, oh, it's only West Africa that they want to connect to. No, it's like the whole continent that people want to really know more of the backstory of. But yeah, how was the Black Panther movement in South Africa? I mean, I'm not assuming it was like
Yes.
a big deal, but do you remember that time?
Yes. Well, here's the thing about me personally. I don't watch movies. It's really hard for me to sit down, and concentrate on a movie for like an hour. So I don't watch movies. But I think I've watched a couple of but I can watch small YouTube videos, and I think the one thing that people are really find fascinating is the language that we speak this side, and it's called the Xhosa language, where we have clicks in our language. And I was taken aback why people would be shocked at that. I mean, why? But I understand, because I then understood that we are probably the only region in Africa and also in the world that uses clicks in our language. So I think people found that fascinating. But I haven't really watched the movie. So, but I remember when the movie first came out, people would always be using Wakanda references, and people would always be doing this. Um, yeah, but its impact on South Africans and the rest of the world, it's pretty big. Also remember there was a time when somebody posted on Facebook, and sorry if I sound a bit ignorant, but the person says that Star Wars, no, Black Panther is what Star Wars is to white people. That's what Black Panther is to us black people. He said. So yeah, I'm sure it had a pretty big impact on the world.
Okay, interesting.
Yes.
Because I don't think that it had an impact on other countries as much, but it had an impact on, let's say, Black culture, period. It had an impact on that, but not, yeah, I don't know how to describe it.
Honestly, that move sucks. Honestly, that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I hate that movie.
Yes.
Okay. We're gonna let Just Call Me Brian go ahead.
Oh, my bad. I was making comments online. How you doing,
No,
folks?
my bad. Yeah, good.
You know, with those numbers right there, African millennial don't take it too serious. For many factors, because they don't even have enough sample size, in the population. However, what I do look at, whenever I do take when I did take DNA test, I mean, initially I didn't want to take a DNA test till my cousin told me. I look at my DNA matches. To me, I think that's the most important thing. Who do you match up with? Which gives me an idea of possible ancestry in one particular region. And actually, going back to South Africa, there's quite a few South Africans who are mainly those are from the Cape, those who were victims of the slave trade, from the various different countries, mainly the Cape Coloreds, because they have a diversity of different DNA, ranging from different parts of Africa. A lot of them have Malagasy DNA. African Americans with Malagasy DNA, or from the island of Madagascar, particularly, because they have a different. Madagascar is pretty unique, is due to the fact they have a different variant. Because the people in Madagascar are a combination of, Southeastern Bantus, I'm putting that in quotes, along with people from Indonesia, which created a different DNA strand. And African Americans, or people in the diaspora in general, especially in places like Virginia, and also North Carolina, are discovering that they do have, among many different ancestry, because it's not just one ancestry. We have many different streams, because Malagasy people have to marry, obviously they had to marry other groups of Africans, whether it be West Africans or Central Africans or whatever. So, in some cases,
Brian, I'm sorry to interject. I've got a question to ask.
Yeah, let me finish my statement first.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is these people are matching up with each other, and and they know they have that common DNA variant. So with that, the more Africans that take the DNA, the more likely the people in the diaspora will probably get matches from various different peoples. That's all. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, but with Black Americans, you're gonna find, like, for example, Eddie Murphy and Michael, what's his name? Michael Jackson. If they were to take both of them, if Michael Jackson was alive, both these guys were alive, if they were to take DNA tests, they will come from two different parts, two different ancestries, because Black Americans are mixed people. And many come from Central and West Africa and Madagascar.
Yeah, definitely.
And from the Caribbean.
What?
Even
exactly.
Even what's his name? Who's that guy? Muhammad Ali. He's of what? Mixed Malagasy ancestry.
He actually most likely has West African ancestry, but he do have Malagasy ancestry. He does.
But
Muhammad
how
Ali.
do they know that they have this ancestry? Is it oral history or is it a test?
No, like I said, in Madagascar, that's what I'm saying. Only certain groups of Africans, who came. I think what's helping them, what's hard for them to decipher is between the different West African groups. If an outside group, let's say from a different DNA, let's talk about the Fulanis, for example. As we know, the Fulanis are a mixture of what they call semi-Gambian and also North Africans. A North African DNA will be different from a person from, let's say, Ashanti or Yoruba DNA. Yoruba and Ashanti DNA might be quite similar, which they have not pretty much figured out yet. Whereas that outside group of North Africa will have a totally different DNA strand from those two groups. So whenever a person, let's say an African American, get that result in their DNA, North African, it have to be somebody probably from the Fula tribe, most likely, or from, like a Berber, which is very, very few, during this transatlantic slave trade history. Same thing with Madagascar. Since they have I forgot, it was the M1, something like that, DNA, some African Americans who have that in their DNA, they had a Malagasy ancestor. They have a totally different DNA strand than a person who might be more closely related in West Africa, like from Ashantis to Yorubas to Igbos or what have you. They not able to. The science is not there yet to decipher those groups yet. That's what I'm saying.
Can I respond?
Yes, sir.
Yes, but with DNA tests, right? Yeah. I don't think there's any point in taking a DNA test, because with a DNA test, it's just going to tell you where you're from in this part of the world and maybe the tribe. But with Black Americans, they've been mixing for 400 years, just like with Europeans. Like, a DNA test is not going to tell you you're from this exact tribe. It will probably give you a closer tribe. It's not going to give you the exact tribe.
No, it's never going to give you the exact tribe. It's never going to give you exact tribe. I mean, they only go by approximation as far as regions, I'm assuming. They don't have enough sample size. But however, though, if more Africans, what I'm saying, take the DNA tests, then you'll have DNA matches.
I think that's where the problem lies, though, is there's really no incentives for Africans to take the DNA test.
As long as you know your tribe, that's pretty much it.
I mean, because a lot of people take.
That's literally the problem. That's literally
how
the
is
problem.
it? How Africa Miller? Can I interject? Why would an Akan man, or a Yoruba man, a Somali man, or a Roma man need to take a DNA test if they know where they come from? Like, I know where I come from, the village where my parents come from. I just don't see the point in taking a DNA test. Seriously.
I know a lot of Europeans take the DNA test all the time. And with
Europeans, with Black Americans,
let me talk a little bit. What it is they want to draw that connection to their brethren, whether it be in Americas or what have you. Or a lot of people take the DNA test is to understand their family history. My family do, we, as far as in my family, we do the family history in regards, because we used to have multiple family reunions all the time where, it's like a family tree and you knew what spot you were or what line you were in that family tree. And it creates cohesion, having that family records, having that family history in your belt, and knowing as far as what line of the family, what line of tree did you fall off of. And
Yeah, we don't
we
really
keep
do that.
huh
Yeah, I'll say like I don't even have okay, here I see it. I see that people actually have family trees and they like actually draw it out and they have the records, but
oh yeah,
my whole family tree is literally a story, like an actual oral story of what happened. So it's like I, d- I don't see how we're gonna get family trees. I don't see that happening in a lot of these African countries, to be honest. I don't see that. It's completely different.
but what I'm saying with the DNA results, it helps people in the diaspora here. That's what it does, and that's just the reality of it. And then you get a sense, like I said, like he said, the guy with the the R, we do come from multiple different groups of people. That's just facts about history. You know what I mean? In a way, we became kind of like, in a weird way, how the way we like it or not, in the diaspora, we became Pan-African by default, due to the fact that I can't imagine a Wolof person meeting someone from Central Africa, meeting somebody from the island of Madagascar, and wind up being in the same circumstance. So by default, in the diaspora, we had to become Pan-Africanists.
But Brits, Brian, that's the problem with Black Americans. Like Pan-Africanism, how does it benefit them since they've been separated from the continent? Just like with the Indians who live in the Caribbean and South America, how they split. Like Black Americans have got their own identity and history.
Oh yeah, we do.
And
What I'm saying is,
I believe that they should
go ahead.
focus on building Pan-Africanism in the New World instead of Africa.
You're not listening to the point. The point, what I'm saying is, due to our history and what happened, the history of slavery, okay? Listen to what I'm saying here. A person who was a Fulani person would not, in reality, come in contact with a person who was from Madagascar, will not come up contact really with a person who was from Angola, due to the fact that they've been shipped to the United States and shipped throughout, let's say, the diaspora, Caribbean, or what have you. I'm not just talking about the United States. I'm talking about throughout the Western Hemisphere. By default, those people had to become sort of like Pan-African because they were forced in a similar situation, to their own undoing. That's what I mean. I'm not saying as far as embracing current Pan-African now, because we are our own people. From many group of people, we had to become one. That's what I'm saying.
I have a question of Radi on the panel. Specifically in South Africa, have you guys ever had conversations about Pan-Africanism and connecting to like Black people globally? Is that something that's common to hear?
You're probably asking the wrong question to the wrong person. Sorry, but for in the way that I've seen it in South Africa, the people who usually engage in those kinds of conversations are politicians and your PhD students who are, studying global economics and African studies and all of that. But for the most part, we South Africans are, especially we Black South Africans, are heavily influenced by American culture. So if we say that we would love to connect with Black people outside the continent, it's really for the purposes of being immersed in their culture, like the African American culture. We love their music, we love their comedy, we love everything that they do. I'd say we'd love to connect with them on on the level of just companionship, and also Jamaicans. But as for that deep conversations of Pan-Africanism and Africa Unite, and probably not me, probably other South Africans. Yeah, that's really just how I see it for me.
Radi, I know you're not a Pan-Africanist, I'm not a Pan-Africanist, but how come most South Africans in 2021 are ungrateful to those African countries that helped South Africa in apartheid? I just want to know, no offense here, but you South Africans are ungrateful sons of bitches. Because a lot of Africans were being taxed in their country, including mine. No, I'm serious. A lot of countries, Nigeria, Somalia, many countries in Africa were being taxed. And that money was used to send to the resistance in South Africa. And Africans who come to Africa are treated like dirt and are killed. But you wouldn't do that to other people. You wouldn't even do that to Black Americans. I want to know, why are South Africans Afrophobia, put it that way?
Yes, very good question. You know, a lot of the times it's easy for you to look at something from the surface and conclude why everything happens the way that it does. And I, for one person, am not a person who condones such behavior. And I wish everything that happened, everything that South Africans did towards other Africans shouldn't have happened. But there's a narrative created by the media and by all affected that. So, and I'm not I don't want to defend everything that happened, everything that South Africans did to other Africans. I don't want to defend it, but I just want to show you another perspective that the media maybe doesn't cover, right? To be brutal and frank with you, we have issues of, Nigerians. I'm sorry to say this, but Nigerians selling drugs, and issues of human trafficking, and just issues, man, with more specifically Nigerians and Zimbabweans. If you know about Zimbabwe, Zimbabwe is a country that was sanctioned from the world, and because of that, they went into bankruptcy, and everything's so bad. And just Zimbabweans have been.
I have a question for you before you go forward.
Yes.
Is it because that it's so many of them there that Zimbabweans are seen as a basket case in a way? Is that the issue, or is it their character?
Yes.
Is it the amount of them that are there, or is it their character?
Yes. Also, you have to. Yes, that's true. Also, you have to consider that Zimbabweans are people that come from hardship, and they are willing. It's kind of your Mexico and USA situation, whereby Mexicans are coming into USA and they are willing to do hard labor for cheap. It's the same with Zimbabweans, and Zimbabweans flock into South Africa. So most of them undocumented, and they are just doing a lot of work that South Africans wouldn't do. And I think in other parts of South Africa that sparks jealousy. People feel like Zimbabweans are taking their jobs, and it also stems from the corruption of unemployment, and the little bit that there is, foreigners are taking the jobs. You understand? But with regards to Nigerians, me personally, I can say that most of the people who sell drugs, your cocaine, and most of the people in my country who open strip clubs and who deal in prostitution and sex trafficking are Nigerians. You say, but I do have Nigerian friends, but I also believe that there's a way that we should have dealt with it. What happened, as Dr. R has been suggesting, shouldn't have happened. I'm also ashamed of it, but that's the situation where we're at right now.
But
Okay.
honestly,
Radi, one last question. I get where you're coming from, but from Twitter, from looking at the African section of Twitter, with the South African part of Twitter, in my 5 years, I've seen a lot of Black South Africans say a lot of horrific stuff about Somalis. Like, whenever a Somali gets killed in South Africa, they celebrate. I just want to know, why are South Africans killing so many Somalis? They've killed like 300 in 15, 16-year period, and they're still continue killing Somalis. I want to know why are black South Africans, because I've spoken to Somalis in my local cafe and uncles who came from South Africa, they've got absolutely nothing but hate for the South Africans for what they are doing. Because what this word has spread out towards the Somali diaspora from China to all over. Like, I just want to know, why do South Africans kill Somalis because a Somali gives them jobs and everything, but they kill them? Is it because of they're different from them? Is it because of competition? Because this shit hasn't. If the Somalis back in the 90s that went there, they had no issues until this issues that came about in 2006. I'm just shocked at the level of violence. And they say my country's violence, but South Africa, they'll chop you up. I'm thinking, whoa.
Okay. Can I ask you a question? Right? Because this is how you're sounding to me. If I say African American communities in Chicago are killing each other, and then I pose a question to you: why are African Americans across the USA are killing each other and burning each other down and living on welfare? Would it be correct if I painted that picture to you about African Americans? Because to you, it sounds like you painting a picture of us like that. It sounds like you see me as a killer, or someone who hates Nigerians and Somalians, and someone who's prepared to kill these people. It happens in other parts of South Africa, but it definitely doesn't happen in the area where I live. It usually happens in areas where there's, in your big areas like your Johannesburg and your Durban, these big economic cities. But for you to say that's everyone, no, it's not everyone. But I hear what you're saying, but that's not the entire truth. I think you have a very bad perception of South Africa. Yes, things are bad, but they aren't as chaotic as you would describe them to be.
Before anybody responds, if anyone wants to subscribe to Mongo Congo's page, you can definitely go ahead. If you're more interested in knowing more about Congo and the Mongo people of Congo, you can definitely go ahead and subscribe to that page. Jug Season is also another content creator. I cannot find his comments at the moment, but Jug Season, if you're there, you can go ahead and comment and they can go ahead and follow you. Afrisco TV is a content creator in Ghana. You guys can go ahead and follow his page. He calls in sometimes. And next week, or did I say next week? Next month, we're going to look at his Ancestry DNA results or whatever. And yeah, but if anyone wants to reply to that, they can go ahead and do that.
Yeah, I just want to say that we basically cannot judge the entire country of some people's actions. Honestly, Nigerians basically are hating also in East Africa. A lot of East Africans don't like Nigerians. What I've talked to, what I've heard, a lot of West Africans have a hard time when it comes to East African country because they think they're Nigerians. So at the end of the day, we cannot judge, the entire country of some people's action. I'm just speaking on South Africa. We cannot judge the entire South African countries because some idiots decide to do terrible things to some people. Because I know for a fact not every South African is going around thinking what some South Africans are doing is a good thing. So yeah, we can't basically pull everything on some just entire countries. We say everybody in this country are just terrible people. Yeah, we cannot do that. It's the same thing with in Somali. Everybody always talk smack about Somali. We cannot judge one Somali to come say all Somalis are like this. Because I've come across good Somali, I've come great Somalis, I've come terrible Somali. You can meet everybody in some country who are demons, and people are just good people who will treat you with respect, basically.
Yes, I agree. I agree 100% with what That's Nice is saying. I believe that you are being prejudiced towards South Africa. And if you were to come this side, you'd probably most definitely see a whole different situations. Although there have been instances where there have been large movements of people doing those things. It doesn't necessarily mean that we all agree with that, but that's what happens sometimes. I mean, just look at the Black Lives Matter movement, and just look at the amount of destructions that the protesters caused around their cities. Would it be okay for me to say, why do African Americans destroy everything? African Americans are...
Actually, the majority of people who's doing that destruction, especially in places like Portland, and if you look at the demographics in places like Portland, the majority of those was white folks. So it was not just only when you're talking about Black Lives Matter, only just Black people were just protesting. If I showed you pictures as far as what's going on in LA, it was all groups of people protesting, and it was all group of peoples who was doing that looting and all that type of stuff. If you looked at the news clipping around LA, all around LA. So it wasn't just, I mean, to be perfectly honest with you, that whole situation, people were pretty much fed up with Trump and his, shenanigans. And it gave people kind of like, united people as far as with the situation by gravitating towards that movement of the Black Lives movement. And like I said, if you looked at the crowd in Black Lives Matter, you'd be surprised as far as the different faces that you'll see there, depending on the city. If you go to Portland, I mean, Portland was like in a 100-day protest, in regards to Black Lives Matters. And the majority of the people in Portland are pretty much European Americans. And they had their own little grievances they had with Trump. So it's pretty much kind of like an anti-Trump movement in some respects. That's why I just want to bring that out there, as far as being a person on the ground here.
But at the protest, was it not mainly Antifa?
Oh, by far. You're right. You're right, Mr. R.
Because at every type of protest, like BLM, where there's in these white majority cities in America, you're going to have 99% chance of Antifa infiltrating these protests and these lefties as well.
They did. And I've seen it, for myself when I went to places like Portland.
Okay, but you do understand my reason, because from what we saw from the media, we only saw Black people, and so you've just confirmed that there were different races, and you've also gave me insight as to the main reason behind the protest. I believe it's the same with what's going on in South Africa. A lot of the times, the media shows South Africans as barbaric people who carry around knives, killing Somalians, killing foreigners. But as for me, someone on the ground, I can tell you that's not who we are. And also, some of these bad people that these people want out, they themselves have done terrible things. I mean, the drug issue, the sex trafficking, and all of that. So some of these crimes have been caused by foreigners, and also illegal mining. So, but I'm not justifying what happened, but it's not as bad as the media wants to paint. Well, for me, for instance, I've never killed.
I'm totally against what the foreigners are doing in terms of committing crimes and shitting on South African hospitality. But why do Black South Africans, they've got every right to be pissed off at what? If Somalis or Nigerians or whatever are committing crimes, why do the Black South Africans resort to violence, extreme violence towards the foreigners? Like, you have to remember, innocent people get caught up in this mess.
Yes. You're probably asking the wrong person, but probably the levels of frustrations. Remember that our government is also slow, or our government is corrupt. Maybe they acted slowly on the complaints of the people, and so the people decided to take it amongst themselves and deal with the issue. That's probably the reason why it happened. But what I can say, Dr. R, is South Africa isn't the way that it's made out to be. That's not how we are. That's probably how some people of the population are, but that's not me. That's not many of the people that I know. That's not South Africa. Okay, here's JOZI Gold. Maybe he would share some insight on the matter.
Yeah, greetings everyone. Look, the whole foreigner thing that's been happening over the years, it's a very complex issue, but the main reason is the influx of people that have come into South Africa. Of course, some of them do bad things, and another element is competition amongst the poor. So I live in Johannesburg, and living in Johannesburg, that's what I've seen mostly. Competition for jobs and competition even in the small business sector. So informal business is where a lot of this problem is. So if another person, let's say I'm a mechanic, right, on the streets, like I'm a one man mechanic, and then someone who comes from a much more desperate position from another country comes in and charges much less than me, it's going to be a problem. Other countries in Africa, in the same continent, protect their citizens from it. South Africa doesn't. That's because many of these people are survival entrepreneurs. The spaza shop owner, the mechanic, the guy that sells tomatoes on the side of the street, they're survival entrepreneurs. They can't go anywhere else. So it's the competition for resources as well. Mix that with some criminal elements, people trying to survive. That was always going to be a disaster. Yeah, that's all I had to say. Oh, this is Matthew. Well, Matthew, look, there might not be any xenophobic attacks in other countries, sure. But South Africa has unique issues. And it's one of the things where like there's a much higher number of people coming in. When some parts of South Africa, people outnumber us as South Africans. In other countries, you don't see that. So that's one of the reasons why there's some sort of anti-foreign rhetoric amongst some South Africans. Are all South Africans like that? No. Is it right for people to attack foreign nationals? No. It's not okay for people to go around killing people. So the problem is the government. Their laws
But
that will
JOZI
say,
Gold, your government allows that.
yeah, sure, but I wouldn't blame. Let
In
me give
terms
you an
of like
example.
beating up, like the government, like the brother Radi said that the government is corrupt, and whenever shit hits the fence here, the government is looking for like an scapegoat. Like go loot the corner shop of the foreigners and get what you want, beat them up and kill them and take their money. And the government, when it comes to shit like this,
No, none of that happens.
No.
but if
Listen,
black South Africans are doing that, I don't blame them. If they're doing that shit, beating up
no,
the foreigners and shit, it's their country. I don't blame them if they're doing that.
no, Dr. R,
No.
that's
Whoa.
illegal. Those people, whenever they do that, they get arrested. Many people have been sent to prison for attacking people, for killing people, even foreign nationals. It's illegal. And the South African government doesn't facilitate that. It doesn't. What they did is basically allowed people to come in illegally into the country, and of course not enforcing the laws that are already there to protect South Africans from those things. Basically, people hiring foreign nationals and paying them much less than South Africans, which puts South Africans out of work. People on top of that coming into the country and competing in the informal sector and informal business, like basically traders, anything from anybody selling on the street, the small time mechanic, anything from that, and charging much less than the locals. That's what the government is at fault for. and allowing an influx of people that we can't handle and we really can't help in any way, because right now our own economy is struggling and we can't even we don't have enough jobs for our own people, but then a Zimbabwean is working. That's gonna cause tension, especially if they're paying them much less than a South African. All of those things. So yeah.
Being perfectly honest with you, I don't think xenophobia is a South African thing. I remember when people were talking about the caravan. I mean, I knew some of my military friends wanted to take their guns out, and they felt that not just the Haitian caravan, but a caravan from Honduras. That those are my military friends who are, let's say, Republican in nature, want to take their guns out and help the people, help us, the border guards of the border. So it's not a South African thing. And I think, and plus here, we have plenty of jobs. I'm not saying that we should allow everyone to come in our country. I mean, I believe that you got to screen people. You want to get the best of the best, but in certain positions in the United States, we do need help, since a lot of people are quitting their jobs and getting, I guess, better jobs, I guess. And we have a thing called the Great Resignation that happened in the United States now. But, we do have xenophobia here in this country as well, too. So it's not just a South African thing. That's what I'm trying to say.
Look, hey, Chaplin, can I please interrupt?
Sure.
Yes, people are going about the whole food stamp situation, okay? Saying that I've heard a couple of YouTubers complain that that some people live off of food stamps and all of that, and it's I believe that it's working, because as JOZI Gold has been explaining, if you are running a business and then somebody charges less than you, obviously the customers are going to go to that person, and if people go to that person, your business is going to lose out, and you're also going to lose out on living, and you won't have anything to sustain themselves, to sustain yourself. In America, if that happens, you can simply get food stamps, you can simply get assistance from the government, whereas in South Africa, you basically left to fend for your own. Now, if there's an influx of people who are taking away jobs, taking away businesses from South Africa, tensions are obviously going to be heightened, and that's the reason why that happened. If we had a similar welfare system like the USA, I don't think that would have been the issue, because the government would have taken care of our people. You understand?
Also, with the USA in regards to food stamps, let me just let you know, it depends on the state. Certain states offer more benefits than others, as I'd heard from people. Sometimes if you're a single male, you might it might be a little bit harder. They make it a little bit harder where you can't really own anything, in order to qualify for food stamps. But if you're a single mother with kids, you pretty much get the instant ride. But if you are a man, it's going to be a little bit harder, and they're going to scrutinize you a little bit more. Like I said, I live in California State, but I know in other states is a little bit different than it is here. So,
yes, but it's all going back to Dr. R, where he's asking why these things are happening, and we're just giving you some of the reasons why they're happening. I hope he understands.
Yeah, I understand perfectly.
Yeah, look, like what Radi was saying, look, it's just survival right now for many people, for many South Africans, and many Africans from other countries on the continent. They're trying to survive, and many of our own people are also trying to survive. Many of people, look, I'm from Johannesburg, born and raised, but people from other parts like Northwest, KZN, Eastern Cape, other parts of South Africa, they're migrant workers. They come from extreme poverty. They're more likely, how do I put this? They come from much more impoverished backgrounds. So for them, it's survival of the fittest. And to be honest with you, I don't blame other people from other parts of the continent for feeling the way they do. I mean, if I heard South Africans are being attacked in other countries, I'd also be upset. But it's come to a point where I also can't blame South Africans for how they feel. It's like it's a situation where many people are justified for how they feel. I mean, I can't.
But JOZI Gold,
I can't.
but you
Let me finish
carry on,
my
carry on.
point. I can't say South Africans are wrong for their animosity, even though I don't support the violence and people going around attacking people. I can't say they're wrong for how they feel and how they feel because they're being pushed out of the economy. But at the same time, I get that people from other African countries are also trying to survive, and they have a right to be angry. R has a right to be angry. You know, Nigerians do, even if some South Africans might also have their own right to be angry as well. It's just a situation where it's, look, the South African government itself is slowly also failing its people, and people who are coming here are basically coming from situations where their governments have failed them and they had to run to other countries. So it's a difficult situation where we're at the point where everybody needs to look out for themselves. It's a difficult thing, but it's true. So yeah.
Yes, I get your point, JOZI Gold. And you mentioned the government failed the South African people. Why don't the black South Africans take their energy and protest and smashing up of the government? And how come you never touch your economic masters, the Indians, the Europeans, and the Jews who control the wealth of your country? Why don't you smash their heads up? But you smash the heads of ordinary Africans. That's one thing a lot of people have asked me, and I hear you never smash up your economic masters. Why is that the case?
But the question is, do you think it's widespread as what it's detailed on the news? I don't think it's that widespread.
No, it's not. It's not widespread. It's not in every part of the country. It's in the major centers. And these things normally happen where black people normally trade. So let me give you an example. If you move to an area, look, I'm from Johannesburg, I'm going to use Johannesburg examples. Like, let's give you a famous example. Like, if you've heard of South Africa, chances are you've heard of a place called Soweto. Soweto is a traditionally place where of black South Africans in particular. So if you move into that area, you put yourself amongst those people in their community and businesses that they operate. So they know white people that traditionally own businesses there, if you get what I mean. So white people are far removed from that. Many black South Africans like myself, we don't do business with white people. We do businesses with other black people. So white people are not at every corner. It's in those areas where the problem is. So that's why white people are not targeted, because they're not there. Yeah.
No, because white people are, well, even though they're a small percent of the South African population, white people, just like in America, they're armed to the teeth.
No, white people are not armed. White people can be touched in South Africa. There's no, like, they're not untouchable. That fell a long time ago.
Look, Dr. R, I hope JOZI Gold, I'm glad that he logged in and explained some of the issues, but it's not as bad as you think it is. There is a reason behind why things happen, but it's not to say that all of us black South Africans think this way and whites in our country are untouchable and this and that. Things are much more complex than they may seem. And I'm glad that we were able to meet here where you were able to ask South Africans that are living in South Africa so that we can give you the actual perspective of what's going on. So I don't know. To me, it sounds like the media poisoned you about our country, and it's really not true. Some of it is true, but it's not the entire scenario in our country.
Radi, I'm not poisoned. I've heard it. I've come across South Africans, and I've come across people, Somalis, who came from South Africa, and in 15 years, I never heard nothing positive from that country, apart from xenophobia, and you know what? Even though I haven't visited South Africa, but to be honest, I wouldn't even visit that country.
Yeah.
Wait, are you? Wait, but what do you mean you haven't heard anything positive about South Africa except for the xenophobia? What do you mean? What do you mean? It sounds like you've already made your own conclusion about South Africa, because I can give you a lot of things that have happened over the years in our country that are positive.
Look, for me personally, I think R is entitled to his own opinion. I mean, like, if people from his own country are telling him South Africa is bad and he's no interest in South Africa, that's not a bad thing. Sure.
JOZI Gold, I do not hate South Africans. I just would not visit that country because of due to xenophobia and some. Yeah, my teacher's a white South African, and her father was killed in South Africa. And I've met white South Africans and even black South Africans. Even they tell me mad stories of like crime and corruption in that country.
Yeah,
so I'm not ignorant about it. I'm not, but I know what goes on in that country. And to be honest,
here's where the problem comes in. Here's where the problem comes in. We don't deny that South Africa has certain areas of crime problems. We're not denying that certain people have been killed. Sure, that happens. Someone being robbed and being shot for their cell phone in an impoverished part of Johannesburg, that happens. In certain parts of the country, like if you're rich, like let's say like in Johannesburg, like home invasions happen. But that also happens in other countries. This idea that South Africa is some sort of crazy wild place. Look, I come from Johannesburg. This is the robbery capital. But I've only been robbed like once at gunpoint, and it wasn't even by a South African. Is there a crime problem? Yes. Are there South Africans also involved in crime? Yes. But this idea, this image of, oh no, we're just these violent, crazy people running around killing people. No. But you're entitled to have to your own opinion. I'm not saying that, but that image, that's the only problem I'll have. Because this idea, like,
JOZI Gold, I think sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
JOZI Gold, sorry for interrupting you. I think something that Dr. R mentioned was that the stories that he heard about South Africa were of South Africans that are living in his country. So it may be that he's getting his information from people who were victims of crime, and then those people decided to leave the country, and they are the ones who are bashing our country. It could be the case.
Most of them white.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
But
most of them.
Yeah, but it's not only white. I know a couple of black people who've also left the country due to them not being given opportunities, due to the corruption that's going on. And it's very unfortunate that the people who should be ambassadors of our country are the ones who are actually bashing our country to the rest of the world. And I'm actually shocked by how Dr. R views our country. I mean, we're not some lawless. No, we do have our own way of living. We do have morals. We do have things that we believe in, and killing isn't one of them. I'm shocked by
Radi, I didn't say South Africa. I didn't say South Africa is a lawless country. I said it's got a xenophobia and a crime problem, just like any other country. But in the whole of Africa, South Africa's got a serious problem. Like, even my country is poorer than South Africa, but the crime in my country is lower than South Africa. Like, in terms of chopping people up, like, madness. We had a war for 30 years. We're not even capable of that type of crime. Seriously.
So, which country are you from?
I'm from Somalia.
Oh, okay. Well, if I can tell you something, well, Somalians, from what I've seen, are doing very well in my country. A lot of them own shops, and yeah, man, there's just a lot of them who are providing good services in our country. So I don't know where that's coming from, but as JOZI Gold has explained, there were some attacks on the Somalian population, but for the most part, what I can say is a lot of Somalians have businesses, and they themselves can be called the you know the story of how the Jews went to the USA and they started out as small business people owning businesses, and eventually through generation they became these mega rich people. I think it's going to come to that point with Somalians, because every corner of South Africa has a tuck shop that's owned by Somalians. And over the years, we've seen Somalians progress. Over the years, we've seen Somalians own big storage businesses, and we've seen Somalians even buying fancy cars and all types of stuff. If this goes on, Somalians will be the powerhouse in South Africa. That's really how I see them.
Okay, look,
I
for
don't I
me,
don't
this is
really
how I
believe
see it.
that. I don't
This
really
is how I
believe
see
that.
it.
That's just this is how I look at it. If you come from a poor country and you got a good work ethic, and people, it doesn't matter where you come from. Even Black South Africans can get what they want. But I don't know yet, because of apartheid and because of what they suffered under apartheid by the white minority. I wouldn't blame Black South African if they get angry at seeing, let's say, a Somali or Zimbabwean driving the latest BMW. If you
Yeah,
get
but
what I
that's
mean.
not the case, though. That's not the case. Majority of the successful people, look, I'm in the economic hub. Majority of the successes, like of the successful black people, are South Africans. Majority of the millionaires are black South Africans in South Africa. So the businesses, like what I said before, the problem is in the informal sector, in impoverished communities, and in communities where there's a lot of violence already. So when you open a shop, let me give you an example. Like there's a neighborhood here in China called Alexandra Township. I used to live there as a kid. It's basically a slum. If you put yourself there, you're putting yourself into an environment that has always had a crime problem, a gang problem, violence problem, people being shot. You put yourself deep in it. So this idea that foreign nationals are necessarily more successful than South Africans, no. I think it's because you put yourself in a poor area where you don't speak the language, where you don't understand the locals. You're more likely to be attacked. You're an easier target. Look, I'm from Johannesburg. Even someone who speaks, like, let's say Zulu from KZN, we can spot him. They're easier targets for crime. Someone that doesn't speak the Sotho that's spoken in Johannesburg, say someone from the Northwest, we can spot them. They're an easier target for crime because you're not from that. So some communities have always had a crime problem, and it's a South African, and it's something that dates back to many years. But foreign nationals are not more, as a group, more successful than South Africans. Maybe in the informal sector, but the informal sector is about survival. It's not some fancy place where people get rich. When someone is selling tomatoes on the side of the street, and someone else charges less than him coming from another country, it's gonna be a problem. This person is selling whatever he's selling so they can eat at the end of the day. Many of the people coming into South Africa, one, are unskilled laborers that we don't need. Unfortunately, it's not a nice thing to say, but it's true. Two is informal traders as well, which we have our own, and they come in charging lesser. Sure, the Somalians, we might argue, they've done relatively well, but even with them, I don't see many of them, where I live, making a lot of money. They're not making money like I see black South Africans make money. No group does that. So it's the problem is in impoverished areas where there's already scarce resources. some of those areas where there's scarce resources, and those areas have always historically had a problem with crime. That's where the problem is. So yeah.
Let the Guardian archive go. Go ahead, Guardian.
Oh, hello. So I came in late, but I hear that it's basically speaking on South Africa and I guess xenophobic problems. Um, I can't really say I know much about the issue. Well, I've seen like certain media segments on it, but I don't know how vast the issue is. I really don't, I'm just listening. I'm just listening to the conversation. I don't really have much to add at the moment. I'll mute myself and maybe add a comment later.
One question: how many immigrants do you guys get? I don't know if you know the statistics of a year in South Africa, in comparison to other areas of the world as well.
They're illegal, so it's hard to tell. But there's a large influx. We can feel it in our own neighborhoods, like in the suburbs, townships, poor areas. Look, many people come from much less. It's hard for South Africans, especially poor Black South Africans, to understand this. But outside of South Africa, there seems to be a lot of poverty that's pushing people into South Africa. It's unfortunate but true. So there are a lot of people coming in here daily. Daily, people are coming in here daily, like crossing the border, people coming from West, East, Central Africa, even Arabs.
Right.
Even people from other parts of the world, which is also shocking, like as far as Asia. They're also coming here in much larger numbers, but mostly from the continent. So, there's a huge influx. Just people coming in illegally. And our system can't handle it, and we don't have the economy to support it. So I think that's why.
Do you do like mass deportations like they do here, or like?
Look, it does happen from time to time, but people keep coming back in. So the corruption that's there within the government, especially within the deportation system, has to be fixed there. The government, everybody, because this is causing a lot of instability. Sure, right now, over the years, it's been in certain areas, mainly Johannesburg, maybe in Durban. That's predominantly where it is. Maybe there have been some flare-ups as well in Cape Town. I think maybe that's where some of the people from his community are coming from. They're coming from those parts of the country. So, yeah, all the flare-ups that are happening that come from those areas, especially impoverished areas. So, yeah.
Yes, and just to add to that, JOZI Gold is someone who's from the I think Joburg is recorded as the richest place in Africa, if I'm not mistaken, or the place that has the most economic activity in Africa. So it would make sense why there would be a large influx of migrants from other countries to Johannesburg. Whereas for me, I live more inland, in a town that's not so well known, so we don't really get experiences of that. And also with the just with everything that Dr. R has been saying, I haven't experienced it, and that's the reason why Josie is able to give more insight to that topic.
Yeah, like I said, it's a major city thing. Most of the country doesn't know it. It's a major city thing. And of course, Johannesburg and the part of the country where Johannesburg is basically the wealthiest economy in Africa, sadly. So it attracts many people from across the continent trying to make it, trying to survive. So it's a contentious issue. And then traditionally, if you look at Johannesburg, there's always been a competition for resources. So it's that type of environment. So yeah, it's unfortunate, but yeah, but to be fair, I think R is entitled to his own opinion, and if people from his own country are telling him these things, and if he's met some white South Africans saying these things about South Africans, hey man, no, he's entitled to his own opinion. I mean, if that's what they're telling him, and he sees these images on TV, hey, I'll disagree with some of his points, but I mean, I can't argue with him. All right.
But Dr. R sounds like he has a British accent. Does he maybe live in London or the UK?
I live in the UK.
Oh, all right. And as you've heard, the way that we speak, our accent sounds a bit British. Am I correct?
Sounds more like Dutch.
No, your accent sounds like South African and Dutch.
Yeah, Dutch.
Dutch. We sound Dutch. That's a new one.
To be honest, I can't even. I've met Dutch people. I can't really differentiate between a Dutch and a South African, since they pretty much sound the same. They're English, the way they speak, the accent.
Yeah, but we're black. That's why we're trying to understand it, because to us, we sound completely different from Dutch and Afrikaners. So
yeah,
it's interesting. It's interesting.
But the point is, I feel like you should maybe save up, and when you get the time, just come and visit our country and just see everything for yourself. Would love to have you. Would love to host you in our country. Hopefully, we could link up, and whenever you are willing to come, you let us know, and we'll show you around. To me, it's quite shocking that some people view our country like this, and yeah, man. Hopefully, I hope that you've learned something, and whoever's been saying,
Radi,
yes,
like, I'm not shocked. Look. You have to understand certain things. Look, the image of South Africa when you watch international news is of these crazy black people looting, killing people. And then certain people that have bad experiences in South Africa, let's say maybe they've lived in impoverished areas, or especially white South Africans who are upset because of some of the laws, like BEE and employment equity to uplift black people, which has done a lot for South Africa, or some South Africans. They're pissed. The guy gets robbed once, and he's like 40 years old. He decides to immigrate to the the UK, and then South Africa is this terrible place, and then he starts talking all this crap, and it's reinforced by the media, and then people who are from other African countries who lived in these impoverished areas, who experienced xenophobic violence or saw it, who felt uncomfortable. Hey man, it's not far fetched, and he has every right to. So look, if he wants to and you want to host him, but hey man,
no,
can't
that's why. Yeah, but
if you want
that's why,
and you want to host him, hey man, do your thing.
Yeah, that's
like
what
I
I
said.
say.
Like I said earlier, for me, I don't know, maybe because I lived here my whole life, so I live in basically one of the most dangerous cities in South Africa. Used to be the most dangerous murder capital, all that, but that's no more the case. But I don't experience that. Even in the townships, I don't live in the townships, but even when I go to the townships, I don't experience that. So if he wants to, yeah, sure. And you want to host him, sure. But I'm not surprised that people view South Africa in that way. Is it true? No. But it's the reality, that media propaganda, and unfortunately people who lived in those areas as well, like sharing their experiences. So hey, yeah.
Yes, but what I'm trying to say is that the only way that we can combat people's views about our country is if we try to get them to our country so that they can see how South Africa is. like Dr. R had his own distorted view of our country. There are sadly many people outside of Africa who think that we South Africans are primitive in the way that we behave and act, and we wear skin clothes, and that
Okay, look,
we
Radi,
you decide the
I'm gonna
I
challenge you
believe
to
that the
say.
only the, yeah, but let me finish. I believe that the only way that we can combat that is by trying to get them to our country. You know, maybe if we can try to get them to our country and then maybe show them around. Uh, do you get what I mean?
Look, for me, if you want to do that and you think it's a good thing, hey man, like rock and roll, and you do your thing. If you want to have a great image of South Africa, that's also a good thing. But for me personally, I don't think that's what South Africans should be focusing on. Sure, a good image might help here and there, but much bigger problems economically. I think we should be focused on that. And sure, the
Yeah,
state
yeah,
could manage like do our own propaganda. They're not politically savvy, and the
yeah,
media, I think, especially white-owned, the media needs to be managed a bit more.
yeah.
So
But
it could actually portray a good image of us. So for me, look, that for me would do it. It's mostly a media thing than it is anything else. Most people have never seen a South African. Most people have never met South African. It's mostly media. Sure, the people like Ara from other African countries or people who meet like white South Africans, but the media image would be much stronger. So it's mostly an internal thing. That's all I'm saying.
yeah,
You
but
can do that. I'm not against. I'm not against it. You can do that. You
yeah,
can invite people. Sure, but I don't think that's gonna do the impact that we need. Like it's not gonna give us the impact that we need. That's what I'm saying to you.
well, for me, I believe that it won't make the impact that we need because isn't trying to invite people from other countries to our country, isn't that part of the tourism industry? And wouldn't that help, create jobs for our people
Look,
somehow? It,
look. For
isn't
me,
that maybe?
look, maybe it's because I come from an economic hub.
Mm,
Tourism is good, but it's not what makes
mm,
an economy.
mm,
We need to get back to the basics. Like the whole manufacturing thing that we used to have. Most of our parents
mm,
grew up telling they used to tell us, "Hey, man, these type jobs for days. We need to get back to that." And it wasn't tourism. Tourism is
mm.
good. Don't get me wrong, and it's nice. Yeah, sure, it might create jobs here, but it's not an economy. Like it's just not the backbone of the economy. We need to
Yeah,
get back to that. We have all the
wait,
manufacturing.
but look at it this way, now. What if, for example, the person that we're chatting to now, Chatlins and girls, right? What if he also has a view of South Africa? We invite him over, we show him around, and then it turns out that this dude is actually a multi-billionaire investor who'd be willing to invest in such
Yeah,
projects.
he's on
You never
property.
know.
He's rich.
Yeah,
But
so
look,
you never know. Do you understand?
look, look, look. That's a good thing. But
Yeah,
for me, it's an internal thing. That's all I'm saying
mm,
to you, Radi. I'm
yeah,
not against you inviting people, hosting people, and that's a great thing. I mean, I can tell that you're South African. That whole hospitality, invite people, that's great. But that's not the main focus that South Africa should be focusing on.
mm,
The state and could be doing more like other countries do in terms of propaganda, like creating a positive image of our country. Other countries have higher crime rates than us, murder rates than us, but they have a better image than we do. Why? Because of our own country. Like we're not managing that well. Economically, we made bad economic decisions. Sure, you can invite people, but I think South Africa has it. We have all that we need to make it good.
mm,
You know, that's all I'm saying to you. If they want to, sure. If you want to show them a good time, sure. If they want to come and you want to show them around, that's a good thing. But it shouldn't be the main focus of our country. But I'm not discouraging you. You can do that, but that's not the main focus. That should not be the main focus for us. Yeah.
mm. Okay.
Agreed.
From my view of South Africa, from what I've seen in the media, it looks like a beautiful country to me. I haven't been there. I haven't met anybody in person. Maybe I have and didn't know, but I haven't met anybody in person from there. But I have. Well, my sister has met somebody from online from South Africa, and I've seen certain. I don't know which city it was. Maybe Johannesburg, but certain parts of it. I don't know. I don't have a negative view on the country. It looks pretty good to me. I've seen like teenagers going to school and things of that nature, and it looks, even in certain parts, looks similar to like the people. Maybe they look similar to what I would see. Like, I mean, me being in Brooklyn, some of them, or some of like the youth and stuff, like have a similar type of, I guess they look like similar people, like, so that's all I have to really say on that. Like, especially with hip hop and things of that nature, they seem to gravitate. They say it seemed to be some similarity between like maybe some Black Americans and some South Africans. That's just one of the few things that come to mind at the moment.
Well, I haven't seen any strides. I've heard of maybe in South Africa, but in America, well, it makes sense. South Africans aren't really in America, but I still haven't heard of any significant, I guess, cultural exchanges between Americans and South Africans. I've seen some Americans going to South Africa and having a good time, but I mean, like, I haven't seen any major like cultural exchanges or whatever.
It's a rap artist named Papoose, and it was somebody from South Africa who was like a real big fan of Papoose, and he comes from Brooklyn. And I was surprised when my sister told me. I was surprised that they even knew who he was and that they listened to him so heavy over there. So that was just one thing that that comes to mind about the country that I have a personal experience with. One of the few things I have a personal experience with.
I would say a lot of old time African Americans probably might have affinity towards South Africa. I know there was a lot of African American artists who were definitely against the apartheid movement back in the past, and they pretty much, when apartheid was going on, especially during the 60s, our situation was going on as well here, especially in the southern state in the United States. So that's kind of like a lot of old timers and even performers back in the past. I forgot which performance they used to, go to some city in South Africa, which is similar to Vegas. And I think one performer refused to pay to go there due to the whole apartheid situation, and due to the situation we had here with Jim Crow law and all that. A lot of Black Americans in the past, whether it be politicians and stuff like that, did have affinity towards the South African cause, cause during apartheid, especially the various different civil rights leaders here.
Look, American music is popular, maybe not as popular as it used to be, but it's a very, very popular. We didn't really have a strong entertainment industry in the past. I think that's one of the reasons. And of course, I think it's also like Black American support for the end of apartheid. So that also played a role. And in terms of like cultural, maybe not major, but some people in the business communities, like there's something called the BBC, like basically translation Black Business Council in South Africa. And I think there's an equivalent of that in America, and that they've been doing some things together over the years. So maybe not in a huge way, but in their own ways, some people are doing that. So many people are doing business with each other, and there are people who are collaborating. So it's not known, but some people are working together. So yeah, in terms of business wise.
Okay. But does anyone on the panel have a question or anything else for anyone else?
I have a question I have a question for JOZI Gold. So with the current situation with South Africa, what do you think would be the most important thing to do to, I guess, improve the conditions? Or also, is there a way, do you think that in the future, I know maybe I don't know how extensive the xenophobic attacks are. They might be overhyped by the media, but even though they might be going on, I'm sure, you know, there's always a political aspect of it. But do you think that there's a way that the different groups or ethnicities, even like maybe certain I guess immigrants in native South Africans do you think that gap could be bridged in any way, or it's a way that they could work together in a way, or whatever tensions there are, they come together and unite over it? Or do you think it's or do you think that it can't happen?
Look, one of the mistakes that people have made, especially in South Africa, is not addressing the issue. So when the first xenophobic attacks happened in 2008, many South Africans were shocked, calling people xenophobic, promoting, like, how do I put this, kind of like a coming together thing. Oh no, we need to stop, we need to embrace our brothers and sisters from the rest of the continent. That didn't work because that was never the issue. It's not that people hate foreign nationals. It's that struggle at the bottom, that economic struggle that I explained earlier. That whole people fighting for resources, whether it be employment or in the informal business sector. That's where the main issue is. One, we don't have the economy to support people coming into the country, especially unskilled labor coming into the country to get jobs. We don't have that. And competing with locals in terms of like salaries. So we need to address that. We need to have an economy that can actually have enough jobs for South Africans and also accommodate people coming in from other African countries. Two is the informal sector. For me personally, some people might not like this, but other African countries do this. Small business, especially informal business, is strictly for locals, especially where people are survival entrepreneurs. For now, like selling stuff on the side on the street, cutting someone's hair. That happens on the street mostly over here in South Africa, and I think in many other African countries. That stuff should only be for locals for now. Because someone coming in who's also a survival entrepreneur, when we also have our own, and then he's because he's trying to survive, he's gonna charge less. It's gonna cause competition with the locals. It's an economic thing. And many of these places where this is happening are economic hubs. Basically, usually it's in Johannesburg and Durban, and maybe some flare-ups here and there in Cape Town. So these are major economic hubs in South Africa. And unfortunately for the rest of the continent as well. So we need to focus on our economy because we don't have that. We don't have our ducks in a row. We need to focus on that first. Because right now we're in no position to help anyone. Because even now the government, yeah.
Go ahead, Joe. Joe, keep on going. You on a roll.
Because right now we can't even support our own people. We let many people come in through corruption at the border. That needs to stop. Economically, why is it that they're letting people come and work for ridiculously low wages, abusing people from other African countries? That's something that nobody talks about. They're abusing people from other African countries, charging them something that's below the living wage of South Africa. That below the minimum wage of South Africa, way below. Some of them, they even take their tips from them. So them coming here and being abused is not going to help anyone either. So yeah,
I'm thinking.
Go ahead, Guardian. Go ahead, brother.
So I think that the root of that would be to punish the companies that employ and abuse people. So same thing in America. there's a so-called illegal immigration problem in America, but the thing is, it wouldn't be a problem if they didn't allow it to be a problem. They like the problem because they benefit from the, paying people so low wages. They can, just like how with what happened with the Haitians at the border, for example, you see that they were removed in a few days or a few weeks. Because they didn't want a bunch of black people coming to the country. Now with other lighter skinned type of immigrants, they'll play this little game like, oh, they're at the border. Oh, do we help them? Do we not? They'll play a little game, but eventually, slowly but surely, let them in on purpose, because even if they're illegal, they'll let them in because they want to abuse the labor. But the thing is, if all they have to do is, and it's very obvious to see which companies are, using, illegal labor and paying people, unfairly low wages. If they were to just find them, arrest them, send them to jail, repossess their assets, so okay, just like how you could repossess in America, they have like laws called like different types of laws that allow you to just, if somebody's so-called running a criminal enterprise or whatever, they could take all your assets, they could take your house, they could take things that were gotten with that so-called illegal money, your businesses. So if they did that but businesses that employed illegal immigrants, the illegal immigration problem will be solved overnight. But they play a political game because they play both sides of the political game to their benefit. So I think the root of that problem would be to target the businesses first and foremost. With the people, I know that people are always going to come because people like to come to places, whatever it takes. If they feel like they need to survive, they'll go to wherever they feel they can survive. So as long as there's, problems and they feel like South Africa is like a place of opportunity, they're going to come no matter what. Even if you try your hardest, it's just too much land mass to try to, block the borders. There's too much land mass. Somebody's going to slip in. But if you target the businesses especially, then that will solve that specific problem.
Yeah, I agree.
One question.
That's one of the reasons.
Go ahead, Josie. Go ahead, Josie.
Look, I agree with that. Like, one of the reasons for me that I think this is happening is because of our stringent labor laws. I support people having rights, but I think especially the unions and the current regime, they've made firing someone so difficult where you really have to think about hiring someone. So I think they need to somehow at least make the labor laws a bit more loose to employ South Africans as well. So it's that, and of course what you said, the companies as well, like penalties. So yeah, I agree.
One thing I'm curious about, Josie Gold, is pretty much it's probably your tax laws there. I mean, do they utilize a lot of the taxes, let's say to, fix up the streets and or like healthcare situations or free education? Where do your taxes go in your country? And also creating a welfare system for your citizens as well.
Look, the problem, we do have a welfare system. We do have free education, even though it's terrible. Grade 1 to 12, so basically up until you finish high school, you have free education. But some of those schools are not good. So, and we do have free healthcare. But the free healthcare, look, if you have free healthcare and free education in one country and then you're surrounded by other countries that don't have that, many people are going to try to get their kids in from other African countries. So that's another problem that's happening in South Africa. So someone's sick, or look, some countries, it's just the reality, just don't have hospitals. So they'll obviously come to South Africa to get medical help, to get help medically. So all of those things play into it. So our hospital system is overwhelmed by people from other African countries. Some people, even including the education system, especially in the inner city in Johannesburg, most of the kids that are getting the free education are mostly people from other African countries. So these things are there. Basically, like I was saying earlier, the blame, to be honest, is at the doorstep of the South African government. I think that's one of the reasons why the support dropped in this current election that happened was it this month? Yes, yeah. So those things are there. Are the roads being fixed? Yes. Are there more houses, government housing? Yes. I think last I checked, 70% of South Africans live in houses, not in slums.
Well,
So they have
that's
done
really
a
good.
lot of things. Look, they've done a lot of good things. Even though as corrupt as they are, as messed up as they are, I mean, they're a mess. But I can't lie and say the current government, which is the ANC, hasn't done a lot. They've done a lot. There is welfare for like children, I think up to 18, and free education, basically from grade 1 to 12, basically all the way up until you finish high school. Those things are there. But of course, after school, you're on your own, which makes a lot of sense. You should be working or furthering your education. So all of those things are in place. It's just the influx.
I'm
Because and
assuming.
in many ways,
I'm
in
assuming like
many ways,
getting a house. Go ahead, Josie.
in many look, I can't blame like if you look at the condition in many of our neighboring countries, let's put Namibia and Botswana to the side. Botswana maybe not as good as Namibia because a lot of Botswanans coming here. But many countries don't have institutions that exist. That's just a harsh reality. I don't blame them at times for coming here because if I was them and I knew that in South Africa I could get an operation for free, I'd go to South Africa. I'd also run to South Africa. And South Africa has more money on the ground and that I could also get employment there. I'd also do that the same thing. But South Africa right now has to look out for its own citizens, unfortunately. Yeah.
I mean, I think
Go
a
ahead.
lot of it exists. I mean, like countries like Nigeria. I mean, a lot of smart people and a lot of doctors and a lot of educated people. It's just, it's as far as hard to invest in that country, especially from a business point of view. I mean, in certain areas of the country, I'm assuming they don't have 24-hour electricity. As a lot of people complain a lot, it's a lot of corruption there, and then we have a large educated people in the country, but there's no type of work, and not everyone could be a business owner or could create a business. I hate to say, some people are just born to be workers, and they look for jobs which they feel that they qualify, but it's just not there, and that's that's the result of a lot of people leaving that country and searching elsewhere in the world. Because I encountered plenty of people from, let's say, like Nigeria. I'm like saying, telling me that they have a PhD, but I'm like saying, why are you driving a yellow cab? Because their degree do not translate into the United States. And if they had to go do it all over again, schools are very expensive. It would be very, very pricey for them to do that. But like I said, some of these countries do have the facilities. It's just the lack of opportunity for them to get the type of employment that they want.
Yeah, that's just a sad reality. Like something that has to be fixed. I'm not sure how. That's why I said, like, I think it was on this channel. Look, it's in my best interest as a South African for other African countries to do well, to develop, to grow the economies, to have less corruption because of this. It's because of the influx and look, and our own like institutions are being overrun, our own hospitals that are free for our own citizens are being overrun, unfortunately, by people from other African countries. It's something that we have to look into. Like, I'm not sure how, but yo, it's in our best interest for them to do well. Like as in yesterday, we want them to do well, want them to develop. Hey, even if we even want them to become better than South Africa, it's in our best interest for them to do well, like to do really, really, really well. Because our own systems are being overrun. There are too many people coming in large numbers. Because more and
Right.
more countries are failing and falling apart, and when that's happening, our own government is also starting to like mess up a lot. So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's an interesting discussion. I don't blame Southern Africans, specifically South Africans, for being more xenophobic. I do have an issue with taking xenophobia beyond, like, you know, hurting people and stuff like that. But I can definitely understand it's the same that happens in actually any country in the world. If you look at a lot of European countries, they're starting to become more xenophobic as well. But that is for other reasons. And a lot of the reasons that they're saying is that when immigrants come over there, they'll work for less. They can flood certain communities. They could impact the homogeneous culture that originally was there. And so I see that a lot in other countries, so I could kind of understand that. And if the prices of things go up, like in any country, it is automatically, someone else's fault. It's like, okay, why is the price of this going up? We can't afford this. And then when you add in foreign investors as well from other countries who are able to afford certain things that maybe the locals also cannot afford, it's a very complex type of situation. So I don't think that's just unique to South Africa, but because the conditions in South Africa are so good and there are immigrants coming from so many different countries specifically over there, I see it. I will say though that speaking to certain Southern Africans, they take like less nonsense than other African countries. So that maybe that has a reason why it manifests into violence in certain instances. I'm not sure, but yeah, I don't see a solution for that unless the government um has more mechanisms to stop illegal immigration, has more mechanisms to make certain people just feel better, I don't know, feel better, help certain, I don't even know what the word is. But unless the government invests more into, I guess, local people and certain local people initiatives, it's more immigrants coming to there is not going to stop the problem, and I see it getting a bit worse, unfortunately, due to human nature.
What gets me, gets me in particularly as
And
far as in. Go
I
ahead. Go
do
ahead.
I and Ali Jones, I understand blaming foreign people is weak. People need to look further. However, what I'm just saying is that this is something that happens across the whole world. You know,
Right.
it's usually is always the immigrants' fault, and the immigrants are usually the easiest scapegoats.
I guess what gets a lot of people, especially, is this: why are these governments, knowing that their own citizens are traveling leaps and bounds to get out the situation, is not like clicking to them? You know what? We should do better. We should do better for our people. Instead of seeing our citizens going to the Mediterranean, going to Italy. And trust me, I talked to some Italians, the ones who I know who live in Italy, who goes back and forth to the United States, and some of them don't like it. Some of them don't like too many, they don't say that to me directly, but it kind of indirect, that many immigrants coming from certain African countries there. It's going to be to a point where the people are there. I mean, because right now everything is pretty much surface. But I have a feeling if the people there fall in hard times, they're going to take it out on illegals there. And the illegal Africans, particularly from Senegal and the Senegambian area, when that happened, I'm just hopefully that they run to the hills, because it's going to be a whole lot of S is going to hit the fan.
Can I respond to that? I don't even know why Africans are going to Italy. It's a shit country with a shit economy.
Tell me about it.
It's a shit economy. Like, come on, most Italian, most Africans from Italy that I've come across, 99% said I want to go to the UK or Norway or even Finland. That's where the money is in terms of welfare, education. Italy's a crap country, crap economy. And you said about xenophobia, Italians are soft people, very soft.
But I'm feeling, as far as I talked to one Italian people. As time goes on and the mood of the people are starting to change, I just feel sorry for what's going to happen.
Yes, true, but Italians, they're basically, I don't want to say this, but Italians, along with Irish people, they're basically the niggers of Europe. I don't think Italians will do anything. I know that Germans are going to do something, but Italians and Greeks, they're not going to do nothing. I don't take them serious.
Well, we'll see. We'll see, because this one person I talked to, he seems very, very frustrated about it.
So, Dr. R, if I may ask, how do you, after our extensive discussion and after JOZI Gold broke everything down, I think that he did a fantastic job, because there are some things that I was learning as he was speaking. What are your views? How do you see South Africa now? I'm just interested in that.
That's you, Dr. R.
Yes, Rally, I've enjoyed listening to your viewpoints, and maybe someday I will visit South Africa and change some of my views on it.
Yes.
But in the meantime, I'm gonna have a think about it. But I haven't changed some of my views. But I don't dislike South Africans. And you explain to me what's going on in South Africa since you're from there.
Yes, no, I'm happy. I'm happy, and I don't know how I would have done it without the input from JOZI Gold. Thank you, my brother.
Hey,
Yeah, sure.
that's so sweet, but let's not be too merry now. Let's not be too merry. It's one conversation, but no, is there hope for South Africa? Yes, but what I believe is it has nothing to it has something to do with South Africa, but it has more to do with other African countries. The minute other African countries get it together, there's gonna be less of this nonsense. And earlier I was listening in, somebody said, why are a whole bunch of Africans going to Italy? It's one of the easiest way to get into Europe. Like it's very rare that your end goal is to be in Italy. How do I know? My father was there. He hated it. In fact, he was sleeping on cardboard boxes. But anyways, Italy is a mess. So the goal is to get to maybe the UK, to get to France, to get to Germany. But if you're taking the illegal way, as we know, it usually leaves you to the Mediterranean. It usually leaves you in Italy. But then it's hard to get out of Italy if you don't have money. Because a lot of these things that people don't realize, the migrants especially, is you go to Italy, you think it's going to be easy, but no, you have to dodge border police. You need money to travel anyways, to go to other countries. So some people just get stuck in Italy, to be honest. And I'm not even going to say it's sad at this point, because people know and they still do it. So it just is what it is, unfortunately.
Some of them are actually taking a different route nowadays, especially with the whole Haitian migration thing in the United States. I remember watching a documentary with, not a documentary, with a guy from Cameroon on Go Black's channel. And, I guess a lot of people sell people to this idea it's going to be easy to get to the United States if you go through South America, but not telling them they're going to have to go through the jungle, where you have all types of wild animals. You have a whole lot of drug traffickers. You have a whole lot of everything in there that could go wrong. And the sad thing about it, watching a couple of news clips, certain Africans who was going there, they were bringing their babies with them. And I was just like, are these people out of their minds? You're going nearly through the Amazon jungle. It's not the Amazon jungle. It's the border between, I guess, I don't know if it's Panama and Colombia, going through that whole jungle. And God knows how many people died. And then you have to deal with all types of people, reports of women getting raped, people who are not getting paid, getting shot. I mean, the guys, people are not having enough money, they're getting shot. I'm just like, that's crazy. That a lot of these people, or some of these people, not a lot, don't know the real story behind it. I was just totally, especially coming from all the way from Africa and people from Bangladesh, various different areas of the world, trying to get into the United States. That has become now the new route.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with Belize.
Yeah. Is that whole
But
junk? Yeah, go ahead,
but
sir.
if you're an African, but in Africa, it's very, very, very easy to get papers to Europe or visas in general if you know the right people. It costs like what, 5,000, 10,000? And with countries like Kenya or South Africa, especially with South Africa and Namibia, you could easily go to UK or New Zealand with these passports, especially with the South African passport.
Right.
Or
Because
one of the things.
JOZI Gold, I remember years ago on Alibaba, I've seen this advertised on Alibaba. Some Pakistani guy based in the Emirates was selling people passports from South Africa and Botswana, Namibia, those countries where this guy claimed they got connections to the government. You just submit the documents and you're going to get a passport within a week or two. Because how many?
Look,
I don't know, but there's a lot of corruption in these African countries. I'm just telling you, there's corruption.
Look, I agree with you, but that's one of the things that drives people nuts. And to be honest,
it's not just South Africa, but it's the Caribbean islands as well. Like, how many Africans that've got money are traveling to these countries to do God knows whatever? Because it's very easy to get a passport. Europe's compared to America, Europe's like very easy to get a visa or passport if you know the right people. But America and Canada and Australia is extremely difficult. And those South American countries are very easy to get papers.
Oh, yeah, very easy over there. Yeah.
Look, okay, that's what I was saying earlier. We need to work on our government, like especially the corruption, because this is one of the things that's caused tensions between South Africans and people from other African countries. Is that corruption that's there, where people can come in and just buy a South African ID or use a South African citizen's identity to go into a foreign country. I think that's one of the reasons why I think South Africans used to be able to get into the UK. There's some sort of special permit for South Africans that ended because many people, mainly from West Africa, were buying like South African identities through like Home Affairs, which is basically the department that deals with it, to get into Europe. So they ended up canceling it. So yeah, like South Africans need to work on our own corruption.
At least the South African passport has got value.
It means nothing when people and anybody can buy it. It reduces its value.
True.
Interesting.
So, I have a question. So about like the migration, okay, so I can understand why a lot of people are coming to, they want to risk so much to come to the US and the UK, for example. I understand maybe the situation is bad, but why? There's a lot of other options though, even though it might not be what they think the US is. Why go so far? If you do want to leave, why go so far to go to those locations instead of just maybe another country that's a little more stable? If the issue,
I think I think when it comes down to it, Garden of the Archive, and I remember talking to some in some chat, it comes down to the money, and for for better for worse, the United States is the standard money. I mean, it has value. I mean, we give it value. We don't go by the standard gold anymore, but it's go by the confidence of the US dollar. And due to those factors, anywhere you go to have, if you make enough income in the United States and become a United States citizen or resident or whatever, it has a lot of weight. Let me just say that. Traveling to different countries, having that blue passport has a lot of weight. And unfortunately, going to different places, when people know you're an American citizen, they value your opinion a great deal more than certain other nationalities, if you know what I'm talking about. So, and you could be as dumb as hell, and I met a lot of dummies through my travels. When I encounter other Americans, I try not to even talk to other Americans when I'm traveling anyway, but the U.S. passport do have a lot of value. And since our country is considered a superpower, people want to come here. And then also, what Hollywood sell people. I mean, the imagery of the United States, what Hollywood present, makes it seems like the city of gold or some type of El Dorado. When in reality, as you might see in our cities here, it's quite a contrast, especially if you come to LA and you see tons of homeless people everywhere. And people are awfully shocked that they even see this exist in the United States. And then also our infrastructures in different parts of the country, people are shocked. I mean, not saying that it's all like that. I mean, we got tons of good areas, but we also have things we need to work on here.
Right.
And I kind of understand with JOZI Gold's frustration, because I'm like saying, we have a lot of uneducated people here. And I get it. Big businesses do not want to pay that much, but they have to realize the cost of living is pretty high here. I'm not saying I'm looking at it from a California point of view, because I know in other parts of this country it's a lot cheaper. But to get a house in California, it's only 30% of the people could own homes, and a medium home is getting close to $700,000 to buy a house. And obviously, we don't outright buy a house. We have to get loans. And hopefully you have good credit, and hopefully that debt to income ratio match. In other words, they'll judge you as far as if you're able to pay their bills, and they look at your credit and stuff like that. And then they take your credit and your liabilities, and they factor in, okay, will this guy be able to pay his bills? And would he have enough money left off? Whatever. And if you either qualify, if you don't. And obviously most people get 30-year loans here. So it's a hassle. I even know some of my friends, they even have 2 jobs. I mean, they probably might work their professional job, and then they might do like Uber Eats or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not perfect. So yeah, for example, like with the home. So I know that I know certain conditions might be better in America, but for example, with the home, like you said, to get a mortgage, a lot of these homes, especially if you live in, let's say you're from New York and you want to live in New York for the rest of your life, a lot of people like to want to live where they're from. Most of these homes in New York City cost close to $1 million. And like you said, in LA, it's $700,000. So, and most people, nobody has the cash for that. So they're going to get a 30-year mortgage. If you're 30 years old, a 30-year mortgage, you basically have to work for the rest of your life to pay off the one home that you want to get. Whereas in these other countries, you might be able, it might not be as flashy as the US, but at least you own the land under your ground. At least you own the land that you stand on. Maybe you could grow food from that land and things of that nature. You don't have to work and live to pay taxes for the rest of your life. It's not though. And even certain cities in the US, even though New York is great, LA is great, but certain cities, small cities, like a city like Nairobi might be more advanced than certain cities in the US and certain states.
Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, like Nairobi is, let's say you go to somewhere like New Hampshire, or you go to Connecticut. You go to Connecticut and you happen to live in Waterbury. Nairobi is way, in terms of, even from what I've seen, I haven't been there, but I've seen it on the internet. I know there's always good and bad areas. There's always good and impoverished areas and good areas. But the city, Nairobi itself, is way more advanced than the average city. I mean, a small town, the average town and everything. So, right in a lot of these countries in Africa, what you're running from is right. What you want to get is right in your location. If
I guess for a lot of them, it's probably like they have a lack of opportunity, a lack of job growth. I hear from Kenyans and stuff like that. as far as, as we going through right now in the United States, the Great Resignation, where a lot of people do not want to work these low paying jobs.
Right. People rather just quit. I mean, it's like people are so fed up. I mean, it's not, you have to, if you miss a paycheck or you miss a few paychecks, there's welfare here, but it's not really that much welfare. That's why it's so much homelessness. If you wind up losing your job, you could literally wind up on the street on the concrete if you don't have a relative to take care of you. So you have to work 24/7. So it's going to be a huge homelessness problem if things keep going in this direction. But it's not as easy as some. Even though I know there's a lot of I guess I'll call it privilege or whatever. There's a lot of advantages like modern technology and things of that nature. But it's still not. If you have your family and you have your loved ones and you have land and you have things that you can survive off of, you have food. I mean, I know a lot of, if you're able to get the basic necessities of life and you have your family, I don't think that it's so, I don't think it may be better to stay where you're at instead of risking chasing, it's like someone said in another stream, it's like the Wizard of Oz where you're trying to follow the yellow brick road to prosperity, and you find out at the end it's not like that. Right.
It's going to be a lot more harder than they imagine, especially like I said, because a lot of the immigrants usually go to key cities. They usually go to, let's say, New York.
Right.
To a certain degree, it depends on your ethnicity.
I would say that's changing, but to answer the previous question, why would people prefer to go to the US or Canada or wherever instead of going to Nairobi? It's mostly because of also the social services and the social assistance and the fact that
it depends.
It depends. You can't say social assistance in the United States, Alpha Merlino, because that's it depends on your state. It's not like in the United States we have free healthcare. Healthcare system here in this country is
there's no free healthcare here.
It's so messed up and so broken.
But Guardian messed up. At least your healthcare is better than the UK. It's not crap.
No, it's bad. It's bad, bro. It's bad.
No, because in Brian Griffiths, I don't know if you would visit the UK. You have to wait at least 3 or 4 hours just to bloody see a doctor. You have to wait at least 4 hours. In America, your system is superior because you wait like what 25 minutes.
So my mother's healthcare got cut off after she stopped because we work. In order to get healthcare, we have to work, and then you get the so-called Obamacare. But if you have a gap in your employment, even if once she was a senior citizen, so even once you become a senior citizen, you get Medicaid. Once you become a senior citizen, if you're not a senior citizen, then you're SOL, shit out of luck or whatever. But that gap. Because once you start once she had healthcare service and then she got a thousands of dollar bill, so it was she was hesitant to go to the doctor again. But in that time, because she was hesitant, she had certain health problems with her lungs and everything. She wound up, she passed unfortunately in 2018. But it's a lot of people that die off of just basic. A doctor's visit could cost thousands of dollars if you don't have health insurance. And a lot of people
Archives, I'm talking about in terms of doctors, in terms of hygiene and being misdiagnosed. Like the hospital could have killed my sister because stupid doctor gave my sister the wrong medicine, and he could have killed my sister that day. Honestly. And I highly doubt it. If you pay for your healthcare, you wouldn't see that incompetence.
We have a lot of incompetence over here.
We have a lot of incompetence.
It's bad. It's expensive and incompetent. So I had an Uber driver, for example. And he was driving. He got his legs chopped off of incompetence. They kept he was getting his vein. They kept I guess they kept something. They were doing something with his veins or whatever, or draining some type of thing. But I guess they forgot that it was in there, and it was in there for way too long, and they wound up having to have his legs chopped off. And this happened in Connecticut as well. So it's a lot of. It's incompetence and it's over expensive too. It's a lot of issues with it over here. There's benefits, but it's a lot of things unsaid that people don't go in on the issues here as far as the healthcare goes.
Yeah, as far as the healthcare goes, I remember dealing with it. I really dealt with the healthcare system when my mother got sick, and that really taught me to understand, like, okay, now I knew what the healthcare debate was all about. With my mom's situation, she had one healthcare insurance. And I don't know why she switched it, because she had one insurance and then it would have switched on to Medicare. So she had to go to, one of those, I hate to say old folks' homes, but, one of those facilities where they pretty much take care of you until you get better. I know in Canada and Great Britain, they make sure you get well before you go home. However, due to the situation with my mother healthcare insurance, and I don't know if they didn't trust the doctors, they said, send her home. Send her home. She became sick again. And then I had to go through this whole entire process again, because that healthcare she had pretty much told the doctors to send her home. And the doctors don't have no power to do it, even though if it's within their recommendation to say she need to stay here a lot longer. And I tried to switch the healthcare insurance. They said you could do it every, October. But when I tried to switch it, they was telling me, due to your mother having a precondition, we're not going to accept her in this type of insurance. So it's pretty much a mess. I mean, I didn't realize how deeply flawed our healthcare insurance until I was going through a whole lot of gymnastics. Finding the right place for my mother, as far as I had to literally go to various different facilities, making sure that it is the right place. Some of these facilities, I was really surprised. I hate to say it, it was almost like third world, and it was smelling like pee everywhere. I'm like, I'm not going to have her go to this place. So I found the right one for her to take care, for her recovery. And, even with that, I was dealing with the healthcare insurance, as far as saying to them, and they was going to me to talk to them, my mom need to stay here a little bit longer to get better. It's pretty much a mess. It's confusing. We have so many different companies and different types of insurance. You don't know what to make A and B to any of these things.
But is it true that 50% of Americans, is it true that Americans spend 50% of their income on healthcare?
Mm.
I believe so, from my jobs.
That's ridiculous.
Because I had a Spaniard who was born in Texas, but originally from Spain, but from Texas, and told me that years ago. Like I really found it hard to believe him. You're telling me Americans spend 50% of their income on healthcare, but as you told me that, and you confirmed it.
I think it's if you get sick. If you get sick, you're gonna spend at least 50. You might spend. It might be all of everything you have, like going to healthcare. If you get sick,
and also they don't.
Otherwise, people try to avoid spending so much. People try to avoid it and just try not to get sick. That's the type of situation it is.
And I'll give you another situation too. One of my good friends, Mexican guys, he had prostate issues, prostate cancer. And when he went to his doctor, the doctor was saying, okay, we could perform an invasive medicine without getting rid of your prostate. You know what his healthcare insurance said? We're not going to pay for that. Only thing we're going to pay for if they remove your entire prostate. He pretty much spent $40,000 himself to go through the method that the doctor said, instead of going through his healthcare insurance. They wanted to remove the entirety of his prostate.
Wow, that's messed up.
Yeah, it is.
But
I was
with
like
healthcare,
saying to them, after they want you to be a eunuch, you know what I mean? When your prostate removed, that's it. Yeah, this is only for the rich, really.
Okay, so we're gonna let African Fang Tribe go ahead. Thanks for calling in.
Okay, hello. Hello, everybody. Nice to be around. 1 second.
Okay.
Sorry, 1 second. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, what I was trying to say, that's what I call in, is about the South Africa thing that happened. So I was listening to everything you said, but I'm going to give my viewpoint. So I don't think South Africans are racist towards other Africans. But the thing is this, when we move to other countries, it's like Nigerians or Somalians, they move to the country, or Ghanaians, mostly we come with a business mindset. And then, but the problem is like South African blacks, they don't have the same opportunities in their own country yet. So for them, it's very difficult just to open a business just like that. They don't have those opportunities that we have in other countries. And then if a Nigerian comes, and Nigerian are proper businessmen, they have a business mindset. So they go to open businesses or to take over, yeah, like that, about the money, yeah. So, and then for the South Africans that is still oppressed somehow, so it's difficult to see all the blacks, yeah, improving themselves or having the money or how to make the money. So I think sometimes what South African blacks supposed to do is to educate themselves in a business mindset, not into an oppressive mindset. I like South Africans. As I say, I watch a lot of South African TV shows. So now I'm going to starting watching The River. Yeah, because I said I watched Bonang, Bing Bonang, like 5 times, the 3 seasons, and many other ones. So I know not every single black in South Africa is oppressed. And even Bonang was poor. And now it's rich. So everybody can do it, but you have to have that business mindset. So you don't have to care about what other people say about you, because that's the most important thing. You have to go toward your goals. So I don't think South Africans are racist towards others, but they feel a little bit, maybe not isn't the right word, but a little bit inferiority complex. When if I go to South Africa, believe me, I got to open a business. I got to take over. I'm going to do anything I have to do to have that money, you know. And then we go that hard, and then they cannot do that at all in the country yet, because thank you of seeing Bonang Mateba TV shows when she was at the university where her brother is, or I don't know if her brother is still in that university, or he finished his degrees. So how these students were saying that they were proud of Bonang because he was an example for them to be better. So I think South African blacks need more people like Bonang to teach them that there is a path, there is a way that they can succeed. That's it.
Okay. I need to
wait. Wait.
Okay.
Wait, JOZI Gold, before you respond, can I also say something?
Sure.
From what I've seen, especially with the part where you say that Africans, especially Nigerians, come to South Africa with an entrepreneurial mindset, that's kind of true from what I've seen, and it's mainly the reason why they work as hard as they do. They are mainly driven by necessity. So whenever they have an opportunity, from what I've seen, they give it their best. And there have been some who literally came to South Africa with nothing and have built big sustainable businesses where they employ South Africans. Where I'm currently living right now, one of the most beautiful buildings, one of the most beautiful buildings, it's a construction company. It's a business that's owned by a Zimbabwean. And also at university, the students who came from Zimbabwe and students who came from other African countries were the most driven. They were the ones who would study the whole night, and they were always on their books. So there is a fairly some truth into that. But yeah, but it's not always the case. But the part where you speak about entrepreneurial spirit, I can agree to that to some extent. Sometimes it leads them to sell drugs, like I said. Most of the strip clubs, from what I've seen, are owned by your Nigerians. But yeah, man, Nigerians are, from what I've seen, they're hustlers. They have that entrepreneurial drive, from what I've seen. And I'm sure JOZI Gold is going to give me a new perspective. But go ahead.
I'm going to give you all a completely different perspective. Look, for me, I'm from the economic hub, Johannesburg. So majority of the businesses that I see that are thriving are owned by Black South Africans. Majority of like 90-something%. So not just business, in terms of entrepreneurship, there's a lot of people that I know who are Black South Africans. Well, most of them are Black South Africans that are thriving. Apart from like this puzzle shop with the Somalians, most of the businesses are owned by Black South Africans. So for me, I have a different perspective. This is from my own lived experience because I'm part of the business community over here in Johannesburg. So yeah, most of them are Black South Africans. And in terms of professionals, so for me, what I see is survival entrepreneurship. There's entrepreneurship, and then there's survival entrepreneurship. A survival entrepreneur sells something so that he can eat today. Most people from other African countries, including Nigerians, I'm not bashing Nigerians because I'm South African, all of them, most of them, like 90-something% of them are survival entrepreneurs. I'm not seeing like this whole entrepreneurial thing that I've seen. Maybe what I do see would be a Nigerian guy comes from a wealthy family in his own country, Ghanaian or Zimbabwean. They already come from that. Are there some success stories? Sure, they are. But I'm not seeing that. Most of them are survival entrepreneurs, whether it be Nigerians, Zimbabweans, Ghanaians, Congolese. And then if they're rich, 90-something% of the time, it's because they come from wealthy families in their countries. So their families kind of like put them in a, I don't know, there's the cultures on the African continent where they give like their kids money to go start businesses elsewhere. People who come from wealthy families. I know because I've spoken to some of these guys, but for me, in terms of entrepreneurial spirit, I disagree. Most of it is by Black South Africans. Even in terms of education, like we're more educated than we've ever been before. Well, some people can't even use their education. So for me, from what I'm seeing, it's mostly Black South Africans, and most of the foreign nationals, unfortunately, are survival entrepreneurs. They're just trying to survive. So yeah.
I hope that answers your question, African Fang Tribe.
Sorry, Seven.
We're just saying that it hopes that it answers your question. And I also think that the biggest point that you should take out of my back and forth with JOZI Gold is that we South Africans aren't the same. We have different ways of thinking. We have different beliefs. He lives in a town. I live in a small town. I see things differently. I don't think it's correct for anyone to say that people from this certain country are a certain way, because we all have our different viewpoints. I think that's the biggest thing that you should take out of our discussions.
Radi, where are you from?
I don't live far from Johannesburg. I live in a small town called Potchefstroom. Have you ever heard about it?
Potchefstroom.
Yes.
In the northwest.
Yes.
I've heard about it, but yeah, you come from a very small town. Yeah, we do have different perspectives, and we do see things differently. Yeah, I agree. And
Just
we have
where
different lived experiences. Johannesburg, born and raised, and I still live here.
Okay, both of you are South Africans.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, because I wasn't listening at all because I was mostly in the chat comment section. So, what is the viewpoint of JOZI about just something quick? Your viewpoint about South Africa or what you were talking about.
So you didn't hear what I said?
No, because I was in the chat comment section. That's why I was not listening at all.
All I was saying was, look, For me, from where I live in Johannesburg, my own lived experiences, and of course, coming from a family that's entrepreneurial and being an entrepreneur myself, look, from what I see, most of the business, apart from the Somalians, look, they did well with this puzzle shop thing. But most foreign nationals that I see, 90 something percent, are survival entrepreneurs. And for me, a survival entrepreneur is something like this. If you just doing business so you can eat or send a bit of money at home, you're not really like, they're just they're selling what they're selling just to survive. You're a survival entrepreneur. Most foreign nationals, regardless of wherever they come from, West, East, Southern, Central Africa, that I've seen over here in Johannesburg, most of them are just trying to survive. Most of like the entrepreneurs, the business community that I'm seeing is Black South Africans. People are doing well. I mean, by recent stats, most of the millionaires in South Africa are Black South Africans. And 9 out of 10 times when a foreign national is rich, I'm not saying they don't have success stories. I'm sure you'll find a Zimbabwean or a Nigerian that started with nothing and has something in South Africa. But most of them come from wealthy families in their countries, and they kind of given money to start businesses in other countries. There's a culture that some countries have that, like Americans who've done that, who come from wealthy families, Nigerians, and there's also passport culture where they kind of like satellite babies, where like some of them are born in the US, some of them are born in the UK or somewhere else in Europe, and they also have like South African residencies, so they can travel. So there's a culture amongst the wealthy in other African countries of doing that. But most of the millionaires, most of the business people that I see in terms of entrepreneurial spirit, I see that mostly amongst South Africans, like people who are the movers and shakers. For me, like 90 something percent are South African from where I live. From where Radi lives, what he says, he sees that amongst that, he sees a lot of entrepreneurship amongst foreign nationals. For me, no, it's not something I've seen personally. And I also have family in the Northwest. They also entrepreneurial. I have family in the Eastern Cape. There's also a lot of entrepreneurial, how do I put this, culture there, even across Gauteng. So my lived experience coming from a business background and a business, how do I put this, an entrepreneurial family and being an entrepreneur myself, those are the people I'm exposed to. So for me, South Africans are very entrepreneurial. So yeah.
Every single of you are entrepreneur.
No, not everybody.
Uh-huh.
Like I said earlier, some people are just survival entrepreneurs. For me, a survival entrepreneur is not a real entrepreneur. That's why
What
they
does
try
mean
to
for
get
you?
So for me, a person who's selling tomatoes on the side of the street is not an entrepreneur. He's trying to survive.
Mm-hmm.
Or tomatoes, anything, something like that. Mainly people who sell on the streets in Johannesburg, majority of them. Even the South Africans that are still selling on the streets are survival entrepreneurs. Most foreign nationals that I've encountered in South Africa are survival entrepreneurs. They're selling to survive, to eat something at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, and you, Radi, what you say about?
Yeah,
He's
and
the exact
not
opposite.
all. Yeah, unfortunately, not all of us are born to be entrepreneurial and business people. For one, myself, I just want to get my degree, study further, and get a good paying job and climb up the ranks. I have no problem doing that. I believe people like JOZI Gold are more equipped with that because they have that background. Whereas I come from a family that's been working, and I also tried the entrepreneurial thing, and it was just, my experience with that was, it was just too stressful, and there were just a lot of people that were not, that I couldn't, that were not trustworthy, and I decided, you know what, let me just accept that I'm just meant to get my qualifications and work for a good organization. So I wouldn't say that I have the entrepreneurial spirit. Maybe you can say that I have a corporate entrepreneurial spirit, whereby I would jump from one job to another, hoping for a better pay. But I wouldn't consider myself to have an entrepreneurial spirit.
Well, but both of you, I don't see any issue in here, really, because both of you are agreeing. So it's good to have people like JOZI, because he's going to create jobs that you, Radi, you're going to apply for. So because JOZI is going to need people, to work for him, because being an entrepreneur or a businessman or businesswoman, you need people to work for you to make that business to be what you want to be, what you want it to be. So I don't see any issue.
So you could say that JOZI Gold is my boss.
JOZI Gold is everyone's boss.
You go
Okay.
from one to another, so there is going to be your boss.
Yeah.
Okay. Look, I think from what we can learn from this is this: depending on who you speak to, you'll get a different answer. Someone like myself who comes from a family that own businesses and who's also an entrepreneur is going to give you a different answer from someone who didn't. And someone like myself who's from a large city, a very large city, I think one of the largest cities in the world, and basically the wealthiest city in Africa, I'll give you a different perspective from someone who didn't come from that. So depending on who you speak to, whether it be like people coming from the same country doesn't mean they'll have the same perspective or the same views. For me, I come from the business community, so I'm surrounded by a lot of Black South Africans who are entrepreneurs and who are business people and have done well. But someone who isn't or doesn't know them or is not in that space will give you a different answer. So it's that whole thing. It's to each his own at the end of the day.
Yeah, from my inferences, it seems like JOZI Gold has had more exposure to other people, other ways of life, even just other Black people, Africans, etc. And Radi, to me, seems like you've had less experiences with other Black people or other Africans in South Africa.
Correct.
That's interesting. Great. But did anyone have a last minute question before I ask my last minute question before the closeouts?
I have one more question on South Africa. So, and this question is for JOZI and Radi. So I know that there was apartheid, and at the end of apartheid, there was supposed to be a transferring of the wealth or land and things of that nature, but it hasn't happened yet. Do you support appropriation of, I guess, the wealth that the white South Africans has made up and dividing it amongst the Black South Africans to finally, bring them out of, like, the ones that are still in, like, those, like, the impoverished conditions or slums and things of that nature? Do you support taking the wealth and reappropriating it like how it was supposed to be done after Mandela? And if so, do you think that that will be a solution to improve the conditions, or would it cause more problems?
Okay. JOZI probably has a better answer for this. But the question of land is a very sensitive topic in our country, given the history that we went through. Remember at the beginning of the whole implementation of the apartheid system, the government, the then apartheid government, put into law that the white minority would own, I think it was 95% of the arable landmass in South Africa, and that went on for more than 70 years. And even after apartheid, even till this day, a good majority of the land is in the hands of white people. Now, an agreement was struck between the then Nelson Mandela era, whereby the government was going to buy land from these white minorities and transfer it in the hands of Black people. Now, that wasn't successful because, as I'm saying, land is a very sensitive issue, and what we saw was that these white minorities were inflating the prices of land, and most of them were outright refusing to sell the land to the South African government, and also the land that was sold, most of the government officials kept it for themselves and did not distribute it to the African natives. And it came down to a point whereby it became very controversial, to a point whereby the government was forced to say that, look, we have now come at a stage where if we don't deal with this land issue, this is just there's going to be chaos in the country. So the only way that we can deal with the issue is by forcefully taking the land from these white owners and appropriating it to the black natives. Now, personally, I don't agree, because that's the same direction that Zimbabwe took, and if that would happen in our country, I foresee that I foresee everything that happened in Zimbabwe happening to South Africa. I think what should happen is that the government should speak with these white farm owners and say, look, we have a situation with us right now, and we need to transfer the land into the hands of black South Africans. But can't we come to some sort of agreement? Can't we can't, isn't there some type of arrangement that we can put in place whereby we transfer this land into the hands of Africans, so that everything can be smooth sailing? So I do agree, but I don't agree with the forceful, of government forcefully taking land from the white minorities. But white minorities also need to understand that we have a big problem on our hands, and this whole land issue is a ticking time bomb. And if it's not sorted out within the next maybe 20 to 25 years, South Africa will be in the South Africa will have the same narrative as Zimbabwe. That's how I see it. Josie?
Yeah, the land thing. Look, for me, from what I've been told by politically connected people, is this: most of the land, even during apartheid, was actually controlled by the government. Sure, there are white people who own vast tracts of land, and they're there and they're still there today. But what no one talks about is that some of that land was given to the chiefs, which I don't support. I'm for private land ownership. I don't want to live under a chief, for me personally. So when the handover happened, that land that was under state control was also given to the government. Two, there's a state audit to audit exactly who owns how much land in South Africa. That has never come out. And they've never given actual figures of who owns how much land. So all the figures you hear in the media, no one can confirm them. Because chiefs themselves, you go to the rural Eastern Cape cases and they own millions of hectares of land. They're not doing anything with it. They'll even rent out their land to white farmers. Why? Why is that? Because the people don't have skills. Why don't they educate them? Why don't they give them the skills to those who want to? Because for me personally, I don't think everyone needs to have that much land, in my own opinion. For me personally, I think that they should make enough land available to people who are actual farmers, actual black farmers, because they people who are into that. Those that went to school for farming, like black South Africans, they make good money in farming. They do well. Those that didn't, what did they do? Especially those that were actually given their land back. They sold that land back to white people. There have been many cases like that. So the whole land thing, who owns it and how, it's controversial. That report has never come out, has never been released, so no one knows who owns what and how much land. Because for me, from what I see, maybe it's because I'm from Johannesburg, I'm not used to seeing that much vast tracts of land. But the chiefs are in control of vast tracts of land. The state is well known to own a lot of land, but how much, I don't know. I think it's safe to say I don't know. But during apartheid, the government controlled around 70%. So we could assume doesn't mean it's true, that was handed over to the Black South African government. Maybe that is true, might not be true, but we don't have the actual figures. But we do know that some politically connected people in government also own vast tracts of land. How did they get it? So it's not clear. Up until that report comes out, an actual report comes out, I can't take it seriously. They're just throwing figures around. And the ANC only started talking about land when the EFF started raising these points, like when they started becoming popular. That's what the ANC does. Right now, with the foreign nationals thing, they only started talking about it when Herman Mashaba, the Action SA, another political party, started voicing it. So right now, they're no longer leading these things. They don't actually care. And in terms of economy as well, that's also tricky. Because if you look at the stats of the JSE, it shows you that 23% is owned by Black South Africans, white around 20, and then the rest is foreign. So that's also another trick. That's the Johannesburg Stock Exchange when you look at the stats. And another thing that you need to look at is that many of these companies themselves, the PIC, basically the pension fund, owns a large chunk of these companies. So it's very difficult to tell. And many Black South Africans own, this. You might see a McDonald's and think, oh no, it's white people. But when you look at McDonald's in South Africa, you'll notice that it's owned by who? The president, Cyril Ramaphosa. He's the licensor of that McDonald's. He's the one in charge of providing the service across the country. Many of the franchisees, I keep getting confused between franchisees and basically the people that own these are black, regardless of the company. Some of the licenses, many of the licenses are also black South Africans. So many Black South Africans benefit from the economy. How much exactly? There isn't actual figures. Why? I don't know. For me, I think it's just supports a political rhetoric. For them, the poor are the people that you want to vote for you. If you want them to vote for you, look, if I'm broke, all I want to know is how am I going to get out of poverty? If you're going to tell me that I'm going to have vast tracts of land, which is something that mostly rich people have, of course I'm going to be happy. You're going to share the wealth, which will never ever happen. It's a well-known thing in any country around the world. The masses get nothing. For me, what has to happen for South Africa is to create an enabling environment for businesses to thrive, especially black businesses, like Afrikaners did when the English stepped down. That's what we need to be doing and focusing on that. Growing our own industry, independent industry, because right now it's tied to white people, even though, for me, from what I've seen, white people don't have as much control as people think. Because a lot of these businesses have the government involved and independent black shareholders. And they've vetoed many decisions white people have had, that white people have made. So it's not white people. It's basically the state using this as propaganda to entice poor people, to give them false hope. The masses get nothing. Anyone that tells you that you're going to share their wealth with you, there's no such thing on the planet. The state is already doing many of those things. There's free education already, free healthcare, how it's being run. That's something we should be looking into. So for me, what we need to be focused on is reducing corruption, people actually being arrested for corruption, getting the ANC out of government completely. And also, we need to reduce this culture of having political loyalty. Like this whole thing of I'm supporting this party because of this or that. No. If you don't give us what we want, you have to go. We need to introduce that. And of course, as of course you can tell by how I'm talking, I'm a capitalist, so I don't support the EFF. So all of those things for me is economy, a thriving economy that's growing, reducing the labor laws. Like, I'm not saying we shouldn't have rights because of our past, but we should, but at least make it easier for people to fire people. You don't do your job, you've got to go. Don't make it a long process. It's hard to get rid of people that you don't need. So it'll make it more enticing for investors, especially local investors as well. So bring that in, create an enabling environment, and also destroy the oligopolies and the monopolies, basically the banks. Reduce that and create laws that will make it easier for more black banks to come in, to them to grow and thrive, which we've had. And then politically connected people like Julius Malema, what did they do? They were involved in the looting of those banks. So corruption, crime, ANC, all that shit needs to go for South Africa to thrive. This whole thing of land this, economy that, nah. This is all just political rhetoric to get people to vote for them. That's how I see it.
So they So basically, most like, we don't know for a fact, but most likely the ANC already has control of like the majority of the land that's in the country. But they are basically aren't, from what you're saying, they aren't putting it to use to benefit the people at the moment. Is what's going on.
That's what I think. Because honestly, if you actually think about it, right, in the world we live in today, to just throw things like land, what are you gonna do with all that land? Are you a farmer? No.
Well, it does. Well, you can have a person that's a farmer, right? Or you could have a person that owns the land or owns a business behind the land. Let's say they, I don't know, let's say cotton. Let's say they run the cotton plantation or something like that. They can have workers on the land, and even if the person, so if a person is jobless, if a person completely jobless, okay, tell them what to do, pay them a fair wage, and then that could be what helps bring a lot of the people out of poverty. If they have if they could control like a major industry that will be profitable on a global scale, even if an individual might not be like a great farmer, they could still be like a laborer that gets paid, and that could benefit the people if they put the land to use. Also, like, let's say they have land that has like minerals, gold, gold, diamonds, and things of that nature, that could be owned by the black people in South Africa. The people, black people in South Africa work for it, and then they could, benefit from that industry.
Look, for me, like, let me tell you, when it comes to like resources on the land, that's automatically a state thing. The state can actually remove you off the land already. So there's laws for that. The state, there's a special tax when you mine something from South Africa, the state gets something. All those laws are in place already. For me, the only black people that should have land, which I think it should be majority black and black South African, should be those that actually have the skills for that. If you look at the mining business, like Radi, you're from the Northwest, so there are a lot of, I know some people who own mines in the Northwest and they're black, but they have the skills for it. I've met some people, and they black-owned mines. It should be the right people. So I don't support chiefs owning vast tracts of land. I reject that because many of them are corrupt and they can be easily bought. It should be
black. Essentially, with corrupt chiefs, basically selling the people out. They have the land, but they're it's an element selling people out, basically, or like they'll give a contract to other people, but not black South Africans, because it might be more profitable for them, because a person that they, might pay them more money, things like that. Oh, okay.
No, what they'll do is this: they'll sell the mining rights to the land to a foreign company.
Oh, okay.
So they easily.
JOZI Gold, are you serious?
Yeah, I'm telling you. So for me, I support, like, if you go to a province like where Radi is from, the Northwest, there are a lot of black-owned mines. I've met some of them who are from the Northwest and who are doing well as mining businesses. I support that. There are many black farmers out there in South Africa. So that's who should be getting the land. And the state itself has to play a role in that by giving some of the land that they say they have. And for me, up until an actual report comes out, it's very difficult to actually say who owns the what and how much land. There's no report. That report has never been released. They're just throwing slogans around. Just to get
I think the other thing that we need to understand with respect to agriculture the way that agriculture works is that you don't just take a piece of land and put someone who manages the land and people to work for your land. Agriculture, it needs someone who understands the land and who also has knowledge of how agriculture works. Many times, huge hectares of land have been given to people who the government thought that they could operate the land. A couple of years later, it was discovered that these people who got the land either sold their land to a white farmer or they leased their land or something. So the skill needed the skill needed to run and manage these farms is also very important. And so and also, as much as we have our own differences and issues with the white people, we must admit that these white people know how to run farms. So that's why I don't support just taking land and giving it to black people. No, there must be some sort of agreement whereby these farmers transfer the skills to these black farmers, or these black farmers who already know how to farm transfer skills to communities who have land allocated to them. There must be a system in place so that when the transfer happens, the means of production in terms of the land shouldn't be disrupted, or else we will go into chronic shortfall, shortfall of food and other essential services. So that's why it's not as easy as taking the land and just giving it to black people. It's something that's much more complex. And I believe that people who speak about people who go on this rhetoric of we as Africans were the first inhabitants of Africa, and we Africans this and that, and Africans mother Africa, and we want our land back. I don't trust those people because they have an agenda behind why they're saying those things, and and they wouldn't say those kinds of things to us people who are educated. They'd usually say to the poor, the people who are dispossessed and who are desperate to earn a living, and they would say those things to them so that they can get votes and acquire these.
Can I jump here? Can I jump?
Repeat what you said.
Wow.
Ready.
Certain politicians come in mind when you say that. We're not going to name any names, but yeah, we can let African Fang Tribe respond, and then to Niger can go ahead. Thanks.
Yeah, Radi, you're right there. I'm with you because is this the case of Zimbabwe and about Malema? So because I like politics, I have studies in politics science. Yeah. So, and then I know a lot about politics. So then, to me, Malema, trying to say that want to have the lands from the whites, I was asking myself, like, excuse me, Malema, do you know what happened in Zimbabwe? So Zimbabwe is what is right now. They had to give back the lands, not the lands, as managers to the white farmers because they knew how to do that, but not the black ones. And that is exactly the same thing that happens in South Africa. If you don't know how to, you don't know the skills, how are you going to make your country much better? Because if Malema is a hypothetical thing, because I know it's not going to happen. So gets into power, you take everything from the white people, you don't know how to do the things. And then your country is going to be as Zimbabwe is right now. Learn the skills first. If I say, go and work with the white people that they know what to do or how to do it, learn from them and then take the land. But not right now if you don't know how to. That's all.
Okay, tonight.
Yes,
wow. My head wants to explode here. Yeah, greetings. Thank you for having me. And let me acknowledge Chitlin and Greece. Africa Millennial, Your Highness. All good, and thank you for having me.
Welcome back aboard to Niger.
Yeah, some of the things I'm hearing is sacrilegious, really. And if your forefathers were hearing some of you say some of the things you have said today, my God. How you see, there's a thin line between being capitalist and sounding like a sellout. And you have to be careful when you're capitalist, because I am one.
And you have to be careful, because when you forget that sometimes, because your capitalism, remember the people at the top of that chain are not your own. And you talk like you favor market forces without knowing where the lines are. Just because they say that they should get the land back doesn't mean the land should be given to people that are corrupt. Doesn't mean the land should be not be redistributed because you're going to give it to corrupt people. What you should be arguing for is that they should give it to people that merit it, that have gotten the training, that have to get the training to use the land, and they will be monitored to make sure that they use the land. And if they don't use the land will be taken from them and given to people that can use it. To argue that the land should not be gotten back and redistributed to you people of South Africa, the land that belongs to your forefathers, this is what... To argue that because of capitalism, then you don't really understand capitalism. Because if you try that in England, Her Majesty owns all the land here. As a matter of fact, you're just leasing the land in England. 0.001% owns the land. Them. And you want your own country, your people to just sit. Why do you always settle for less for your people? Other people don't. I don't get it. You see that we are so beaten down that we decide that, you know what, let's just, settle. Just because it happened in Zimbabwe. Zimbabweans are some of the happiest people. I was surprised because some of all this propaganda we hear about, it's not as we think. I was surprised when African Tigress was in Zimbabwe and she was asking Zimbabweans. I was surprised how happy they seemed. And all of them were touting how free they felt. This is a country that they said they had a dictator in. They're talking about that all the Zimbabweans were talking about how free they are. And I've never heard that said in any country, even in America, where you just interview people on the street and they ask them, what do you like about your country? Top on the agenda is freedom that they have. I don't get it because they are not exactly that rich. So you see what I mean when I said, just because you're capitalist doesn't mean you should sell your people out. There is a thin line there. And all you have to do is look at other people. Do they sell their people out? Do they give their lands up for anything? Here in the UK right now, they are talking about being able to strip your citizenship from you. Even when you are born here, if you have foreign parents from some other country that came to the country, they can strip your citizenship and send you back to a country that you were not born, you've never been in. But we are very happy to say, let them keep the land because they are the ones that know how to farm it, because we don't have brains to farm it. We don't have millions of people that don't have anything to do. What is wrong with suggesting that you should go and train them? It's not that hard to do agriculture, We've been doing it for thousands of years.
Okay.
To Niger, no one said that. What we said was this. Only people who are skilled, Black South African who are skilled, should get that. Not just any random person. That's what we said. We said,
but you spend more time talking about the chiefs that are corrupt to make it look like it shouldn't be a priority. It should be number one priority.
No, it shouldn't. No, it shouldn't.
What should be the priority?
The chiefs are no priority. Private land.
Not the chief.
Private land for Black South Africans. You own it fully. It's yours. That's all. No one said in. We said, both me and Radi said that it should be only be for Black South Africans who are skilled, people who went to school. Because if you look at Black South African farmers that are actually successful in farming, are people who went to school for it. Those people who were trained and went to school for it, they're the ones who are successful. And we said that.
If I missed that, I am sorry if I missed that, but because you spent quite a long time talking about how the chiefs were the ones that shouldn't be given, and some of them that get it, they sell it back and all that stuff. Like I said, because some of them that are educated are not interested in agriculture, so they may not care. However, the land needs to be given back to the ones that are trained to do it, and they will have to make sure that they farm it.
That's what
there are too many poor people there.
That's what we said.
But wait, I'd like to add. Yes.
Go ahead.
But to Niger, I just want to say that I'm one person who's for something that works, especially when there's a lot of factors that need to be improved in our country. For us to limit ourselves to Africans and we Africans to do this and that. First and foremost, I'm a South African, and if there's a fellow South African who's willing to partner with us to improve the situation in our country, I believe that we should be able to work with that person, irrespective of race, to correct whatever needs to be corrected. I don't believe anyone should be tied down to a political party or a race, for I believe that if it works and if it benefits the people who are going to use that particular service or whatever you're trying to do, and it has more good than bad, irrespective of race, irrespective of your historical background, you should pursue that for the betterance of the people who are going to use whatever it is you're trying to pursue. This whole from my experience, this whole notion of Africa, this African forefathers, that and this, it's true, but you also need to understand that some people have used that rhetoric to manipulate others into getting them to do what they want. Um, for instance, there were times where we were told that certain white people were racist, and it turned out not to be the case. It turned out that that person who said that person was racist wanted you to think that they're racist because there's something that he said, and it all boiled down to something that eventually wasn't true. You understand? So I believe in us looking at the facts. I believe in us putting down what's going to work and what's not going to work. I believe in us working for the betterment of our country and our society. This whole thing of Africa and I'm not one for that. Sorry.
Okay, so you said that some people, it's not about race and all of that, it's about who it benefits. Have you noticed that in the pattern of the world that African countries are the ones doing the least well? Have you noticed that in the last 2 years, the G20 countries have given themselves about $20 trillion worth of these loans? And what did Africa get? Were you not aware that the IMF created $600 billion to stimulate economies due to COVID-19, and the whole Africa got 3% of that? How many times do you need to learn? I hear the laudable things you say, and it sounds good, but nobody's practicing it in reality. And this is the illusion that they pull over our eyes. They are not practicing it. If they were practicing it, I would say kudos. That was a good thing that you said. But none of them are practicing it. The same standard you are setting for your country is not what they are practicing, even if they are telling you that. Your continent is ravaged with poverty and insecurity, while theirs is secure and gleaming. So it's all good. I support, I'm a humanist. I support that human beings should care for their own. I support human beings should work together. I support that human beings should not be discriminated against. But that is not what any of them are practicing, from the Europeans to the Asians, all of them. Only us, or at least some of us, believe that, let's just hold hands and it's going to be okay with other groups. When you are even reluctant to hold hands with your own, how are you supposed to hold hands with other groups? You have to hold hands with your own first. As you know what they say, that charity begins at home.
Yeah, look, tonight, I don't think that's what Radi was saying. I think what Radi
No,
was
that's
saying
not what I was saying.
Let me say this. Look, for us, we believe this. Sure, like South Africans should be the first considered for land and farming in South Africa, but only the ones that are skilled. But where we can't fill the gap, because not everyone's going to be a farmer. Not everyone is skilled in farming or cares about farming. Like myself, I don't care about farming. But I'm used to going into a grocery store over here in Johannesburg and eating South African food. I don't want to import food from other countries. Do we have some imports? Sure, but majority South African food. I'd like to maintain that because it's good for our economy and our country first.
Yeah.
So where we can't fill the gap, we need to work on that, but we can't just kick a guy out, the white farmer out, all because now we can't fill the gap. No, let him run his farm, employ our people, because many of our people are just going to be workers. That's a reality. Just like in other countries in America, they like other people are allowed to do those things. In Europe, some people are allowed to do those things. Not all over, but they'll allow you if you can fulfill something that they don't have, or many of you are not doing, and if it adds to the economy as well. Us thinking like that for me is for the betterment of South Africans. That's how I see it.
Okay, I'm not saying they should just take land arbitrarily from anybody to damage the economy. You have to keep an eye on the economy, because if you take land from people and just give it to any and any person, or you pull a white farmer that is doing a very good job out to give it to somebody that is not performing very well, that is not an ideal situation, because you are cutting your nose off to spite your face. So the point is, there are creative ways to do these things. You are talking about our people being workers and settling for it, and this is the settling thing that concerns me a lot. Why not think like, oh, have these workers work for you and they learn the trade and become partners, so you have a form of transition. I don't, this settling thing
Like apprenticeship.
bothers me. Exactly, this
Yes,
settling thing
that's what
bothers
we
me.
were saying. That's what we were saying.
But that's not what he's saying. He's saying there will be workers, and that will be the case.
No,
It's like,
no. Some of our people, whether you like it or not, to Niger, not everyone's gonna be an entrepreneur. Not everyone's gonna be a farmer.
An example is
I would have preferred to hear the other one than the other one, the way you're talking about. Our people are going to just be workers.
Hold on.
You get me?
No, that's not what I said. I said some of our people are just going to be workers, whether you like it or not. If someone can give them a job,
it's obvious, isn't
we
it?
can't. Hold on. Let me finish. If someone else can give them a job, let them. If we can't provide it, let them. For now, up until as we building our own farming community, which is there and it's growing, build that over time. And what you're talking, there are shared programs with white farmers. Those things do exist, where black people and white people own farms together. Those things do happen. So all of those things are happening, but where we can't, let someone else employ them, because whether you like it or not everyone's going to be a farmer. Not everyone's going to do well in farming. Some people, do you know how embarrassing it is for someone to be given land and sell it right back to a white farmer? That's
I know that's terrible. There's no point giving anybody any land like that. Yeah, that's not a good practice.
So
that is, as a matter of fact, that is counterproductive. That's not even doing anything. And whoever did that should be held accountable.
For us, from what we're seeing, is that black South Africans who are actually skilled and trained in farming succeed. Land should only be there for them. And then if a white farmer is doing well and he can employ our people, let him. That's all we say.
You see why I have the way you put your statement. We know they are going to be workers. We already know that. But what we want to hear is how you are encouraging mobility of your people. If you are social, this is economic mobility. If you are talking, I would like to hear you say, okay, these farms, yeah, a white man is doing it very well. Instead of us to take it from the white man, the workers that are working for him, he picks some of them that are going to become partners over time. They will be working and working and working, and it's going to be an organic merger, whereby the workers join the farm, they start owning a share within the farm. That way, you don't necessarily have to kick the white farmer out. It's even a better system. You don't have to kick the white farmer out, but you empower your people to become shareholders in that farm. You see what I mean? That is what I want to be hearing and saying. Your people will just go.
It's already happening.
It's already happening.
Not on the scale, not in the scale that we can hear. You see my point?
It's a well-known thing tonight.
No, I know that, because if it is happening big, if it's a big thing, I don't think people will be crying about it. We'll be talking about land reform anymore.
Whoa, to Niger. I live in a district.
Way ahead of yourself. Yes,
whoa, to Niger. I live in a district where agriculture is the predominant economic economic activity, right? Where I'm from, you can see miles and miles of cornfields and miles of cows. That's where I live. I would say, in the American sense, I live in a country district, right? Everything that you're saying is already happening. I really don't get the hostility of your arguments because everything that you're saying is happening. So
What you are saying, the reason why I am talking about it because nobody knows about it happening, and no even South African politicians has come out and say, "Oh, this is happening on a reasonable scale that needs to change this in the
Like
balance."
we said earlier, there's reasons for that. Politicians, especially the ones that you hear talking about land this, economy that,
they
throwing out
have their own
figures that are
agenda
not
that
out,
they're going to push.
their own agendas.
That
They're
has
not
not
actually
see
worried about.
see
That's the thing.
agendas or no agenda. The point is the same. The problem still remains. The land is not in the hands of the people, and I hate to see my own people, even in South Africa, that are poor. I know a lot of them are doing well, but I hate when we look at the poor people. Most of them are our people in South Africa, just like I see in other countries. Let me just finish this point. One of the things I really get concerned about is that we get comfortable with our people working in farms. Like in Zimbabwe, every time you look at the farms, you see that our people are the workers, while the people that own the farms are always foreigners or white people. I wouldn't call them foreigners because they have been there for generations. So the same thing in South Africa. The people that own the the farms, often are the Europeans or the other foreigners that came into the country, while our people are the workers. That's the proportion is so high that you rarely see even a black owned farm ever from outside. Anyway, I can tell you what I'm saying. Even if you go into even simple documentaries, who owns the savannah? Who owns the land? Even documentaries, it's only white people that owns all those things, and the black people are just like servants to them.
Okay.
Yes,
All of them.
Look, there's something I need to
can I,
explain here.
okay,
Can I just say this? I
okay.
think we need to be careful. Like, there's the inside look of a country, and then there's the outside look. There was a
Yes.
video here on
True.
YouTube showing Cape Town, and it showed like a certain section of Cape Town, which Cape Town, to be fair, is dominated by white people. That's a reality. White people, number two, colored people, and black people are new entries because traditionally it's dominated by colored people, the majority, and then white people are like the number two there, something like that. So there were not many black people. So many of the black people that are coming in there are poor. So it showed a documentary saying that there's a documentary on you showing that across there's a community of shacks, which is basically a slum. Then across the street from it is a suburb, a white suburb. That's not the true reflection of the whole country. Many black people, for me, like you need to be careful with these because I actually know black farmers that I see, communicate with. It's not difficult to find them. And some like cattle farming, they own vast tracts of land as well as them as well. They're there. They exist. It's not like the media sometimes blows certain things way out of proportion.
Can
Are
I jump
white
here?
Yeah.
hold on, let me finish
Yes.
this.
Wait.
Let
Can
me
I
finish.
can I please
Are
come
white
in
people
after
hold on, let
JOZI
me
Gold?
just finish this point. Let me finish this point.
Okay. Okay.
Like, are white people more successful because of the past? Yes, they are. Are there things that are being done to to bring black people up? Yes, they are. Many of the things that you're saying are already happening. They're not being spoken about. Like what we were saying earlier. The politicians, they target poor people and promise them things that are not realistic. Because in a country like South Africa, with our history, it's easier to do that. So they're playing a political game. Julius Malema plays a political game for his own benefit. The ANC, the same, all the other political parties. So anybody who comes in is gonna play their own political game. To us as South Africans, like for me, I've never been outside of South Africa. We know it. We've seen it. We've lived it. Sure, I get your point looking in from the outside, and then you hear certain politicians or they're interviewing a poor South African about it. But the average South African that I speak to, Poor, middle class, rich black South Africans are not talking about stuff like that. They're appealing to certain demographic of people. And even with the land, many of the chiefs, well, all of them own vast tracts of land. Some of them will even rent land to white farmers. Why? When they have all that land, what are they doing with it? And they also get money from the government because they're not interested. It's political rhetoric to get votes.
Okay, can I please
Okay, go
Can
step
I
ahead.
in?
jump first?
Wait, can I
forget
please
everything I have
go?
to say.
Wait, can I go,
Okay,
guys?
so we can have Radi and then African Pantrap.
Okay. To Niger, there's also something I believe that you should understand. I hear that you are pro-black and you are for black people owning land and running these farms. But you need to understand, as we've said before, I'm going to repeat myself, that agriculture and farming it's you need a specific skill to run these farms, and also you need to have a person who's passionate about farming. Now, me myself, I tried to go into farming. I tried to plant spinach, and I tried to own a couple of cows. And to be honest with you, I hated it. I hated going in the sun and working with my hands, and it just wasn't for me. You understand? And that's just the reality of humanity. Some people aren't fit for some things, and as much as we would love to draw in a, a huge fountain of black people to agriculture, you need to understand that some maybe do not have the passion for agriculture, some maybe do not have the skill and maybe need mentorship. There are some hindrances that exist as to why we're not at the point that we are in, that we would ideally would like to be in. So it would also be very disingenuous to say, you know what, let's just take a black person who appears to know what they're doing, and let's just put them on a farm and waste millions of rands betting on this person. Obviously, that's a recipe for disaster. So things are moving, but things aren't moving at the pace that we would like for them to move. But we will get there. But it definitely won't happen tomorrow. It won't happen in the next 5 years. It will take a bit of time, but for us to rush things, that's really, in my opinion,
Mm-mm.
that's
I,
really, in my
I,
opinion, a
mm.
Okay,
recipe of.
Yeah, let me let Fang go. Let me let Fang go.
yeah,
Yeah.
okay. So one thing is
I'm
here.
itching, but let her go.
Niger, it's my turn. It's my turn.
I know,
Yeah.
I know, I know, I know.
Yeah. So I was listening this. First, I want to answer one question from the chat comment. So about a person saying that capitalism is something bad, and because there are many poor people and many rich people. Look at this. Socialism, communism never work, never ever work. Yeah, because the people, the government was taking everything for or by themselves. So, and then trying everybody to share their things with every single person. That doesn't work. It didn't work beforehand, before the beginning of the time, it didn't work. Capitalism is working, but what's the problem with capitalism? The problem with capitalism is that some people, they have ideas. I'm going to put this idea. Elon Musk wasn't a rich person at all. He had an idea, and we all have PayPal. African Millennium has
rich.
money from PayPal, for example. Yeah? So some people, they have ideas that work and are useful for people. Jeff Bezos, this has idea, not for it started for the books, but now it's something bigger that he even imagined. It's not about that. It's about if your idea is working. People are poor because some of them, they don't want even to work. They are comfortable as they are and complaining always. Do you think I'm going to be sitting here not having money? No. I open businesses and I do whatever I have to do to have my businesses. So don't complain about people that are rich. You have to complain about what you're doing to be in this state of mind you are, or situation you are right now, when every single other person that was poor is now rich. Come on. It's not capitalism, it's you, the problem, not them. They had the idea and they make it work, and they had to do a lot of things to make that idea work. So then with the farm thing, you don't have to have a land to have a farm thing. This is going to be very easy for some of you right now. What I have in Equatorial Guinea, yes, by my grandma, I have land, but I'm not using. But I'm going to have, I'm going to buy a big land to start the proper farm. It's very easy. You have these chickens. Sell the chickens. Sell it. It's easy. You start. Just see. Here is where I'm going to say to you the thing I didn't want to say beforehand. So people that are in the street selling chickens, if they are very intelligent, yeah, sell the chickens. You have the money, buy more chickens, and then you buy more chicken, you're gonna have more customers. So then you have more customers, you have more money. Invest in more chickens. It's easy. You don't need to have a land to have a farm. I don't know if you are getting the point. You don't need that. You make the money. Oh, now I have, for example, because I am from the franc area about the money. Oh, I have right now 1 million francs. Oh, I'm going to buy more chickens. So I buy more chickens, I'm going to have more people to buy those chickens. And then, oh, I still having, and then I'm going to leave those chickens, some of those chickens, to procreate. Like that, I'm going to have more chickens and I'm going to have eggs. The one that has ears to listen and hear. Yeah? And then like that, I'm going to have more chickens because I'm letting some of them to procreate and giving more. And then I'm selling those. Again, yeah? So I'm going to have more money. So you don't need to have a land to have a farm. That's it all.
Yeah. About capitalism and socialism, I think most systems are mixed anyway. I think this idea where they polarize people is just a false narrative. And human beings have always been the Achilles heel of any system you create, even if you have a monarchic system or, you know, democracy or capital, whatever you want to call it, human beings will find a way to break it. So that said, regarding the South African thing, where you said, why would you pour money? I really find that very interesting that you said that why would you pour money in a South African that is educated to go into farming and spend a long time to do that? That is exactly what the Chinese did. You have to own certain strategic industries in your country. You can't allow your people's food to be created by another group. There are certain things you don't compromise on.
You're twisting everything that he said or that we've been saying. But we agreed with you.
You agree with me, but your words is saying this. I'm trying to let you know the way you come across. Maybe you agree with me in spirit with what I'm saying.
Not in spirit.
But it's the words you are using. That's what I'm.
What words are we using?
Because you said, look, why would you invest in your own? Can I finish then? You said, why would you spend years investing in your own person when you can just leave the other person to do it? That is not going to be 5 years. Let me finish now. No. But that is the words. I'm trying to repeat the word. You see, I'm glad you're saying no to your own words.
To Niger, you hearing what you want to hear. That's selective listening. What we said is this: only black people who are skilled, trained, who are skilled.
Yes. And why would you invest in them?
The government is already we supported that. Invest in them. We supported that.
Then what did he mean? Let me ask him then. I will ask him a direct question. I'm not going to try to quote what he said. Maybe I misheard him.
Yes.
Yeah, I will just ask you a direct question. Maybe I misheard you. Then what did you mean by saying, why would we take a South African, train them to do the land and to spend a lot of money doing it? Okay, explain that again, where you say, why would we waste a lot of money for the person to get training to do it or something like that?
No, I said, why would we spend a lot of money on someone who appears, someone who looks like they know what they're doing? Meaning that let's say that we're the government, right? And a black person would come to us. They need to show their track record. They need to show their qualifications. They need to provide some sort of proof that they can work on the land. So you if some random black person came and said, "Hey, I'm a farmer, and you can ask my friend, and you can even go on my Facebook page. I've been farming." Would you want to invest large sums of money on that person?
That is
No.
not appears.
So
I would
what
not
if
call that person
someone doesn't have
appears.
the skills but has the desire? Can they be trained to do it? I'm sure there's
Yes.
a lot of people that's like
Yes.
in
Yes, there are
poverty that
government
need the
programs for
opportunity.
that. There are government programs for that. So that's sorted.
Okay,
Not
Yes.
so
the
And
reality is
before,
this. What R said, what Radi said earlier. I'm gonna repeat what he said earlier. Look, some people don't want vast tracts of land. Many people don't. And if you look at most of the complaints around land, it's in the cities. Because many people coming in from rural areas are demanding houses in the cities. But most of the people from Joburg have houses and access to housing. It's mostly recent people. Vast tracts of land are owned by the chiefs where they come from. Some of these people even own houses. Some of them have even built large houses in those rural areas. Most of the land thing that's been happening, the land invasions, has been in the cities, not in rural South Africa. Why? That's something that we've been looking into. That's because of the lack of housing in major cities and the influx of people, even from other cities in South Africa, not from rural South Africa, into more urban areas, and especially in Johannesburg and Pretoria and Gauteng, because those are the hubs in Gauteng, basically the part of the country where Johannesburg is. That's where most of this demand has been, not in
okay.
rural South Africa.
Can
And
I can I,
farming.
I you know
Hold
I
on, let
was
me
saying
finish. Let me
something when
finish. Let me
you just
finish.
interrupted me. I
Let
didn't
me
finish my
finish.
statement, remember? I was just
Who
talking.
interrupted
I
you?
said 3 words and they shut me off.
Okay,
That is the
talk.
truth of the situation. So
Talk.
so my problem with the way things are being said is that I'm beginning to see a pattern here. And I'm sorry to say that you need to open your eyes to what is maybe happening there. I don't know whether it's true. Because if you look at the history of the US, when the African American had a lot of control over, they were doing a lot of farming, they had a lot of traditional control over their environment before the civil rights movement, when all the drug stuff came in, and they basically disempowered them from a lot of those things then, and now they are going back to it again. And what you find is that sometimes you are in a system, you don't know when these things are happening. You are removing your hands from the tails of the control. You never really had it after the apartheid ended anyway. So, but now they are making people comfortable in areas that are not strategically important, and that is my concern. And this is why today, if you look at the industries in America today, the most strategically important industries like pharmaceutical, banking, this is defense, even simple security, is not in the hands of the African Americans. But sports, music, all those things are, they can control some of, and even those ones not totally in their control. This is about 12 to 14% of the population of the country. But we're talking about South Africa now that that they have most of the population. And yet, some of the most strategic industries in that country, I don't know any South African that controls them. Maybe they are sick, they are there, but I don't know them. And when you are comfortable with your food supply being done by another group, I wouldn't say you are comfortable with it. I'm sorry. I would say you are a kind of complacent about it, that you're not seeing the urgency that your people really need to move faster to regain their land and farm properly, so that in case anything happens, you still have your own food, your own things to do. And the same thing in our own country. I'm not saying it's only for South Africa to do this, all countries. And I think what Mugabe did was a good thing, because they were not willing to. I got tired. They were not willing to hand the land back peacefully, or in a more after all, they had an arrangement. Why didn't they live by the arrangement that they had with Mugabe? They didn't live by it. See, these people never agree to do anything normally. What they do is they will have an agreement with you that we're going to do this. All the agreement means is that Stay tuned. If
Okay.
let me finish my point. If by by the time they are stronger, they'll come and take more. When they get stronger, they'll come and take more. That's exactly how they got to where they got in South Africa today. That's how they got to where they got to in America. That's how they got to where they got to in Africa. They don't take everything overnight. This is why I say every transaction you have to capitalize on it strongly. You don't take anything for granted. And from all the stuff that's happened in history, there are so many examples. It's not, they didn't just come and just start killing everybody, every continent they go to. They always have agreements. Are you getting stronger while you have that agreement today in South Africa? That's the question you have to ask yourself. Tomorrow they will get stronger and they will come for more. Thank you.
Tunaja, have you considered a career in auditory of just saying speeches? I just have that question. And Tunaja, two things. First and foremost, forget America. Second of all, there have been people on this panel that have said that some of the things that you're talking about, they're already working on it. It's just not maybe as heavily advertised, but it's happening already.
If it is happening, you will see it. You see, there are certain things, if it's not happening to the way you can see it, it's not happening. I can tell you that right now. Because how do you have proof? If somebody tells you that something is happening and you don't have any proof of it.
Okay. Ask us how
it's not happening.
Hold on. Ask Radi.
Show me proof. Show me proof online where this is happening on a massive scale.
You have to come to South Africa.
Oh, come on. This is the reason why you have to be careful when you listen to people. They have to have real proof.
No, me and Radi don't know each other. Like, I'm normally the one here, and I've said these things. Ask Radi. Many of these things are in place. Many of these things are happening. Many politically connected people do own large chunks of these companies. It's a reality. They're part of the system. They make money from it.
Tunaja, I think it's very disingenuous for you to speak on a country that you've never been to. It's also unwise for you to base your strong opinions based on the media and based on the one-sided media and based on the few things that you've seen online and the few things that you've heard about people and try to argue with people who are basically living here. As I'm talking to you right now, I live in a district of our country where agriculture is the main activity. I mean, not too far from me. If I were to go out of my room right now, if I drove over the bridge, one of the first things that I would see is a huge field of cornfields. So, listening to you argue, it's like, is this guy serious?
Okay, you forget that there are Nigerians in South Africa that I know, and many of them have relatives that are even in South Africa, and I know of the Nigerians that were attacked in South Africa, and I know of some of the things they talk about, because that's the complacency that they are not seeing. They're not seeing that the bigger danger is behind them. And how you cannot see it scares the living daylight out of me, because these people literally almost dispossess you completely of that land. What do you want for them to put let me not be graphic. Just leave it.
No, please.
Why are you being so hard on this?
Can I jump?
I'm being so hard because it scares me.
Nah, he's not being hard on us.
We're enslaved.
No, not being hard on us.
Can I jump here, brothers?
And you also act as if everything is okay.
Brothers, let me jump.
It's not okay.
Let me jump before this goes a little bit, it's spicy.
Yeah.
So
Radi was talking.
Guys, let me conclude.
Tunaija. Look at this. What happened to you? Let me finish, please. Let me jump because you're talking. I'm listening. So when I jump, it's because I need to, and then I prefer this to be a civil thing. Yeah. So Tunaija, remember what happened to you in that on that channel? That a person was telling you that knows Tunaija better than you because of social media or because of the things was reading about, and the person never set a foot in Nigeria. Yeah. So you have to think about that first. Yeah. Think about that. Yeah. So Then at the same time, what can I say? Look at this. The media can say whatever they want, and then most of us, we follow what media says. But a lot of us, we are not critical thinkers. I am a critical thinker. That's why I'm not going to be or demonizing South African people, yeah, for saying or doing things, because in Nigeria you do the same things to other Africans too. In Equatorial Guinea we do the same thing too. In Ghana they do the same thing too to other Africans. So South Africans don't demonize South Africans, because we do exactly the same thing. In Kenya they do the same exactly thing to other Africans. Don't demonize them. This is what I don't like here, because you are demonizing them when you in your own country do the same thing to other Africans. That's all.
I'm sorry I come across like that. I wasn't looking at I was just giving an example of their misdirection of their anger or frustration, because they are directing it against fellow Africans when the people that literally has the blood of their forefathers in their hands are right next to them. And our people here, see, let me tell you something. God help me if somebody puts me down, and my children tomorrow, my children that have my blood flowing in their veins, making excuses for those people.
Well, to Niger, please understand that what you define as your people and what I define as my people isn't the same. Remember that you are from Nigeria. Remember that you are from Nigeria, and Nigeria and South Africa have two distinct histories. And it may sound odd, or a bit funny, but for me, coming from South Africa, I do see the white citizens and the Indian citizens and all those people as, I do see them to be my people. So when you say, because I am South African, so that's where my history is. But we are moving towards a point whereby more African people do work and own on the land. It's not as dramatic as you wanted it's not as dramatic as you wanted to sound. And all of the things that you've suggested, those things are in place. They are in place.
What about the masses who? Well, it's about a lot of the people that's like deeply impoverished. So it's not that the whole country's like that, because I know it's a lot of great areas in. I know it's Black South Africans who are living, pretty decently too. But what about like the large slums of the people who don't have access to, even like basic opportunity? What could be done about them? What can be done radically for them? Because I know some people say it's a process, but people are like, really in dire straits, and they need dire help as soon as possible. They don't want to wait on a 20, 30, 50-year process, or who knows what's going to happen in 50 years. What if they feel like it's getting worse, actually? What if they think like, it's getting worse? I don't want to wait this long. Some people might be able to, some people might see that things are improving slowly but surely, but I don't see it. And that's why, even though I know sometimes things, not to excuse it, but sometimes when people start rioting and things like of that nature, that's just a sign of people, they just feel desperate and helpless. Once that starts to happen, that's just a sign of, regardless of where you want to place the blame. Some people say it's xenophobia, or some people might say it's against the government, but the root of it is they feel like they're just helpless. They feel helpless, and they feel that this is the only way that they could get some type of attention to their problem. So it's not even necessarily the migrants or whatever. It's just that they feel helpless. What can be done for them to reverse that problem?
Yeah.
Especially when you have, people who have, the majority of wealth that they don't have access to.
Yes.
Yeah. For me, this is how I see it.
Okay.
This is how I see it. Look, I agree with you that if you look at xenophobic attacks and what happened early on this year in some parts of the country, like some parts of Joburg and some parts of KZN, that even when you look at xenophobic attacks, in the beginning I also looked at it as just xenophobic attacks, but over time I did realize that there are too many people who are idle in South Africa. And there's a South African businessman who told me this, a black South African, that the issue is not necessarily xenophobia, it's that there are too many people who are idle in South Africa. And like we said earlier, we need to like create an enabling environment for businesses to thrive, especially black businesses, particularly to thrive and to grow the South African economy, and impose laws against to reduce the power of monopolies. And of course, also like we need to know what the actual stats are of the economy, who owns what, including black people, because many of them own large chunks of the economy. It's a well-known thing. Who owns what and how to move and maneuver around it. So for me, that's what needs to happen, is to increase the amount of jobs. These people need jobs because many of them are not going to be entrepreneurs.
The other day I saw Ramaphosa making a speech, and basically I must say, he sounded a little bit more forceful than I like the fact that he tried to sound a bit forceful, but basically he was begging Macron that allow us to use machineries from your countries to manufacture vaccines.
To Niger. South Africa doesn't need that. Continue.
But then why was he asking him? Because you can find it on YouTube here. So you
Radi,
tell me.
Radi, did you see that?
It's a fact. Am I making it up? Am I making it up?
To Niger,
I didn't see
what are you saying then? Say something before you this thing. What did I say that is wrong? Okay,
no,
what did you
we're
ask?
just saying we've never heard of it because we have.
Oh, you've not heard of it?
No.
Wow.
Because we have because like there's not even and I watch the news every day over here, and because we have the capability to do that. The only thing that I know of. Hold on. The only thing I know about is this: that the vaccine companies in the US, they're the ones that send us like the whole recipe of how to create it, and that's how we've been doing. So the vaccine rollout in South Africa is done by South African companies.
Okay.
So
what?
And these I don't think that they should trust a lot of these vaccines coming from the West. Even down to the vaccines, you shouldn't trust it coming from the West. There's been targeted attacks on African nations through the medical system. So even in the West, there's a lot of concern about the vaccines. A lot of people aren't taking this particular COVID one. And a lot of the countries who haven't taken the vaccines in Africa seem to have the lowest COVID rates, the ones who haven't been taking the vaccines. So that's another thing.
It's funny, South Africa is the one that has got it more than most African countries, and yet they are with white people there. And guess who?
And America has a high vaccination rate, but they also have the highest COVID rate still.
Yeah.
Then it's really, some people say it's conspiracy, but it's the truth that the vaccines that they're spreading disease with the vaccine.
Can I jump here, please? Can we stop talking about the COVID thing, please? It's a very.
Oh, I got you. Yeah. Understood. Let's not talk
about it. Go and flag it. Yeah.
Right. Sorry about that.
The reason why I said that at first was because of the fact that one of the issues that they had was intellectual property rights. They didn't have them. Whenever they want to make anything, it's like we work on landmines all the time. They say, "Oh, you can't do this if some other person owns intellectual property rights," and this is another insidious control that they have on most of our innovations. That it's like anything you want to do, some other person owns the intellectual property rights. It means Africans find it difficult to innovate in any way. So this is why for you to be able to do that, you have to break it. And this is what the Chinese did. And this is why they keep accusing the Chinese of stealing their technology and all the rest of it. Because if the Chinese didn't do that, the Chinese won't own anything. And Africans have to make their peace with the fact that they will have to do something like that if they want to invent anything ever, because you will never be able to. You will just find out that, oh, somebody has got a patent for it here. You're not allowed to do it. They're not doing anything with it. Your people are dying. You can't do it. And if you do it, they will say you have to pay them license, which means you will never make a profit out of it. And you'll be basically paying them for something you created in your country. In other words, you're not going to get the benefit. The vaccine, they give it to us. Most of the time they give it to us. They sell it to us at a higher rate. Man, this I don't know. Personally, I'm past the point of lamentation. I was one of those people that, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, I'll be saying, what did we do to these people? Why can't they just work with us? It's just heartless. Some of the things they do. They don't want to cooperate with you. The only thing they understand is, and to be fair, I don't blame them. We have to fix our own things. We have to think for ourselves. And this is why I keep telling my South African friends, you can't be this complacent. Because they are not.
Not complacent.
I have one question for every single of you. If you can answer that question. Every single of you. It's for every single of you.
Let's hear it.
Yeah. So, what is your plan 20 years from now? Because I'm just here because I'm transcending. I'm just here, as I say in my last video, that I was going to be in Africa Millennial Channel because he has something. And then, because obviously when you have new things, new demons and new angels come to your life. Yeah. So, what is your plan, for the 20 years ahead? Because I'm just listening things that you complain about, they're no solution yet. So, what is your theme for 20 years from now?
Okay, can I begin?
Yeah, finish. Yeah, finish.
Yep. Someone please just go ahead.
Radi.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God.
Yeah, man. Personally, I would love to travel to other countries outside of Africa, and make a lot of money and invest it back in my country, and buy property in my country, and yeah, just make a lot of money from other countries, and look for ways that we can introduce more products to our country, and just teach the world about our country, because a lot of people seem not to understand Africa and how it works. From the outside, as Niger has been ranting, it may seem as some things are simple to do, but once we get to the crux of it, it's not that simple. And most of the things that he's been suggesting have been implemented, but they're either not working, or they're not working at the pace that we'd like for them to work. So I would love to travel abroad and look for solutions to our problems, but also make money and invest it back into my country. So that's my plan for the next 20 years. So in essence, the next 20 years, I wouldn't be anywhere in South Africa, or I'd be in and out of Africa. That's my plan.
Yeah.
Wow, congratulations. I'm actually shocked by that answer because I've never heard of a South African say that they want to travel to other countries. So that's very interesting. But we can let JOZI Gold, Guardian Archives, Chitlins and Grits, African Fang Tribe to Niger, and then Kaizo, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Like for me personally, for the next 20 years, it's one, I want to help unseat the ANC from power, and I also want to make sure that the EFF never comes into power. That's one. Two, focus on manufacturing. So that's one of my interests in terms of business that I'm pushing on some of my partners over here in South Africa. So mainly focus more on manufacturing in South Africa, creating jobs for our people, get a more capitalist, like black capitalist government into South Africa. That's what the main focus should be for South Africa. Basically increasing the size of the economy, and obviously making South Africa wealthier. And another thing I wanted to say is that white people in South Africa don't have power like that. That's why no one's intimidated by them. That's why no one's worried about them.
Sorry, do you have any type of manufacturing in mind?
Just finish my point.
I would like to know that.
To Niger.
Because I don't want you to forget about it.
To Niger, I'm talking.
I just wanted to know
I'm talking.
wanted to manufacture.
I
Go ahead.
am talking. I'll let you talk. Okay. Damn, now I'm losing my train of thought. Look, It's the whole manufacturing thing, and white people are not people that we fear. Like, we don't experience white people like that anymore. Like, it's not something that we see. That's why most people are not worried about white people. So for us, we should be just focusing on ourselves, because most of the problems that we have today are self-inflicted. There are many things we could have done to improve our situation that we didn't do. So it's to change that. So in the next 20 years, for me, I want South Africa to become wealthy and more prosperous for her children. Thank you.
Please, can you let me know what you are looking to manufacture? I'm just curious.
No,
It's just
not
one.
yet. No. We have other people on the panel who have to speak, but I'll give you a chance after the new person has answered the question. So, did anyone else want to answer that question before the new person speaks on the panel? Okay, no problem. I don't have a 20-year plan, to be quite honest. I don't see that far. I should probably start, but I have a 5-year plan. And my 5-year plan is to be able to invest in multiple countries, to be able to invest more so back home, not in real estate, not in selling land, not in selling cocoa butter. Like, I mean actual industries. That's what I hope to do in about 5 years. Yeah, and with some people on this panel, I know it's going to be possible because they're already doing that at the moment. But Kaizo, do you want to say anything?
Yeah, I think you guys, Africa has no hope, because I have my reasons, but even the conversation about COVID, it's gone over my head at this point. You guys are talking about vaccines to a disease that doesn't even exist in the continent, when there's typhoid, cholera, and flu and pneumonia killing us. I gave like World Health Organization figures. In Nigeria, it was a country relative to population died most from flu and pneumonia. 286,000 people died from 2018 Nigeria. COVID, 3,000 people. And that's what we're talking about. Ethiopia, 26,000 from flu. COVID, 5. All the countries apart from South Africa, flu and pneumonia killed way, way, way more people than COVID did. Now, for American countries and these Western countries, it's the opposite. In America, 777,000 people died from COVID in 2 years. In 2018, it was 66,000 people from flu.
Okay, so what's your, with all due respect, I just don't want you to keep saying that word.
What's your 20-year plan, brother?
The point here is simple. Africans are not smart enough to realize and think for themselves about problems that affect them, and they just follow the rest
Your
of the
plan
world.
in 20 years, please.
There's no plan in 20 years. Africa will be the same place it's always been.
No plan for you.
That's your personal plan.
Your personal plan, man.
Oh, my personal plan, just to be a billionaire.
How about the president of Africa? Have you moved on from that one?
That will still happen, hopefully, but we'll see. We'll see.
You'll get assassinated.
But personally, I'll be a billionaire in 5 years.
That's good.
Hey man, why would you say that
Africa? What do you plan to manufacture? I really am curious what JOZI Gold wanted to manufacture when he says he wants to go into manufacturing. Yeah, I'm really curious.
Somebody else have to go. Somebody have to go. What about you, Guardian? What do you plan on doing?
20-year plan. I don't have a 20-year plan. My 5-year plan would be, what I could do is progress so I'm a software engineer. So what I'm planning to do is get my skills up and progress in it to like maximize my salary in that. And just I'm mainly focusing on getting my family straight, getting my personal finances straight, getting some land ownership instead of just renting and things like that, handling business. And then maybe in the future, when things are stable, I could look at like maybe traveling to different countries. I do want to visit the African continent eventually, but when it's financially feasible, I don't want to do like travel when it's not, financially feasible. I can, if it's like a straight luxury thing, I can go, but I don't know. I'm more focused on trying to build where I'm at the moment. But I guess as a 20-year plan, it would be I do want to be able to have something stable here and have something maybe in a particular African country. I don't know which one, but maybe have like some type of land home ownership over there in Africa in some specific country.
Plan requires actual, that sounds more
like dual
a dream.
citizenship. A dream?
Yeah, that's not a plan. A plan is I'm gonna do this, then this will happen, then that will happen after that. You're talking about
that is a plan.
That's
it is a plan. Whether it's
that
detail,
is
it's different levels of detail. That's a plan.
Don't go there. Don't go there.
Plan.
Don't go there. Don't go there. Don't do that. That's rude.
There's levels of detail.
Kaizo is just mischievous, man. He always
I know he is. He's just trying to be a clown right now.
Yeah. All right.
I guess my turn, right? Well, since I'm already in the real estate industry now, so my plan is pretty much getting more into probably property development. I would love to start, even though the commercial industry right now is pretty much down, probably invest in commercial property. Right now, I currently, real estate agent and also a broker. So I pretty much the in-between guy between people who want to buy homes and talking to lenders and all that type of stuff. That's what I do. A lot of, part-time. But, as far as living someplace, because I traveled a lot. I love the Fijian Islands. That's one of my ultimate places I would like to go to. I've been to Fiji like multiple different times and love the people. I love the environment. It's when my kids pretty much get older. They're pretty much getting there anyway. But when they're officially off my yoke, then I'll probably make those type of moves. And also been looking at other industries too that I always had interested in. I've been looking really close to the space industry. I mean, because I think the space industry is going to be what the computer industry was back in the 80s and 90s. As far as what we are pretty much witnessing, I've been following that a lot with Elon Musk to Jeff Bezos.
Can you give more context?
Say what?
Oh, can you give more context? Do you mean like space mining or like traveling there or which?
No, what I'm saying is I wouldn't mind dispersing whatever amount of money I make as far as real estate in certain companies I'm looking at.
Oh, I see.
You know what I mean? I've been looking at companies like, even though I think they are pie in the sky, but you never know, like Orbital Assembly. I think their idea as far as creating a rotating space station out of 2001 Space Odyssey, but that's going to cost billions of dollars. I want to see if anything tangible come out of that. I've been looking at Axiom Space. I've been looking at companies like, God, what is it? It's so many different ones that's popping out.
It's not the idea, it's the people. So you invest in the people who are going to see through the idea. So
Exactly. Like Axiom Space, Astra. God, what is one I like? One company I like out of California, which is 3D printing. It's Relatively Space, which is pretty much funded by Mark Cuban. I think the space industry is going to be the big thing in this decade. What's going on, even though I don't like Jeff Bezos, what's going on with him I think is really, really good, very, very positive, even though he gets a lot of criticism for it. What Elon Musk is doing, your fellow South African, is doing, and that really pretty much helped the United States space industry with his reusable rockets. I think he's doing a great thing, along with what he's trying to build, even though I think it's a pie in the sky. But if he get that to be reusable and and if it's going like, let's say, is it's pretty much as common as like flying a plane, I think it will revolutionize how the way we get access to space. So I've been looking at that industry as well, and I've been looking at properties. I think Richard Branson, he has a spaceport in New Mexico. I have business partners there, and we think as far as building homes there. I mean, everything is pretty much cheap there, but that's going to be a really big market once the space industry take off, as far as real estate goes.
Okay, thank you. And who else didn't go? Was it African Fang Tribe in Tunisia?
Okay, in 20 years, I'm going to be a multimillionaire. I'm going to be the richest person on earth. and I'm going to be working side by side with Elon Musk, the investors. I'm going to be with the elites. The elites are today, because what Elon Musk is doing is one of the things that is going to change, because my invention, how we buy today. I'm not going to tell you, my invention, obviously, So at the same time, a lot of you that I know here on YouTube, I'm going to hire you. You are going to work for me. Others, no, you're not going to have a chance. That's right. Because sometimes that's why you have to be very careful how you speak to other people, because you don't know in the future you're going to need them. So it's not about today I'm good to you, tomorrow I'm bad to you. It's about how you treat me in general. You understand what I mean? So we can have arguments. That's normal, even in our families. But we love each other. Tuna, you're okay, no worries. African Millennial is okay too. The people here on the panel are okay. No worries about that. But I'm going to be very rich. I'm going to be very rich, and I'm going to be the richest person on earth.
Oh, is it me? One thing I can say for sure is that to Fang is that most of the people on this panel are hypocrites and devilish because they probably think you will never achieve what you just said. So it's just one of those things. But
that's what I like when people say to me, "No, you cannot do it." It makes me more to go where I had to go, because I achieved everything I wanted. I achieved it.
Let me ask you a question. If you had to put a bet right now of $200, would you put it for her or against her?
Of course, I'll put it against her.
Exactly. So you're talking about this.
I'm just saying. No, because it's harder to be the richest man on earth or richest person on earth than not to be. So it's just logic.
One question.
Hey guys, can I please ask a question?
My emotions.
Which person you think is going to most likely succeed at their goal?
Pardon?
Which person on the panel do you think will most likely succeed at their goal?
Oh my goodness, that is just you. I'm not gonna say it, man. I'm not answering that kind of question. That's just evil. If I pick one person, then the other person will be like, "Hey, that is not this." Besides, I don't know anyway. How am I supposed to know? You sound very professional. Kaizo sounds very smart. Fang sounds very driven. African Millennial sounds like African Millennial, and JOZI Gold things. So how am I supposed to know that?
Can I ask a question?
I don't even know what my fate is going to be. So it's not that straightforward.
Someone has a question for you.
Go ahead.
Yes. The question is actually to UK. There's something that we said, and I just can't seem to forget everything that you said. If we were to go back a bit, you said that Africa in the next 20 years would be in the same position, and you see no future for Africa. What does that mean, and why would you say such a thing with a panel full of Africans on board? Isn't that just insulting?
Yeah, it's insulting, but you see, on insult than reality, that's why Africa will be at the bottom. So the point here is, right, Africans usually respond by following what the white man says. So the white man comes with a problem. The African, instead of looking at that problem through his own vision, he just adopts the same problem, the same mindset. The issues, like I said, for us, we have malaria, cholera, typhoid, but we're worrying about something else. It doesn't make any sense. It's like when finally reality gives you an option by not letting you suffer from something, but you're still living life as if that thing is killing you. It doesn't make sense. We're not thinking about problems that affect us. We're just copying the rest of the world. If you're always copying someone else, you have to first wait for that person to create the blueprint. So you will never catch up. So imagine you're running a race. Someone is 200 yards away, and they are just as fast as you, if not faster. You'll never catch up. The only way we can catch up is by thinking creatively about problems that affect us, solutions that can actually come to those problems, and that's not going to happen. Unless a great leader,
it's not going to happen?
Unless a great dictator comes in and puts some things in roll, it's not going to happen.
So sorry. So let me ask you this question about Africa. So look at this. Every single person is copying or doing as somebody else did beforehand. Yeah, we all have a blueprint on earth, even from our parents. Most of the things we do is because of our parents teaching us their own experiences. But do you want the experiences of your parents or you don't? So I'm going to put you this example about Arnold Schwarzenegger. Arnold Schwarzenegger had the blueprint from Reg Park, I think. Yeah, that is, was from this bodybuilding. He did exactly the same thing this bodybuilder did. But he was great because he became the governor of California, being from Austria. So it's not about that. It's about what you expect. You can have a blueprint, but also at the same time, you have to have your dream, the big one. Because if you just think about the average, you're not going to do anything. You are going to keep poor. People say, no, you're not going to be that. And he also said many times, people will say, no, Arnold, you are too big for me, a movie star thing. Look at your accent. Look at his mindset. Whatever you say is not going to happen. And look at him, what it is right now. Do you get that? So don't listen to the naysayers. Even if you are a naysayer, don't listen to yourself. That's it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Don't
okay.
listen to yourself.
You know,
Radi, you can go ahead.
Let me quickly respond.
yeah,
Yes, so yes, as an individual, you can accomplish whatever is in your heart, how hard you work. But as a group, there's statistics of how people move. You compare two groups. The group that has more people who are driven and more people who are creative will win out. You can have individuals from any group doing well. We got Dangote, billionaire. You can pick out individuals who succeed, and I'll change it. But unless the group changes the culture or something happens and we're just copying, we'll never catch up. As a group, individually you can, but I'm answering as a group.
But what do you want to be in a group? Because look at this. It's the African saying that they say, if you go alone, you can't go far. But if you go with the group, I don't remember exactly the saying. Yeah, you can go far if you are with a group. But you want to go fast, you have to be on your own. But that is true, because look at this. If you want to be, because you say that you want to be a billionaire, yeah? You want to be a billionaire. So if you are in a group that people don't think that they can be billionaire, you are not going to be a billionaire. You have to separate yourself from those people to be a billionaire, because that group is not going to help you. That's it.
What is Radi doing? Are they coming to pack something out or something? He should. I think there's noise coming from there. Regarding this.
Okay, wait, guys. Oh, to Niger. Oh, can I speak?
Go ahead. You're free to speak.
Okay. As much as I disagree with everything that Kay said, there are some good points that he made. He spoke about changing the culture. Unless we change certain cultures within the African continent, then African as a whole won't go any far. And one of those things that I believe is a hindrance to our progress is the corruption. Corruption is prevalent in every country, just as it is in Nigeria, in South Africa. Every corner of Africa has corruption in it, and I believe that if we could do away with the culture of corruption, with the culture of infighting, and just with, I believe that if we had a culture of excellence, then Africa could go forward. But for Kay to brush aside Africa like that, as if we as a people, as a continent, will never amount to anything, that we are useless and there's absolutely no hope for us, I really have an issue with that. It is that, and I don't know if you yourself are black, but that is the reflection of yourself. It shows what you think of yourself and your people, and I don't think you should attribute that to us.
No, but I'm
for those of us who are proud. For those of us who are proud to be African.
No, it's not about me. I'm successful. I'm actually very successful. So that's not the issue. The issue here is okay. The issue is there's some issues that we have to overcome if we again are gonna move forward as a collective. Of course, Africa can succeed relative to itself. What I'm talking about is relative to the rest of the world. If you compare Africa to, let's say, America, Africa is right now where Europe was 1890, right? 1890s or early 1900s. We are behind in terms of progress. That's what I mean. We can reach now where UK is today, maybe in 100 years. But the point is always be behind the rest of the world unless we do things in a way that will allow us to overcome that hurdle. And that's just a reality. If we can't even accept that reality, then there's no hope at all at that point because we're just living in a dream. Personally,
Okay.
Africa, it's not
Yes.
about me.
No, I hear. Yes. No, I hear what you're saying, but look at a country like China. China isn't what it used to be 50 years ago. China was one of the poorest nations in the world, and now they are on par to becoming a global superpower. So if China could do, if China could make drastic changes in a period of 50 years, then obviously we as Africans also need to tweak a few things and change a few things and be honest with each other. Then probably would also be in a trajectory to development. But I'm just appalled by just how just how you view Africa. You don't even see
You,
a hope of change. You don't even. It's like you Africa is just it's just the fly flying around your face that you're trying to swat away. I
you
think
gave
that's
a
how you
good
view Africa.
you
Radi,
gave a good example.
Let me
China.
just, let me just say something.
One more point. China was made by a dictatorship. That's why it became successful.
Sorry, say again. I didn't hear that. Sorry, say again. China what?
China was successful because of dictatorship. They had a simple rule, structure, and they were able to move forward and make decisions as a unit. Africa is disorganized, too many countries. There's chaos within each country, no agreement. It's not going to happen. So unless we have streamlined agreement, it's not going to happen. China has that, dictator.
I think that from what Kaizo said, is because Radi is saying something like that because he doesn't know Kaizo. Personally, I've spoken to Kaizo before, and I find him to be less complacent than the way you came across. What he's sounding actually more radical because he's saying you don't have any hope if you're thinking the way you're thinking. If you look at what he said, if you listen to what he said, he talked about how you're waiting for some other person's blueprint. In other words, being complacent. So this is the Chinese you're talking about. You think they were busy making excuses for Europeans? They were busy doing their own thing, making sure they are strong. And when they are strong, then that's when they open the doors after they became strong. So this is how you have to learn. All the countries that did the same thing. You look at India, look at North Korea, look at Russia. None of them were making, because this world nobody gives you anything. you have to take it. If you think you're going to hold hands and things are going to work out, it's not, because you're going to swallow us the way they swallow the imperial group. And that's why I don't like that kind of complacency. But I think I just wanted to address the point, say something about the space, this thing that was highlighted by Chitlin and Grace. That industry seems to be moving on now, with all these billionaires traveling to space. But from what I'm seeing, it looks like it's going to have a kind of up and down trajectory. It's not going to be straightforward.
Oh, it's not going to be straightforward. What I'm saying is, I would say, because I followed this industry for quite a long time, and I mean, a lot of these industries, let's say, if Jeff Bezos, which he took a long time to do anything, actually started before Elon Musk, and Elon Musk. I mean, Elon Musk has really gave momentum against establishments like the like Boeing and others, who pretty much utilize Americans' money for their own gain. Whereas Elon Musk like saying, well, I could do this cheaply and do this reusably. And look what he's demonstrating in comparison what we had before, what we had, when we had the space shuttle. It was working, but it was far from being what's supposed to be, reusable, which we had totally, like a couple of tragedies that happened. And it took them years and years and years, to get that thing flying, really. And, because it wasn't really safe until they retired it. What SpaceX has accomplished now has really changed the whole paradigm in the whole space industry, which is forcing countries around the world, even in Europe and even China is looking to outdo him or try to get into the reusability bandwagon. And I think that's a good thing. What he's doing with his Starlink program as far as granting internet access all over the world. And he's doing that in a fast pace, which is outpacing his competitors like OneWeb, even Jeff Bezos' company, you know, he want to do called Kepler, way behind. And a lot of these companies, a lot of these startups, and a lot of these startups actually are from, you know, Blue Origin, which is Jeff Bezos' company, and also Elon Musk, Elon Musk are creating companies because, you know, it's giving a lot of people momentum. I think it's a really, really good thing, very, very positive thing. Unfortunately, a lot of these companies are started in the United States, but I have a feeling with the Europeans, they're a little bit more, far more conservative. And, you know, Elon Musk is taking a lot of those contracts and they're going to have to start changing how the way they doing things or getting homegrown industries or creating industries, which pretty much what NASA pretty much did. As far as getting, because NASA want to be the company, be the customer now, and they don't want to be the ones, even though it was usually from Boeing, to be the ones who pretty much do everything. They just want to be a customer, and I think it's a great thing. Next month, even though it's going suborbital, the guy from Good Morning America, the black guy, he's going to be flying in Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin little rocket, but it's not going into space. It's going on the, you know, what they call a Kármán line. Yeah. But I think it's pretty much good. It's just like, think of it like this. Think of it like the airline industry back in the past. I mean, back in the 1914 and 1920, it took a little bit of time for it to develop until we have now where airline travel, you know, we can't even think of now anything without airline travel. We can't even imagine how the way people traveled back 100 years ago. I mean, I'd to get from here to Nigeria within 20 hours, which probably would have took me, let's say 100 years ago, 6 months to probably get there or even longer. So that could change everything.
I get what you mean, but what I'm talking about is slightly different because when we are talking about real money to be made from space, it's one thing to be flying billionaires and people that have a lot of money.
No, it's not about flying billionaires.
Can I jump here? I need to jump here because the boys are talking too much.
Can I just
No, it's not about flying billionaires. It's not about flying business. I mean, the space industry is not only about flying people up and down. It's a lot more to it, such as satellite technology, like what you utilize for your phone.
Brothers, let the woman talk, please.
But I've not said anything though. Anytime I say I'm cut off. Can I just finish one quick point there? Because I just wanted to address my own knowledge of what I have from observing the industry too. Because the asteroid mining has the potential to really change things when it really gets there. But that is somewhat far off. It's not something that is just going to happen anytime.
I'm not even thinking about that. I'm thinking more or less as far as satellite technology we have.
It's not within even 20 years short right now. So
right. I'm not thinking about asteroids, Nigel. I'm thinking about as far as like satellite technology. Okay, let the woman talk. Okay. Why are you interrupting? I'm going to finish talking, but don't interrupt. That's rude. Satellite technologies. It's you know, that's one thing. I mean, because a lot of companies are doing satellite. It's just so many tentacles in the space industry. It's not just one-dimensional thing. It's multi-layered things. Look at this is my last time I'm going to say. Look at Bloomberg in the space industry. We can talk about it probably privately.
Okay, my turn. Because I am, as Odekemi said, an innovator. Yes, I am. Yeah, so I know a lot about what's going to happen with the space thing, because some people don't understand one thing. The thing that you see on TV about space traveling is happening, and now right now, because Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, they are the ones are starting this. In the future, it's going to be like having an iPhone, something very easy to go and travel to other planets. But what people don't understand is this: what you see in movies, like I like the old one. Total Recall, the first one, the old one, the new one, no, I don't like it. Different planets have different atmosphere. Yeah, do you get this? So we are not going to be the same. The people that are going to live in Mars are going to be totally different from the people that are living on Earth. We are not going to be the same people physically. We are going to change because it's not the same oxygen. It's not going to be because at some point they have to change the atmosphere of Mars. Yeah? So any single of us that can travel to other galaxies, we are not going to be exactly the same. We are going to change. But the common thing we are going to have that we are humans by DNA. Yeah? So then this is about the African things. People, I want to put my example, the example from my African country, Equatorial Guinea. Equatorial Guinea was one of the poorest African countries. Yeah, when Matthias was in reign. The poorest. During colonialism, what was what was of the richest African countries during colonialism time. Cocoa was one of the most things that were exported outside. So then what happened when Matthias took the power, and because the Europeans tried to make the coup, he got cuckoo in his mind, and he just was thinking that everybody wanted to kill him. So that's why people don't understand. You don't talk about my country because you don't understand my country. You never stood up for my country, and you don't know because I was in my country. My fathers, my mother, my family, they were living there. They know better than you about my country, Equatorial Guinea. Not a person that reads something online and thinks that has a fact because the Europeans know that Obiang Nguema is not a puppet. Yeah? And my father, because my father was the chief of the weapons, Obiang Nguema has had to ask him if they could do the civil war without my father concerned. Equatorial Guinea couldn't be what it is today. And my father said yes, and that happened. Because Equatorial Guinea was very poor because Matthias was taking the gross domestic product. Yes, they are people that get cuckoo, and then you can tell them that they are corrupted. Yeah, but because of things that happened, because Matthias wasn't like that. Because from the beginning, he wanted just to help people in Equatorial Guinea. But the coup, the attempt of the coup was very early, 3 months after he took the power, and he got cuckoo with everybody. Yeah? So then, when Obiang Nguema took the power in 1979, I was 4 years old, and I remember everything, the civil war, how I was running with those rifles, bombs. I could be there by now. Yeah? My mom too. Yeah, or my little sister or my father. Yeah? So, and then when he took the power, the country didn't have anything. Was one of the poorest countries. And then I'm astonished when people say, no, your country is one of the most corrupted countries. I say, what? Are you sure about that? You know my country. There are people, they don't like Obiang Nguema. It's like the people here, they don't like Boris Johnson either. Yeah? It's like that. You have to, when you are in power, you have to have opposition people that don't like you. And mostly when they come from the Western countries, they don't like when they cannot control the African leaders. And Obiang Nguema is not a one that is for sale. So then, Obiang Nguema was saying this. Oh my God. So we are, even though we are fun, it's not about fun because it's our borders right now, we countries, even though we have our tribes, Cameroon, Gabon, we are the same, but because of the borders, the European borders that draw to us, what we are right now, yeah, as countries. Oh, Cameroon has oil, Gabon has oil, Nigeria is not that far, is there up to Cameroon. They have all the resources, and Equatorial Guinea doesn't have. Look how he was thinking, and the country was very poor. He went to Spain and asked, can you check if we have oil or diamonds or gas here? And the Spanish people, they saw that we had, and they said, no, you don't have anything. because they tried to do or to put a puppet to take the control of the country. And he went to the USA. Can you check and read if we have oil? And ExxonMobil came. He said, you have plenty of oil. And what do you think that we have those agreements with USA, that the people that you have, you are citizen of USA, you can go 3 months free, to Equatorial Guinea. After 3 months, you have to ask for a visa. Yeah, that's why. So is Obiang Nguema a corrupted person? Because if you see my country as it was before, and you see my country as it is right now, you saw the pictures. My country is not the picture that is imbecile is showing, or those people trying. You read something from the country, ask from the people. There are many people that are fed up with Obiang Nguema. They are. I'm not denying that, because they are. But the country couldn't be the richest. Look how this happened from being the poorest, one of the poorest countries in Africa, to be the 26th richest African country. The 26th. 54 countries and the 26th richest African country, and the second per capita per person. How people are poor. It's how you manage your wealth. So Africa can do better, because I see my country. If we did that, any single country can do. That's it.
Hey, can I ask you? I heard you speaking about Nguema. Is it that Playboy guy that's been trending on social media, on Instagram, the one who drives exotic cars and the one who dances with Brazilian dancers? Is it him? The guy with the
who doesn't do that, please, Radi?
With the glasses.
Who doesn't do that, Radi? If you ask yourself, your people in your country, the richest, they do exactly the same thing, but they try to demonize Equatorial Guinea. We know Theodorin. We all know Theodorin again. But they try to demonize Equatorial Guinea. Your rich people, they do exactly the same thing. How many of you see even in the USA that they go to the Brazilian and the things, and they spend their money? What's the problem?
Are you defending him? I'm
not defending him. I'm saying the exactly thing that your people do. So when you are doing exactly the same thing in your own countries.
Yes, we are, but he's the vice deputy president.
Not say about him. No, it's like I defended you about your country. Yeah.
No, listen.
Don't say so, because he has the money. He has his money. It's his money. Yeah, because Obiang Nguema was poor. That's why you don't understand.
But
you don't tell me about my country. So that's why you don't want people to tell you about your country, but you try to tell me about my country.
But wait, he's the.
Do you know his voice? So then, what are you? Are you upset when somebody's talking about what you doing to other peoples in Africa? Don't.
Wait.
Yes.
Wait. I hear what you're saying, but he's.
No,
but you're not giving me a chance to speak. You're not giving me a chance to speak.
If you don't like people to demonize your country, don't try to demonize mine.
No, I wasn't demonized. But
you were demonizing Obiang Nguema child.
Yes.
He does what he wants with his own money. You know why he didn't go to jail? Because it's his own money.
But why was he charged in France?
In their own things. Do you understand what it means to be rich? You invest your money.
No.
You invest your money. Those people invested. Equatorial Guinea couldn't be the richest country right now without Obiang Nguema. Do you get that?
Really?
Exactly.
Really?
Because he is the one you didn't listen. You see how you controlled by the media. You didn't listen. Obiang Nguema was asking if the country was rich, and people were saying to him no, and he went to ExxonMobil.
Where's Kay?
USA. So you see how you don't listen to people that are from the country. And I am the person.
To Niger.
I'm the person. No, it's about to Niger. To Niger was complaining about your own country, and you were crying.
No.
Yes.
No. I wasn't crying.
Yes.
I was giving him facts.
And I said,
I was giving him
facts
facts
to him not to do that. Yeah, that's why you have to be very careful.
No.
Because it's like that. What do you think your football anthem was a function? Because Equatorial Guinea and South Africa have very, very, very good ties. Yeah, not even what.
Yes, they do, but
yeah, exactly.
But what are you saying about the conduct?
About Theodorin is the country.
No,
Theodorin is just a simple person that happens to be the son of the president that likes to spoil himself.
But
like any single person.
But he's
like
yes.
Mateba, like anything, like Malema, like any,
yes.
like Suma.
Yes.
Yes, come on, please.
But he's
Malema. You are just doing exactly the same thing that you didn't want people to do to you.
Okay, but he's a representative of your country. And
he's
why
not the representative of my country.
Why?
Is Malema the representative?
But he's a vice president.
Is Malema the
But he's a vice president.
Is Malema?
He's not.
Is Malema?
Malema
exactly,
is
so
Malema.
No.
But he's the vice president of your country.
What are you telling that he is? So I'm telling you no, but you try to say yes. That's what I don't like.
What are you talking about?
No, you are talking about something, somebody, one person. You're talking about one
can
person.
We have a decent discussion? Why are you getting emotional?
It's his own money.
Why are you getting emotional? Why are you getting emotional?
And you
why are you getting emotional?
But you don't like people to talk about your country, but this and that.
Why are you getting emotional?
About my own country. Come on. Are you serious?
Wait.
Yeah, are you serious
Niger.
about that? So I allow people to talk bad about your country, how you how you feel, something like that, and you don't like it.
To Niger. Oh.
Yeah, no, you see.
JOZI Gold. Guys.
African, that's why I try to put this down.
Oh. But why are you getting emotional?
You know what I mean?
Why are you getting emotional?
You one person representing.
Why are you getting emotional?
Because he has money, you don't have it. If you have money, you're going to do like any person who has money.
I think you feel guilty.
No,
I think you feel guilty.
You're not doing anything because you're trying to talk about my country. I know better my country than you. So, and
I think you're feeling guilty.
Okay, can we just agree to disagree on that?
About my country.
No.
Yes.
Listen.
Yes.
Your country is exactly what Kay has been talking about.
My country because
your country is exactly what Kay has been talking about.
My family, 90% of people, my family are in my country. You understand that?
No,
so you don't talk about my country because one person is spending money all over. Yeah? Okay? So yes, the fuck yes, that the fuck
okay, to Niger.
Your country.
There's no help in these YouTube streets.
Yes, the fuck up.
Wait. Listen, guys.
I know, waiting.
Wait,
guys.
Your country, you are so African, you're so rich.
Wait, can we
your country cannot even be like it is without the white people. You want me to come?
Guys, can I share?
You want to come after you? You want me
wait.
No. Why are you getting emotional?
Come on, I don't know.
You know the reason why you're not
Frank, relax.
The reason why you're not giving me a chance to speak.
But you're trying to talk about my country. What
the reason why you're not giving me a chance to speak is because you know that.
In South Africa either.
It's because you know that everything that I'm about to say is probably true. That's the reason why you're not giving me a chance to speak.
No, because I'm going to
I think that African millennials should control this meeting so that I can speak. Please, my sister, control this meeting so that I can speak. She's not giving me a chance intentionally because she doesn't want me to speak. Please, African millennial, control this meeting. Please control this meeting. African millennial, please control this meeting.
I'm not controlling nothing. I'm just going to press the end button, to be honest, because I don't just have time for this.
Yes. Wait. Okay. Let me speak. The situation in her country, I don't know if it's true, but when I question her about
my country, you don't want me to talk about your country.
African millennial, please control. Please control the meeting. African millennial, please control the meeting.
You know I'm controlling
Please control the meeting.
But you don't like the truth saying back.
Wait, please control the meeting. African millennial.
You're killing Nigerians. And
okay, African millennial.
Okay, wait, one second.
Please control the meeting. Please control the meeting.
You control yourself. Don't talk about my country.
African millennial.
You don't control my country. You don't
please
care
control
about my
the
country
meeting.
Because you don't like that. Because now you try to be like superior about
African millennial.
About a person
please control the meeting.
Buying things and show it off. What? You do
African millennial. Please control the meeting.
Does anyone have any final thoughts for the end of the show?
Yeah, I couldn't help him. It's just that yeah, because of the show, I was trying to talk about, I actually believe that this century, regarding what Chiplin and the Grace said, this century is going to be owned by biological this innovation instead of human based.
I'm not able to hear what you're saying.
Oh, you can't hear me. Oh, that sounds far, isn't it? So, I mean, this century is going to be owned by biological, this thing, basically bioengineering innovations.
And it ran away.
It'd probably be multiple different things, but from what you're saying, me and my buddies talk about this all the time in regards to biotechnology, along with what he's talking about, something to do with computer, not damn it,
quantum or
not quantum computers, but more or less, I think it could be about quantum computers or we was talking about that. Of course, AI. I mean, it's like an AI contest between the United States and Europe. China's pretty much, I forgot what that guy who owned that company pretty much says they have the most advanced AI system. So it's always going to be multiple different factors. And also with China, it's kind of like making a little bit of strides into space. It's pretty much
okay. So I think we should start from Tunisia and then go all the way up, just with the closing statement.
Okay, all right, let's close out. So yeah, thanks for having me, and I enjoyed the show. And obviously, it could have, I really like the fact that Radi actually missed me, because I came in with a lot of disagreements, and I'm glad the way he also took it, because it's nothing personal. I just like to see my people doing better for themselves. That's all. And regarding the topic, I missed the main topic itself, which is about DNA. But regarding everything we talked about, I think in the end, complacency is going to be our undoing. And I've heard people talk about our people as if we are not even on the continent. That is, man, when people start talking about you like you are not there, man, that is disturbing. It's like we don't count. And when our people that are there don't even see that, then you have to worry for us a little bit. I had a CIA official that's online, he's on YouTube here, black guy, South for years, and he was talking about how some tools, there are some chemicals or minerals are in Congo that they need to be able to create some weapons and some of their missiles for it to function with. That's the only place they can get it. Why would they leave that for the Russians or the Chinese? And what I find peculiar when he was talking about it was the fact that the Congolese never even came up.
Yeah.
They never even came up because they don't factor into it. It's almost as if we are not there.
Because we're not, Tunisia. Because our mindset is not anywhere close there to threat. We're fighting over small spaces in the jungle there. They're fighting over the minerals that they know have the technology to create weapons of mass destruction. We're just not a factor. It's because, like you said, we don't know. We don't even know that we have a security problem. We don't even have. Tonight, you're always talking about. Sorry.
You're muffled.
You are not clear.
Oh, it's better now.
Yeah, talk.
Is it a bit? Okay. So tonight is always talking about security, going on about it, but I don't think we really understand what he's saying. And I'm always going on about this COVID thing. I don't think we really understand what I'm saying either. That's, I guess, the problem tonight. We just don't quite get it.
I hope we get it sooner rather than later, because I know that our people have a lot to offer, and they shouldn't let things lie. I'm sure a lot of people won't, and even the ones that do, obviously, there are always people that will not see things, exactly the way we see things. There are people that are ahead of us that are working hard, not saying anything about it, because they know that these things, They don't want to find out someday that our people completely are dispossessed and, impoverished, even worse than we have already endured. So I just hope that we do better for ourselves. That's all I can say.
To Niger, can I respond to that? And I really want to go back and apologize to Kay when I said that it sounded like he was insulting us, but I take it back. I believe that part of the reason why Africa isn't developing is because of the things that we do onto ourselves. It has nothing to do with the capabilities of Africans, because here in Africa we have produced scientists, we have produced entrepreneurs, we have produced people who have done remarkable things in other countries. Now, if you have a situation where in a country, one man is president for more than 20 years, and then this very same person puts their son as the vice president of a country, and then somehow in that position, this person's wealth rapidly increases to a point whereby they're flashing their exotic cars and showing videos of them dancing with strippers on social media. I mean, what do you call that? Do you really think that we as Africans would get anywhere? I really don't agree, and that's the point. And it sounds to you guys, it probably sounds like a meme or some type of a joke, but it's really what's going on. And I think that's the confusion between me and African Fang Tribe. It's really not to insult, but it's unbelievable how it, but it's okay. Let me stop.
If she disagrees with you, I probably agree with her, surprisingly, because I don't think the things you are saying that is the problem is because you are not looking deeper into the reasons why corruption is a problem. Corruption in itself is not what degrades the economy. There's always corruption. You have armed robbers, you have criminals, you have killers everywhere, gangsters. That is not the reason why the economy is going down. The reason why the economy is going down is because resources are leaving the economy. Are living here, because if somebody steals money, they still have to employ somebody to spend the money. They still have to pay to a shop owner. They still have to. The economy circulates, but when the circulation is not happening within your economy, that's where the damage is done.
So what
the resources, it goes out.
What I'm just saying is, if you go to Kenya, for example, the most corrupt African country next to Nigeria, is some of these rich families. I won't mention the name. I don't want them coming over to my house. They have offshore accounts outside of Africa, in Sweden, England. So the money stays there, it leaves the economy, doesn't circulate. That's the issue.
And we don't control it. We don't control that. Basically, they are paying into
someone else's
other people's economy.
So the Swiss banks then invest that money, get more money, but then the African, or let's say Kenya's economy is not growing as much because the money's not there. Like you said, if he steals it, the money gets spent in the country. It doesn't matter who has the money. There's a pipeline circulation. But when it leaves and then they buy, and what's worse is, imagine if they die, right? Some of them, and that money never comes back, and that's actually happening.
But what do you call it when a country, the president of the country employs their son as the vice president, and then littered all over government positions, it's family members and cousins and relatives? Then what do you call that?
Excuse me, how do you call a person that has a business and hire the people? Please, you're stupid, yeah, Radi?
You talking about like Donald Trump, Radi?
Corruption.
I mean, Donald Trump had his own family members in his cabinet. Which was
Look at this, Radi. Let me see this point because you're talking to a person that lives in the country and has family in the country, and I am a person that her father is a freedom fighter, not you, Radi. So you don't have a say to my country, okay? If you are rich and you have people and your father gives you money,
Radi, don't walk into that one.
And you, to Niger, please, and your father gives you money, and you saw the money, what's your problem? If you saw the money. But the problem is the Western media, how you believe the Western media, how you are all oppressed and colonized. Yeah, do you get this? If my father gives me, my father, imagine is Jeff Bezos, yeah? And Jeff Bezos give me 800 million pounds, and I saw the money, and I bring this on social media, what What's the problem with you? Yeah, it
Okay,
doesn't
look.
mean that it's how Jeff Bezos is, or the country is, or is your mind that is very low.
Yes. Okay, thank you for that. What happened between JOZI Gold and Niger is that Niger kept on giving us facts, and then we kept on debating with him, and we were eventually able to make him understand why certain things happen. But what do you explain when a vice president of a country who, upon his appointment, became very rich, and is even flexing his
You don't know anything
Lamborghinis
about my country,
and
so please stop it.
Bugatti?
Please stop it, because you are giving me some information about my country. It's what I don't like.
But
okay,
why aren't you giving facts? Why?
Because you don't live in my country. How can I give information from your country if I don't live in your country? Yeah.
Yes, but that's why I'm asking.
What Malema himself is saying, not about what you're saying. So you don't talk about my country because you don't know anything. If I appoint somebody that is in politics, yeah, because he has studies and is in politics, obviously, who do you think I'm going to put in politics? A person I don't know, or a person I know I can trust? Yeah.
But that's his son.
No,
that's
you
his
don't
son.
Understand. No, you don't understand.
That's nepotism.
Radi. Because
Radi.
you are
the same thing happened in South Africa.
Low mind.
The same thing happened in the United States.
Actually, in business, you always appoint people that you can trust, and many of them are your own children. And politics are businesses. That's why Boris Johnson here, when his father was not wearing face mask, excuses. Do you get that? Please.
But why has he been? Why has he been?
You don't have anything to say about my country.
President.
Think about your country. Why you are so oppressed?
Wait.
You black South African. You don't have anything, and you killing other Africans.
Wait.
Talk about that. Not about my country that you don't know anything. Talk about your own country.
Listen.
Let it go, bro. Let it go.
Talk about your country. When you talk about, when you try to talk about my country, when it's the richest per capita per person, not your country.
Okay.
No, I mean, in regards to kind of like nepotism, that did happen with the last administration and the Trump administration. I think his daughter, which was pretty much against, I don't know what type of constitutional thing it was, but I think it was against the Constitution to have a member that close in your family to be in your cabinet. And plus, both his daughter and son-in-law didn't even have any type of political experience, which I thought was pretty much interesting, but they were able to get around that. And this happened in the good old Uncle Sam, the United States.
And we have to remember that not all African countries have that kind of incidents. If anything, it might be the opposite, like Nigeria. Not one Nigerian leader has managed to rule Nigeria for 10 years that is not a democratic president. As a matter of fact, it's recently happened. I don't think anyone has even served 2 terms. I think it's only a passenger that served 2 terms as a district president. The others have not made it. Every time a president comes to Nigeria, they are looking for a way to escape.
You think in the history of Nigeria, there's not been 2-term presidents? Not even Goodluck?
Only a passenger. No. Passenger, Goodluck, not 2 terms.
What's wrong with you guys?
He took over from Yaradua as a vice president. Then the president died. He took over. Then he won once, and that was it for him. Bye-bye. And even though Babangida didn't make it for 10 years, Gowon, that even won the war in Nigeria, he didn't make it for 10 years. So
that means Buhari is not going to serve 2 years.
Oh yeah. Some countries are tough to rule,
Yeah.
So Nigeria is one of them. And if you last 8 years, you have lasted long in Nigeria. If you last 8 years, Buhari, you see what they talk about Buhari, and he's about 8 years now. By the time he leaves, he will be the Antichrist or something. So this is how some countries are. It's not all countries that are like that, where you have somebody ruling for 30 years. I'm not sure most African countries have that even. Ghana had a long stretch with Rawlings, but that was it.
That was different.
Sometimes it's good to have a leader, if he's a good leader, in power for longer, because it leads to stability and them being able to fulfill their vision.
Yeah,
if they're a good leader. Sometimes
look at you're right. Look at the Gulf Arab states.
No,
even though they're far from being democratic in that part of the world, I've been in that part of the world, but I have to give them certain credits. I'm just going to give them a little credit as far as having disability I won't say countries like Saudi Arabia is rich. I mean, you got a lot of poor folks and ghettos there, but they utilize that all money for their, elite people or middle class people. Countries like the UAE, not democratic, but Emiratis, even though they're the minority of their countries, since they're part of different, I forgot the different tribes there, but they're pretty much well taken care of. Let me just say it like that.
Even FDR during the Great Depression and World War II, he was elected 4 times in a row, served for about, I think, what was it? 4 terms?
3 times? Was it 3
4 times?
It was 4 terms, so that was like 16 years.
Jesus Christ!
So, wow. I don't know why. I have to
was it the guy that couldn't walk?
Yes, the guy who couldn't walk.
Oh my God!
I didn't know that.
Hey God!
FDR.
Yeah, he was kind of crippled.
Nigerians will lose it. Completely lose it. 60 years, 1%.
Maybe Nigeria needs a president for 20 to 30 years.
They will lose it, man. They will lose it completely. Jesus, he's got. My goodness, that 16 years is too long in office. And this is the thing about Western countries. They are really, really organized to that point anyway. So, but when you say something about the Gulf Arab states, does that include Iraq, Syria, and the other countries there, like Yemen?
No, not those countries. I'm talking about mainly, the Arabian countries. I mean, a lot of Arabians don't consider them really Arabs. But another story. But countries like the UAE, Abu Dhabi, Saudi Arabia, possibly Oman, that territory, mainly that area in the peninsula.
Okay, I want to continue the trajectory, so we can have Africans. This is supposed to be closing statements. We can have African Fang Tribe say her final thoughts.
Oh yes, my final thoughts. I think I'm going to have to final thoughts before I continue it. Yes, because it's like this is getting very annoyed because it's the same thing again and again and again. People talking about the media because about what Theodorin is doing. Yes, Theodorin is doing as any single other African leader is doing. Exactly the same, but he likes to saw it. And what happened with Theodorin? Theodorin doesn't give a fuck about what people think about him. And it's what I like about him. And I met him when I was a younger. Yeah. So if you are a rich person and you saw your money, what's your problem to show the money? Because you are the son of the president. Look what is happening with Kenya or Kenyatta, yeah. Also with his children. What? There are people that they have the power. If they want to show the money, what's the problem? If you are poor, it's not because of the president, because you don't have the mind to have your own business. The country, the government doesn't have to give you the money. It's you the one to have to provide the money. Countries are not rich because of the president or the government, because of the ideas. Jeff Bezos is not rich because the USA, it's because he has an idea. And then the problem that African has, like this one, Radi, is that you are poor mindset.
No names necessary.
Yeah? Closing the statements. Yeah? Because you are poor in your mind. So don't think about my country. Think about your own country first. If you want to change the world, think about yourself first. Not about the other one outside you. Because you cannot change anything if you don't change your own self. Yes? So then, if you try to find faults in all the African countries, take your country first, and you're going to see how many faults they have. As I say on Twitter, to the Ghanaian Nana Addo, the Ghanaian president, the police killing African Americans, things like that. And I said to him on Twitter, excuse me, what are you doing for your people in your country? Do you get that? Take your own self first, because in your countries, you have a lot of issues that you have to amend before talking about the other countries or other people. Yes? So I don't, and even to Boris Johnson, and I spoke on my own business account that they know me, before the taxes. And I said to them, The same exactly thing. Oh, your father is not wearing face mask, so everybody has to support to her about your father. I don't have. I'm not afraid. No, and I have citizens here in this country, and they know who I am because I'm talking facts. Don't talk about my country when your country has as many faults more than mine. Yeah. The second one is about. My boyfriend is Nigerian, so I know Niger because of him, and I know how Nigerians are, and I know Nigerians, they have this entrepreneurial mindset, and I work with Yoruba people that are working in my business, we're working together, yeah, and other people, even I work with Jamaican people, and I know. So that's why I don't go after people because, I see this social media saying this. Don't trust social media, trust who you're working with. Is what you have to. Who you're working with, and if they are going to be loyal. I'm not going to hire you already, no? And I think JOZI is not going to hire you either. That's why the problem we are having, yeah? Because JOZI is a business mindset, and you are just an employee. The employees only see bad things, complaining, but the business owner always tries to improve the things, but not the employees, yeah? So, final closing is like a think for yourself. When you read something, don't think that you are reading the things, the exactly things that are happening in the country, because as you go to Equatorial Guinea, check the videos, music videos about Equatorial Guinea, and you see that Equatorial Guinea is not poor. How this country is the richest per capita, the second richest per capita in Africa. Yeah, if that was so bad. And in the 26. Do you get this? The 26 by gross domestic product, and the second per capita per person. So people are so poor. If you go to my country, you didn't see. I saw you many videos when I was in my country. We had buildings. A lot of buildings are very rich, very good, being built. And you have the people that they build the houses with, with trust. But it's not the fault of the government. It's the fault of the people.
Yes, time stamping.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The Guardian archives, you can go ahead. Oh, and I do have to say, I do agree with the whole speaking about some people's countries. I think earlier during the whole South Africa thing and the South Africans versus two Niger, we kind of saw maybe everything we're seeing in the media is not as true as it's being advertised. So we definitely have to learn to see things from other perspectives.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me know.
Oh, I'll let somebody else take. Can I go later? I just want to
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Yes. African millennial, you just said that we shouldn't take things from the media. Now, the things that are from the media are from other sources speaking about a situation, right? But what would happen if it's directly from the source? What would happen if we see the vice president of a struggling country living an opulent life, driving Lamborghinis, driving Bugattis?
Buy Michael Jackson gloves? By any chance?
Do you understand? Dancing around with strippers. What should we make out of that? A person who became a millionaire after he was appointed as vice president of a country,
Radi.
And he was appointed.
Radi.
I mean,
Radi, you sound like two Niger earlier on. Like this, but I get why Fang was a bit annoyed, because that's the same thing. View. That's the same.
But it's not the same thing.
It is the same thing. It's your view from the outside.
See, we have to be careful when we say just because somebody's from the outside, they are not aware. Your doctor is not your parent, but they know more about you in terms of your health.
It's that lived experience. I think she understands something that we might not. Look,
then she should.
Look, let me look. For me, I'm a realist. A white South African is privileged because of the past. Yes, but the narrative that's being pushed there, that black people are not doing anything, that kind of like that
Yes.
weakness narrative, which isn't true.
Yes.
So you don't know what is exactly happening in that country and those people. I'm not saying there's no
But
corruption. There's
listen,
corruption. There's also
yes,
corruption here. The same shit happened here.
yes,
Jacob Zuma came into
yes,
power. What did he do? He gave all of his kids, nephews, all sorts of relatives,
yes,
different types of relatives, what government contracts. And the same thing what
yes.
Tunaj and them was saying,
Wait,
that hey,
wait, and what
Jacob Zuma
happened?
himself, it's like you hear what Kubuse Zuma, Jacob Zuma's nephew, what did he have?
Yes,
He had a foreign bank account. He looted as well, and he had
yes,
a foreign bank account. That's the same shit that
yes,
happens here.
Mm.
So,
yes. But
look,
listen,
what I'm saying is that be careful with what you see. It's not
yes,
always as it
yes,
seems. Like, be careful with that. I'm not saying you shouldn't pay attention to it. Pay attention to it, but just like how people look at us in our own country and take maybe a bit of the truth and make it bigger than what it actually is, and sometimes even completely
yes,
twist it to something crazy, you might be
yes.
doing something similar. That's all I'm saying to you.
Okay,
Mm.
but Josie
Yeah.
Gold,
Okay.
when to Niger came back, when to Niger was giving us those reports about the media, didn't we give him facts, and on some of the points that he made, didn't we agree on some of the points? Why is she fighting? Why isn't she giving us points and saying no, this is not what's happening? This, do you understand? Why can't we have a dialogue?
God.
Look, you can have a dialogue, but look, you're entitled to your own opinion, but not your own facts. You're not really sure, what happens in her country. She knows more about her country than we do. So like
Yes, but
you
my
kind of
point is,
like
as a person, as a person who comes from that country, can't you give me facts and say no, this is not what's happening, this is what's
look,
happening, and why should I
look,
be brushed aside?
look, if she doesn't want to talk about it, she doesn't. If she doesn't want you speaking about her own country, then she doesn't. You can have your own opinion, but
Okay,
if she doesn't want you speaking about her country, especially if she feels that some of the things you're saying are not true,
Country.
then
You mean
of
city?
course it's going to be a problem.
You mean
So
city,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
Not
but
country.
it's but it's
maybe
what we
I don't know.
see, and she should be prepared to
Yeah,
dispel
maybe
of
how
all
you asked the
rumors.
question
Or
was
What do
wrong.
you see about my country
okay,
exactly? What do
You see,
you
maybe how
see
you
about
asked
my
the question was
okay,
country?
wrong.
What
okay.
do you
What
see?
what I
Have you been in my country when we have a lot of South African living in there? Yeah, escaping the poverty in your country. So do you want me to talk more? Do you want me to put your country in a bad situation? Because I can't talk about your country as shit is.
And we're trying to make a closing
listen?
statement. Trying to make a closing,
Yeah,
guys. Let's get it moving.
Okay,
yes.
close. Radi, sorry, your turn. Sorry.
Let's get it moving. It's like a
Okay, let's.
train. We got to keep on going to the next stop.
Okay, guys. What the person said earlier on about Africa not going anywhere, when that person first said it, I took it as an insult
The
because
guy from Kenya.
yeah, is it K Polymath?
Yeah, he's
I
from
took it
Kenya.
as an insult. Oh, okay. I took it as an insult because I thought that the person doesn't see anything good happening, right? But now that I think about it, as much as even if our own country, South Africa, were to fix our issues 100%, as a collective, as Africa, it will be difficult for us to progress when there are small pockets of African countries that are dragging us behind. So, yeah. So that's my closing statement.
Thank you for calling in. It's always nice to have another South African in here because I feel like Josie Gold has to defend all of South Africans by himself. So it's nice to have a different perspective as well on here. And we can have Josie Gold go next if he has anything to say.
Yeah, look, for me personally, I think what I've learned is that look, you're entitled to your own opinion, but not your own facts. So you can have your own opinion, but it can be challenged. And but at the same time, the things that you see sometimes on the media are not necessarily 100% true. So it might show you something and make it bigger than what it is, and then just spin it to some crazy narrative. So speak to people who are from there and get more than one perspective. Like me and Radi are both South Africans, but we both have different opinions on certain things. So speak to more than one person. People will speak from their own lived experience of their country. So yeah, it's a lot more complex than that. Yeah, thank you.
No problem. And next we can have chitlins and grits.
Oh man, that's so many different topics, so many different subjects we discuss here. Like I said, I come from a country where we had a president who was talking about grabbing women by the vaginas all the time, and another president who was charged for rape, or whatnot. So it's kind of like not new for us in America. I mean, but then again, we used to dishing out our dirty laundry to the public. I mean, what you've seen, what happened with the past presidency, it was like a mess. And, I was here to pretty much witness all that and to witness the consistent drama that was going on in that administration. But one thing I have to give that administration credit for, it was very transparent. You knew what he was thinking. And he knew, and people in the world in very different countries knew how the way he felt about them. He was not hypocritical who'll smile in your face, give you the diplomatic, smiles and handshakes, and then talk behind your back. He was very upfront, abrupt, pretty much a typical New Yorker. And, I'm from his town, so I pretty much know how the way that people are. Going back to what was the point of it when you did your DNA and all that type of stuff, I think it is important that a lot of Africans do it. I mean, even though a lot of people are not really fond about having their DNA, it pretty much it reconnects the diaspora with certain or multiple different ethnicities on the continent. Now, I'm not even speaking of it from a United States point of view. I'm speaking of the diaspora point of view, whether you from the United States, Brazil, Cuba, Haiti, Jamaica, any of those places, by having continental Africans do that DNA, it will connect those various different groups of people. So I think it has some certain importance to that. I mean, you don't have to, nobody don't have to force you to do it. It has to just come out of your heart. Even though it was pretty much reading wrong with you after your millennial, because, it's a small sample size that they have. And, they're not going to get every single last detail as far as what tribe you are. They're just going to get a general picture because, like it or not, with these borders and stuff like that are pretty much created. And everyone is pretty much somehow connected, especially within your same general region. In regards to what my Kenyan brother said, he has his opinions about certain things, and other people here have their opinions about certain things, and I love him. Even though I think he's a little weasel, I probably would slap him to death if I seen him in person, but it's all good.
Oh, he's actually pretty strong, but anyway.
I don't know if he's strong as me, even though I'm a little bit older. I'm an old man, but I still whoop your ass.
Okay, but I do have a question for you. As we were speaking about presidents, because I was kind of young during the Bill Clinton administration, so I don't really remember how people felt about Bill Clinton.
People used to consider Bill Clinton at one time like to be the black, default black person because he was cool.
Yeah, but one thing I will say about you Americans is you guys, well, from what I've seen or from what I've heard, you guys never like your president. It doesn't matter who's the president, you guys never like them.
A lot of people like Kennedy.
Oh, okay, that was
before our time. That was before our time.
And then African Millennium, can I jump in here? Because something I had to say about the channel. So look at this, because somebody put me on somebody put me what is this? Time out. Yeah? Look at this. I'm going to tell you this. What is emotion? if I read something about Tunaya, sorry, but I'm going to put you as an example, but it's not you. Yeah. I read something about
so
Tunaya.
much they killed him.
Tunaya is this, that, and that. And Tunaya read that and say, I'm not that. But you keep telling that he's that because you read something about him. Excuse me, and he say he's not. And then you keep telling he is, and he say he's not. Who is wrong here?
Evidence will decide, I guess. Sometimes there has to be an objective truth. There are different
Sometimes
so people telling in my feeling, I live in my country. I know what my country is, and people telling about a person buying Bugattis. People buy Bugattis every day. Yeah, because social media, the European, he's buying this, and what? He's rich. What is his father? He's going to inherit his father money. Like every single person on earth, you inherit the thing from your parents. What is the problem?
But the wealth of his father comes from the country. It comes from the country.
You don't know anything about my country, so shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Leave it alone. So how a person? That's why.
Listen.
Tunaija, I'm
Radi, leave it alone.
Example. You know who you are. You know what's going on with your life, and somebody's telling you is different. It's what happened with Radi. Excuse me. Do you get the point?
I get it.
So if I have money and I want to buy the clothes from Michael Jackson, I have the money. What's the problem? If I have the money, I want to buy it. What's the problem? If that was bought by who, which rich one from Africa, from Aliko Dangote, what's the problem? It's the same exact thing. It's a rich person can buy it, can afford it. What's the problem? But these people that are subjected by what people in the country try to tell me about my country. Come on. You know my country better than me. Are you serious? I know Tunisia lies better than him. Excuse me. You are insane. It's not a personal, it's about you don't have facts. So if you get the sample, you cannot better the life of Tunisia better than him. Okay?
What the hell?
I don't know. That sounded like
something from Pornhub or something.
Yeah. How did that leak out here?
It might be maybe some type of music or whatever.
Okay. The Guardian Archives. Would you like to go next?
Yeah, I'll speak. So
don't talk about my country. Go ahead.
So I'll say, I was mainly here for like the discussion on South African and that. So you know what? I'll let somebody else speak again. Sorry about that.
There's literally only one last person.
You're the last I'm the last person.
Yeah.
All right. So I think that. So all right. So I'll talk about like speaking on other people's countries and things of that nature. So if it's based in fact, we should all be able to discuss it, regardless of where we come from. If it's coming from a good place,
yes.
Even yes. Let's say I'm from America, right? And even if I move from America to another country, if we get into the you can't talk about it because you're not from there. If I'm not in America, yes. Somebody from America be like, well, you're not living in America, so you don't know what you're talking about. But I lived there for a certain period of time. If you have the truth and facts about it, and you want to have a discussion about it, then it's and you're not coming from a place where you're trying to, be intentionally bashful to an unreasonable extent. Try to cover up, put all the blame on one side, then it's okay. But we all should have a love for, since we're all African, so we all should have a love for each other's African countries because it's all of us.
Yes.
Even if I'm from
my point exactly.
Even if I'm from Nigeria and somebody else is from Kenya, I should have the same love for Kenya.
Don't talk about my country.
For Nigeria.
No, talk about
And
his
now,
country.
being from Nigeria, I can help Nigeria more because I'm from there and I know the terrain. But we all should love each other as we are one. So that's all I have to say.
But sometimes with
I
we have to understand certain things, like the nuances in certain countries.
Right.
Like,
if you're from a country, you know the nuance a little.
Right.
more.
Like, for example, I remember that Sudanese guy who got on. I knew certain nuances about there since I've been there, but I can't tell him everything what goes on in that country as far as the whole political situation without consulting with, local people who are in the front line right now as far as in the protest movement and all that type of stuff. So it has to be a little bit more of an education of the society and the culture of the various different countries, and not just something that's kind of like out there and is not factual.
Right. Let me ask you a question, Chitlins. In general, in America, do Americans know about America as much as, say, someone who studies in a different country that learns about America?
I would say it depends on who you're talking to, or you're talking about the
general population. Like, are Americans generally educated about how America works, capitalism, the political system?
They don't, and a lot of people don't care.
So that
everyone is, I remember people do videos on that. Everyone cares as far as what happens to them locally. I mean, I know some people who stayed in their states and never went anywhere outside their state, or maybe went to another state nearby. But generally speaking, most people outside the United States only think about the United States and only think about their region. That's just, that's just factual. And, as far as growing up, talking with people, I mean, me traveling and stuff like that, doing my own thing, people think that it's like a really big thing. And I don't really think it's a real big thing, because I think the world is kind of like my little oyster type of thing. I always had an interest in global politics. That's partially why I pretty much joined the military and all that. Anything that's pretty much outside America, because I knew there's more to life than where I grew up in a one square town in Long Island, New York. Okay. So even when I grew up in Long Island, I mean, a lot of people in Long Island was concerned about local things, as far as they got their college degree or a community college degree. And there used to be a couple of, companies there that was just pretty much big, airline companies or what have you, like Grumman, McDonnell Douglas, aerospace companies, I mean. And, usually they graduate and they work there. And then we had everything in our vicinity there, the malls and entertainment or what have you. We didn't have to go to New York City. Only time we went to New York City really is when we had relatives that came here from other states or other countries in some cases. We went to New York City. Otherwise, most people are providential. And that's just facts.
Okay. So guys, I want to ask a question. So in any country, in any scenario, if you left your country and moved to another country, there are costs involved, and it's a lot of money. I think you would need close to 80,000 rand. That's probably around $4,000 to be able to migrate to another country. So, African fam, how did you manage to move? You maybe have ties.
Don't talk to me, please.
Presidential family. Okay, sorry.
Okay, Kaizo, do you have a final statement?
Yeah, so I've heard what everyone said, and I do think that in any kind of discourse, we have to respect where a person is coming from. Facts have their place. Feelings also have a place, because if I'm gonna give you a suggestion about something in your life that affects you, something that's quite personal, you have to be able to trust me. So there always has to be that understanding from both sides that we're trustworthy compatriots that are about to go on a journey together. So emotion has a place because it's to do with trust. And if you can't trust something, then no matter how far you get, that thing can always blow up in your face. So it's really important to be able to trust people you're with. Facts are also important, and also sometimes it's good for us to be wise, choosing what we're going to be disagreeing with based on what we think really matters. So in this case, for example, I can try to give Banks what I think she means, and she can correct me if she wants. But if the economy of the country is improved significantly to the point where a country is now, top 5 GDP per capita, that means it's irrelevant if the president's son is doing something, because there's bigger problems. The fact that the country's gone from one of the poorest.
Yes, I'm going to correct you there. Don't compare the president, what he's doing, because I can do the city things also too. If I buy Bugattis, what?
Right.
We're doing exactly the same thing. So don't compare that. You are wrong there. What the president's son is doing is not what the country is. Please. That's why there were you wrong. That's why I'm transcending, because I'm seeing these things, how you people, African, so you think that you are so very clever and intelligent, but you're not really. How can you compare a person doing something personal to a country? Please.
Are you talking to me or someone else?
To you, because you were the one talking.
I think you don't quite understand what I've said. I said it's irrelevant what he's doing. I didn't say he's doing anything. I didn't give any opinions of what he's doing. That's why I said.
You said so.
I think she was talking about the other one.
Yeah, or maybe she's misunderstanding, but
she might got y'all mixed up.
Yeah, I didn't mention whether I'm judging it or not. I just said it's irrelevant what he's doing. Despite what anyone thinks, it's just not relevant to the equation. Focus on the thing that someone's doing. But in general, I hope that in the future that our people can keep improving individually and ourselves. And to the brother who said he's doing some software engineering, is he still here? Some software stuff.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I mean, if I was you, I would kind of focus more on learning, or rather getting more skills in crypto.
Yeah, I'm in crypto. I don't invest in. I know about it.
Oh, no, I mean
programming, but
yeah, programming it. Yeah, creating the actual technology behind it, because as I see it, that's going to be one of the future things right now. And I don't think Niger quite understands how it works, but basically, it's a very good trustless system, which whoever's going to be able to control things for finances and just general programs, that's the future. So if you can get into that.
You mean I don't understand?
I might stick to. I'm full stack developer, so I might stick to that, because I'm gonna stick to what I know until I maximize it, and then from there I'll see what I could do.
The reason why I don't like cryptocurrency is that there are greater technologies that can be used to compromise it. So I wouldn't advise my people.
Okay, with all due respect, I don't want to hear that right now. I don't really care.
Can compromise anything.
I'm not going to crack it. If they crack it, then they go and empty your wallet, and let's say a lot of our people. Look at this last year.
Wait. Kaizo, were you finished? Wait, no. Kaizo, were you finished your final statement?
Yeah, let me finish my final statement. To Niger, if quantum can take over crypto, it can take over anything else, including the system that's there right now.
Yeah, I don't want our money in there, do you? That's what I'm saying.
What I'm saying to Niger is the banks is all digital anyway. So if someone cracks the quantum for the banks, they'll steal your money anyway. They're gonna steal your money anyways, because money is digital right now.
Yeah, but at least if they take it from the banks, they're accountable. But crypto, who are you gonna hold?
Oh, right. So to Niger, that's why I say you don't understand. Crypto technology is not about this woo thing. There are gonna be centralized banks built on crypto technology.
Kaizo. Can we stick to the topic, please? Yeah. Or can we stick to one of the topics that we discussed? Because I don't want to talk about this right now, to be honest.
Only thing I want to say to Naja, it's nanotechnology we discussed. Nanotechnology.
Just don't want to talk about it.
Okay, let's move away from technology. All the technology might be put it off.
Yeah, let me finish my point then. I won't go into the whole tech thing. But anyways, so yeah, so my plan is to be a billionaire in a few years' time, and I think I'm already a little bit 0.1% there. So just another.
I have to ask you: gonna stay in Kenya, or are you gonna move back to England?
I'm not gonna move back to England. I'm not gonna necessarily stay in Kenya. I'm just
come
gonna
to America, actually.
No.
America's gonna be the place where I'm gonna go next.
No,
I can't wait to see you. Go to New Orleans. I'll meet you in New Orleans with my kids.
Okay. I'll be there.
Why do you always recommend New Orleans? Chitlins. Why do you always recommend New Orleans?
New Orleans was one of the best cities, even though it was ghetto as hell, like I told you about. It's one of the best cities in the country. Trust me in that. Out of the South, if you look up any YouTube video,
the New Orleans food.
If you look up any new YouTube video about New Orleans and they compare it to the United States, it set itself apart. It's like almost like a different world
It
altogether.
looks like Africa a little bit, though.
It is. It's a little bit of both, man. It's a little bit of Africa, a little bit of France, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. That's what New Orleans is all about.
But it doesn't seem like a first world state for the way it looks. So, I have to call that out a bit.
I'll say to Niger, go to the city for yourself.
Yeah,
and then deal with the experience. It's
definitely
an experience.
I'm sure it looks nice when you go. It's just that I know for sure that the image that they send is not the actual thing. You see, there are certain things you will know, even if they like to give you the cliche. It's like it's like.
No, I mean, New Orleans is kind of like one of that. Like I told you, it's ghetto. It's ghetto. Yeah. It has all those different elements of good, bad, indifferent, ugly. But as far as out of all the southern cities, very hot weather. The weather is terrible. I mean, in comparison to California, that is. California's dry weather, mostly Mediterranean. But it makes. I'll say like this: the city has no pretense. That's all I have to say about it. No pretensions whatsoever. And the people there are fucking great. Excuse my language. They're great. They're wonderful. Even though some of them are, some of the whites are racist, and some of the Creoles are kind of crazy, but it's a great city, great music, very musical city. God, it's just kind of like you still see those kids doing those little tap dancing on a cardboard box. It's amazing. You don't see that.
I'll be there.
Yeah, thank you. We'll definitely keep that in mind. But thanks everybody for being here. I definitely appreciate it. I have to go because it's getting way too long. But maybe we could do this conversation next time. Actually, we'll be back. We'll be back with another result, and that will be Afroscope TV's result. He wanted to do it, so.
One question: is it the same company, or is it hopefully it's a better company?
It's 23andMe.
Okay, that's better.
Yeah.
My heritage is horrible. It's garbage, huh?
Yeah, okay, yeah. It is.
Bye.
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 Peace.
Peace.
Okay. Yes, T-Shield. Eagles people means ADOS. That's what it means. I mean, I forgot. What's on is it the American dollar that has the eagle, or America's associated with the eagle? So you guys are Eagles people because you guys only care about America, and it's like I'm just tired of that word, to be honest. I'm tired of the word America. Like I'm just tired. I'm tired. You know what I mean? Like, that's why when Kaizo was like, he's going to America, I'm like, of all countries in the world, why would you leave the UK to go to America? Who thinks like this? Who thinks like this? Anyway, yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in. If you're here for the whole show, shout outs to you. Shout outs to the content creators in the room, African Fang Tribe, Empowered. Oh, there's somebody else. Jug Season, Mr. Uganda, Lady A. I'm probably missing somebody else, but there were a couple of content creators in here. You guys can subscribe to their channels. Yeah, the DNA results is trash, is garbage. My Heritage DNA is disgusting. I would not recommend that company to anybody. 23andMe is not that bad, but really, as mentioned earlier in this stream, none of these results can really tell you the tribe that you come from. So if you're looking for that, I don't think that technology exists right now. It could tell you kind of like the landmass, but I don't know. I don't think it's that reliable. What else we were talking about? We were talking about Nigeria. I guess West Africa versus South Africa, and I agree with the South Africans. I understand why they're xenophobic. Imagine if your country is termed like the best country to go to in Africa. So then everyone literally goes to that country. I don't think people are looking at things from a South African perspective, but they're just looking at things from the individualistic perspective of people getting in trouble or people getting burned, right? I made a video about the Somalis versus South African issue that was going on. And to be honest, I was more so on the South African side in that video, you know? So that's just how I feel about that. I think xenophobia, a bit of it is kind of natural. It's not good, but let's be honest here. As an immigrant to a country, if you're doing better, performing better than the people who are native to that country, it just never goes well. It never goes well. This is why once people are talking about Pan-Africanism, 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 okay. Yeah, if you're going to Africa to be broke, the Africans will love you. But if you're going to Africa to perform better and show it off, they're not gonna love you. So I definitely agree with the whole kind of like, I understand, let me just say that I understand xenophobia to a point, especially as somebody who's an immigrant, I get it. Okay, the Canadians love you, you know, when you're working at McDonald's, but the minute that you become doctors, then they get worried like, okay, how much money are you really trying to get from this country? I think it's kind of natural, but because we're mixing it with like an African perspective, we want to act like it's not natural. And what else did we talk about? We talked about so many things. Oh, Equatorial Guinea. Equatorial Guinea. That was an interesting story that African Fang Tribe said. She said she experienced the civil war. So that kind of gives you a perspective of what happened and why African Fang had to leave at the time, because she was a child during the civil war. So that's really sad. I don't know if anyone here has experienced the civil war, but it is not nice. Okay, it's not, it can be very traumatic. So if you haven't experienced it before, I don't think you'll fully understand. Even I fully don't understand it. And what else did we talk about? What else did we talk about? I mean, we were here for a whole 7 hours basically, so we talked about so much. Does anyone want to refresh my memory? But I want to thank everybody for being here. This was an interesting comment. Most of the DNA matches are AA, of course, and that's problematic. I think that's why, to be honest, when I did my test, that's why I was matched to so many like AA and Caribbeans, is because that's the majority, I guess, of the people who took the test outside of the actual samples that were sampled. So that's kind of really concerning. If you're telling me most of the DNA matches are AA, of course, because that basically means that you're going to be matched to people who are already of mixed ethnicity or mixed genetics. So how accurate then is that going to be? It's like, should these companies even, especially the MyHeritage DNA, right? Because the results they gave me were absolute bogus. And if you just got here, I promise you, I will put what do you call it? I'll put stamps in the video so that you don't have to watch the whole video. You could literally just watch certain parts. But if you see MyHeritage DNA results, there's no way that any of that information was true. Like, I'm not from Sierra Leone. I'm not. I don't want to be from Sierra Leone. Not because I don't like Sierra Leone, but I don't resonate with Sierra Leone. I don't need to be from there. Who? And we'll not talk about the other countries that were listed in there because they're just irrelevant, to be honest. I'm not Italian. I'm not Finnish. Okay? I'm just not. Anyway, African countries should create a union and trade with the rest of the world. I think that is what African countries are trying to do in the moment, but it's really difficult. See, how many countries are in the EU? 1 second. And can we make an accurate comparison to the EU? Because I don't mean to be so like, but the EU had like thousands of years of like treaties and getting along and not getting along and going to war before they actually did the EU. So in that case, is it premature to do African unions and African treaties? Do you think that we should wait? Because, I mean, if we're doing an African Union because we want to mirror the European Union, we haven't gone through the same experiences as the European Union to be able to do that at that level. So is that even like a priority? Is that even a reality? I'm not against African unity. I know sometimes I speak and people think, oh, you're against African unity. No, 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 no. I'm not against African unity, right? But I just don't see how you can force 55 countries to just form a union. Like, I don't see how you can force that. They're not in the mind space of even thinking that way. A lot of these African countries are not in the mind space of, okay, guys, let's just come together. They don't even understand who the enemy is. So how can they just come together because everyone's saying they have to come to? It's such a lot. It's a lot. And I have a lot of faith in the regional blocks, as I keep mentioning. I have a lot of faith in them because at least they're realistic. The CDAC, the CEDAC, I see hope for that. For ECOWAS, even though I think ECOWAS is annoying, I can see maybe the Anglophone ECOWAS getting along versus the Francophone ECOWAS. I can see that happening. The East African community, I can see that happening. The South African community, I can see that happening. But you telling me that 55 countries are just supposed to come together, everybody's supposed to trade, there's not going to be any problems. It's like, is that even realistic right now? I don't see that being realistic in like the next, let's say 20 years, if I'm being 100% honest. And again, when people are speaking about these things, they're talking about the countries that are doing well, the countries that are stable. They're the countries that people are talking about. People are not talking about uniting Chad and Niger. These countries that are going to conflicts, these countries that are going through like really bad situations, nobody's talking about uniting with those countries. They only want to unite with the well-off countries that are making money. The countries that are really, really in extreme dire situations, nobody's talking about uniting with them. So it's like, really, what are people really even talking about? Are we just talking, or are we being realistic? But yes, I'm not against unity, by the way. I'm just, the way that some people fantasize about it, it's like, okay, have you read African history? Like, I'm just asking, have you read African history 101? And do you know some of these conflicts that are happening? Do you know or no? Because you're here talking about all they gotta do is see themselves as one race. I don't think that's gonna solve the problem. I mean, if you live in a country where everyone basically is from one race, and now you're saying the solution is that everybody should see themselves as one race, it's like, oh, okay, thanks, genius. Thank you. Thank you for that suggestion. I never thought about it. Thank you. Why didn't I think of that? But yeah, I guess I'm just ranting at this point. Oh, and shout outs to the people in the UK because I know it's really, really late. Shout outs to the people in UK and Europe because I don't know what you guys are doing, but you guys need to go to bed because tomorrow is Monday, or today, I should say. Yeah, and I think that we do need to have another conversation about, specifically about South Africa, and just because even though this live stream was about South Africa mostly, I think we need to have another updated conversation about South Africa because I think I would like to see more numbers and more figures as well. I think there's a huge misconception that some people have about South Africa. And I believe we really need to like talk about that and really find out what's going on and what's happening, because it's very interesting. We're saying that South Africa is the best country in Africa, but then people in the comment section is acting as if nobody who's black owns anything in South Africa. But it's like, so how are they how are they all being that successful? And you're saying that nobody in South Africa who's black is succeeding. Is like, what are you talking about? But yes, JOZI Gold, I definitely think that you and Radi and maybe some other South Africans, if it would be possible to maybe have more visuals and more actual bills and legislations in which some people can see, maybe that would help. Not saying you have to do it, but people have just a very, very negative misconception of South Africa. It's very interesting. And let me just see what you guys are saying. We needed an extra hour? Okay, no, it's true. Honestly, we'll just do something next week. I would love to stay on, but like, it's just too much. It's too much. um, I mean, and we also need to have that conversation as well. Why does everybody hate Nigerians? And even if everybody hates Nigerians, because recently I actually was in a conversation with a whole bunch of Africans. I won't say who. A whole bunch of Africans who said that they hated Nigerians. And I'm like, okay, so if you guys all hate Nigerians, is there any hope for the continent? It's like, are we just going to deal with the Ethiopians and the Kenyans and the South Africans and say, forget Nigerians? Is that what's going to happen? Because it's like, if everybody hates Nigerians, let's just forget about all of West Africa, to be honest. Let's just forget about all of them. Throw the whole West Africa away, because just throw the whole region away, because there's no, hey. And I say this all the time, the Nigerians know I'm just like playing. And Nigerians are not nice. They've never been nice. It's not going to happen. So if people are complaining that Nigerians are not nice, Nigerians will never be nice. Like, it just, have we not realized this? Nigerians will never be sweet and like caring and, oh, how are you? I miss you. And Nigerians are not like that. Not all of them, but you know what I mean. Like, Nigerians are not like that. You go to a workplace, the Nigerians are going to speak to another Nigerian. Like, this is normal. Or are they talking about something else? Are they talking about the scammers? Are they talking about the scammers? Because let me say it like this. Listen, 200 million versus some of our countries that have like 7, 3, 10, 20 million. Obviously, there's going to be more scammers relative to population size. It's just obvious. So what else is it? Okay, they're not nice. They're scammers. What else is it about the Nigerians? Like, is there any hope? Is there any hope for the Nigerians? Is there any way that we could fix the relationship with Nigeria? Oh my goodness, like this whole anti-Nigeria rhetoric and this whole anti-Nigeria war, like, I get it, but sometimes I'm like, is this real or is this fake? Is this being amplified? Like, what can we do with the Nigerians? What can we do about the Nigerians? I'm dead serious right now. What can we do about the Nigerians? What can we do with the Nigerians? How can we fix this? Because, hey, in as much as even Nigerians say that country is condemned, that country will never rise, that country is not going anywhere, those people have the oil. Like, can we find a way to get the resources? Can we find a way to do it? I mean, in terms of human capital, they have it. In terms of resources, they have it. So how can we make that be useful to us without the Nigerians? You know what I mean? Like, how can we do it? Does anyone have an alternative? How do we extract the resources? How do we extract the richness of that country without the Nigerians? Any suggestions? Any suggestions? Should we move them to a different planet? Because I think space is pretty full right now. So maybe we have to move the Nigerians somewhere else. Like, what can we do about this? Oh yes, no, I agree too. I really like knowing about other things that are going on in the continent. Yes, it's really, really nice to know everything that's not only happening in West Africa. I agree. So if there are any other people, last time we learned a lot about Sudan. If there are any other people from any other countries, even if the topic is something else, please feel free to call in the future if you have something to say about your country, because I really like knowing about some of your guys' country. Like, seriously, Central Africans, if you guys are in there, Central Africans, call in once in a while. I want to know what's happening in Congo. I want to know what's happening in Gabon. I would like to know what's happening in Angola. The West Africans, it depends, because I kind of keep up with you guys already. The East Africans, the East Africans, if you guys ever want to call in, I know Kaizo and them, they call in, but it's like, if someone from another East African country ever wants to talk about what's going on, that would be great as well. And who else? I'm thinking. I can't think right now, but I'll figure it out. Oh, you like Nigerians? I mean, they're my family, so I can't hate them, but at the end of the day, I love them too. You know what I mean? Like, I can fight with these Nigerians all day. Okay, in fact, I do. I fight with Nigerians all day, but at the end of the day, they're just Nigerians. They're just Nigerians, okay? Like, I don't know. I don't know. I guess I don't know. I have no choice but to get along with those people, because 200 million, 200 million, I have no choice. Okay? I have no choice but to surrender, unless somehow the rest of these other countries could rapidly populate and overtake the population of Nigeria. I don't see any resolve to this issue. So until then, we have no choice but appreciate and bow down. Okay, well, that's going too far. Let me not say appreciate or bow down, but let's say just have a conversation with Nigerians. Sit down with Nigerians and eat with them. But yes, I mean, no, but Nigerians, one thing I will say you do have to work on is, a lot of you guys are very rude, especially in the diaspora. You guys are mean. I want to say which tribe, but I don't want to start a tribal war, so I won't say who it is. But there's a particular tribe in Nigeria. There's a particular tribe in Nigeria. You guys are too much. You guys are too. And it's not Fulanis, because Fulanis are not in the West. Someone else. But anyway, I'm not gonna go deep into that right now. Maybe next time. Maybe next time. Maybe next time. You said that there's no hope? Oh, okay. No problem. moving Nigerians to another planet. Yeah, Nigerians are not nice. Like, I understand with the Nigerian culture, a lot of you guys are raised to be very what's the word, competitive. They carry last, everything you must confess. Like, I understand, very competitive, but it's like you guys don't want to help anybody. You only want to, and I don't know, there's a tribe in Nigeria, all they care about is being rich. Like, they only care about money, and it's like, hey, you amassed all this money, and what are you gonna do with it? You know what I mean? It's like, I understand you getting all this money and you're doing things with that money, but you get all this money and you just keep it to yourself, and it's like, oh, what did we do to deserve this? Nigerian jollof is pretty good though. I won't lie about that. I mean, well, Nigerians and Ghanaians, we stole jollof from someone else, but we don't need to go into the mechanisms of that. Not today. Nigerians love God. Okay, Nigerians love God, but they're I don't know, Nigerians are very competitive. It's like, whoa. I one time made a video where I compared Ghanaians and Nigerians, right? In terms of monetary, and I was like, why are Nigerians always successful? Blah blah blah. Do you know how quick that video got shut down? The Ghanaians were like, do not sit here and big up the Nigerians. Like, do not sit here and big up the Nigerians. I'm like, oh damn. Sad. That is sad. Oh, no. This, okay, I think in the future, because I'll be honest with you, I've never had the slavery conversation, because I don't feel comfortable having that conversation, because I honestly don't know too much about it and I don't know too much information, which is why I don't really feel like I should be having that conversation. But is it true that most of them are from Nigeria? Is that true? Because looking at the numbers, and going back to kind of the title of this live stream, looking at the numbers, every single DNA results that I've seen from somebody in the diaspora is from Nigeria. People will have like 30, 40, 50, 60, 70% Nigerian, and they'll completely ignore it and say, oh no, I'm Senegalese. People will have 70% Nigerian and say, oh no, I'm Gambian. People will literally have 80% Nigerian and say, nope, I'm from Mali. And it's like, I mean, that's interesting. And even the Ghanaian results, it's like, I'm not so sure about Ghana. When I see people saying that they're from Sierra Leone, I'm like, okay, sure. It's like, if you really look at the numbers of the amount of people that were taken from each country, it really makes me wonder and really makes me think, like, is this really accurate? But okay, nobody claims Nigeria though. Nobody. And to defend Nigeria for 1 second, what I will say is, I know Nigeria has a very negative connotation with, like, what is it, Boko Haram and like other things like that. But to be honest, that part is only in a certain area of Nigeria. It's not the whole country that's going through the Boko Haram and all that. So it's like, it's okay to just claim that you're Nigerian if you have 80% Nigerian. It's completely fine. You can go to Ibadan. You could go to Lagos. You could go to Abuja. You could go there. But now that I think about it, right? See, now that I think about it, actually, no, now I see why people wouldn't want to go to Nigeria. Now I get it. Even though in terms of terroristic, threats or whatever, it's not that bad. I have heard that the ransom type of things is a bit bad depending on where you're going, that if you're not from there and they detect that you're from outside, you can be held from ransom or something like that. So yeah, I guess that's maybe the reason why people don't gravitate towards Nigeria or go there en masse. And aside from the visa, because I heard that getting a Nigeria visa is like almost impossible, but aside from all of that, I guess the whole you being an American and you having an American accent and you having money, if you're in the wrong city or town or whatever like that, you can be held for ransom and things like that. I mean, that happens in other countries too, but I guess not as much as. Anyway. Oh, you think it doesn't count? Yeah, Nigeria is the giant of Africa. Nigeria will always be the giant of Africa. Nigeria to me is like, I know this sounds stupid, but if there was such thing as an African military, not like different African countries, I mean like an actual African military, it would make sense to have most of the soldiers be from Nigeria, type of thing. ADOS, what's wrong? I knew when we were speaking about Nigeria, ADOS would come in. Oh my goodness. Oh, you think South Africa is the giant of Africa? What do we call South Africa? I think we call South Africa the Mecca of Africa. We call you the Mecca of Africa. We don't really call you the giant of Africa. Like South Africa is like the heaven of Africa. You know what I mean? JOZI Gold, the plan is when you get enough money that you go to Johannesburg. That's the plan. But anyways, guys, it was really nice talking to you. I do have to go. I definitely will see you guys a different time. Should we do what should the next topic be about? Does anyone have any suggestions? I will never. Ooh, T Shields, that's an interesting comment. T Shields, so you never ever gonna even visit Nigeria once? Not even once? What if we paid for your trip for you to go to Nigeria? You still wouldn't go? Never? That's interesting. That is so interesting. That's crazy. Okay. All right. Yes. So again, thank you guys for being here. I definitely appreciate it. I will put timestamps. Hope you guys are doing well. And yeah, I will definitely be giving you guys more results. The next one will be with Afriscope TV, and that is a brother that's in Ghana. And yeah, I'll see you definitely guys next week. Have a wonderful morning, night, or day. Goodbye.
It's time for a shift. This is the shift. Big change, big things in a phase. Yeah. Big change, big things in a phase. Yeah. Big change, big things in a phase. Yeah. A new phase. Yeah. This is the shift. Vibrations been raised. New friends, old friends, part ways. Embrace new change. Heal, cry, purge, fly, feel. Separate the fake from what's real. Accept the red flags for red flags and peel. Don't stick around just to stick around. Let's be real. Trust your intuition and what it's telling you for real. What's the deal while we kill our own self-worth? Had to ask myself, had to put my own self first. Tired of the self-hurt, so I put in that self-work. Tired of the self-hurt, so I put in that self-work. Tired of the self-hurt, so I put in that. Yeah, this is the shift. Big change, big things in a phase. Yeah, big change, big things in a phase. Yeah, big change, big things in a phase. Yeah, a new phase. Yeah. This is the shift, so welcome to a new age. Age of Aquarius, welcome to a new day. Consciousness been raised, we changing how we do things. Balancing the mood swings, we living in a new way. New life and a new aim, new fame and a new wave. Ego was maintained, not looking just to be praised. Fell down so many times and bounced back like Luke Cage. Today I'm tired, tomorrow I'm okay. New frame of mind, cause I've been through some dark days. Some days were insane, so I walk with some new sage. Some days were insane, hard to stay sane, but I maintain. Some days were cray, hard to stay sane, but I maintain. The shift, big change, big things in a phase. Yeah, big change, big things in a phase. Yeah, big change, big things in a phase. Yeah, a new phase. Yeah, this is the shift. Big change, big things in a phase. Yeah, big change, big things in a phase. Yeah, big change, big things in a phase. Yeah, new phase. Yeah. This is the shift, so welcome to a new earth. We manifested this. We changing how we view work, cause 9 to 5 ain't it. We tapped into our own worth, we owning businesses. We put our mental health first, the paradigm has switched. We owning up to self-hurt, we learned our lessons quick. We grown and doing self-work, it's a rebirth. Cause we tapped in and we turned on and we tuned in to a new song. It's been too long, the self-hate is long gone. It's a new dawn and a new wave and a new age. New rules that we remade, old rules need to cremate and to create. Time to be brave, I told you it's a new day. Told you it's a new way. Told you it's a new wave and a new age. It's a new day. Shift.